Mature subject matter. Listener discretion is advised. Preface. Sin's point of view. The mortal is tiny. She's weak, too. She blacked out the second we hit the wards guarding the Shadow Realm. I shouldn't be surprised. I've been watching her for years. This mortal is nothing like the warrior we faced in Atlantis. She looks about as fierce as a kitten, passed out in my arms. What does surprise me is the state I've found her in. Fate's above. I knew Leon was a piece of shit, but I didn't think he'd go so far as to hurt the mortal. They're supposed to be destined for each other. The idiot has a piss-poor way of treating his fated. Guilt and rage war with each other as I take in her sorry state. She's bleeding from multiple cuts, and there's a piece of wood lodged in her arm. I can see bruises circling her neck and down her arms. She looks more pale than usual. We led her to her own slaughter. When we found the mortal 4 years ago, Morgana insisted we only keep an eye on her to ensure she survived long enough to find Leon. Once the two were reunited, we'd open up communication channels. If the prophecy is to come to light, Leon and the mortal must be together. That's the only way this will work. Our plans fell apart when Magnus, our spy in the black market, reported that the mortal might be in danger from Leo. That changed everything. The mortal stirs in my arms, but we aren't quite at Morgana's castle yet. Sleep, I command her. My influence is fast-acting, and she once again stills in my arms. I don't want her waking until I've had a chance to remove the wood shard from her arm. While I could just as easily use my destructive powers to remove the wood, I'd rather do it with medical supplies on hand. Mortals are delicate creatures. Best not to take chances. I try not to notice her scent or the silky feel of her hair brushing against my arm. She might look like a siren, but she's just another council puppet, an obedient little princess born to serve the whims of the corrupt. Her existence disgusts me. And yet, our sources say Leon is still wearing his collar, and the mortal is in a broken state. I hold her a little more tightly as we enter Morgana's castle. If the mortal fought Leon and didn't give in to the council, then maybe this kitten has claws.
Part 1. Threads of Haze. The scariest monsters are the ones that lurk within our souls. Edgar Allan Poe. Chapter 1. Vivian's point of view. Rule 1. Always be aware of your surroundings. Some things get old very quickly. Take waking up in strange places, for instance. That shit got old 3 wake-ups ago. A rush of adrenaline surges through me the moment I open my eyes, obliterating the usual sleep haze that clings to me when I wake. This isn't my room. The stones that line the walls are a dark and polished gray, their smooth sides reflecting the sunlight that shines through a single window next to my bed. I frown, trying to find any sign of familiarity, but much to my consternation, the room is rather lacking in personal touches. Other than a wooden chest at the end of the bed and a green upholstered chair to my right, it's bare. Even without more to go off, I already know this isn't Leon's castle. The walls don't match. I don't know this place. My heart rate picks up, and I take a deep inhale, willing my pulse to calm down. There's no reason to panic. At this point, I should just assume I'll be in unfamiliar territory every time I wake up. It's not ideal, but at least I woke up on a bed. That's a step up from waking up on grass. Rubbing at my temples, I try to piece my life back together. It's been difficult to remember things ever since I woke Leon. I'm assuming that's yet another disturbing side effect of the bond. But to my surprise, the memories are quick to come flooding back. Leon trying to use our bond to get me to unlock his collar, his hands all over me, my refusing to free him, and the fight that ensued. My breathing picks up as the memories flash by. Whether it's from fear, anxiety, or both, I'm not sure. but my final waking memory is the one that just about stops my heart. An unfamiliar voice and being grabbed from behind. My first instinct is to crawl back under the blankets and pretend none of this ever happened. Maybe if I fall back asleep, I'll wake up and learn this has all been a nightmare. But as tempting as that course of action may be, I resist the urge. Not because of some ill-fated attempt at bravery, but rather because of sheer stubbornness. I made a goal to be more aware of my surroundings, and I'm damn well going to stick to it. Considering I've already managed to be transported to a new place without any idea where I am, I'm failing miserably at my goal. I need to do better. Think, Vivian. Use your damn head. My head really hurts. Taking another deep inhale, I try to stop the throbbing directly behind my eyes. I can do this. When faced with big problems, it's best to take things one step at a time and break down seemingly impossible tasks into smaller, more manageable goals. Did I learn that habit from a day planner? Yes. But I think the strategy holds up. Another breath, and I start to break down my problems. First, I've been magically bonded to a potentially dangerous man. Second, an even more dangerous man might try to blow up the universe. And finally, third, I've possibly been kidnapped by a strange man. I'm starting to see a pattern emerge. Are men the root of all my problems? I should have stuck to reading about them. Men written by women are much less of a hazard. Focus, Vivian. All right, one problem at a time. My first and most pressing problem is my possible kidnap predicament. I mull the word around in my mind. Kidnap. It should be enough to terrify me. I have enough hours logged watching true crime specials to have a very good idea of how badly kidnappings can go. But, logistically speaking, there's no way. I have an all too recent memory of what happens when Leon and I are apart. When he left me to go see Need, the distance between us resulted in excruciating pain on my end. Given the absence of agony ripping through my body, Leon must be close by. If I had to take a guess, this must be the Council's castle. Why do neither of those thoughts help to ease my anxiety? A chill runs down my spine at the thought that Leon could enter this room at any moment. The last time I saw him, Leon was out of control. He was furious when I refused to give in to his demands. Namely, he wants me to unlock his collar so he can potentially kill my entire town in a battle with another all-powerful destroyer. Oh, and not to mention, he's also demanding my love, my blind obedience, and quite possibly my womb. Can't forget those little tidbits. A haze of despair curls around my throat, its icy grip trying to steal away my breath. One step at a time, Vivian. Focus on what you can control. The idea that I have any control is laughable, considering my life has been commandeered by all-powerful supernatural creatures. I'm pretty sure I'd have more control over a natural disaster. At least you can take shelter from a tornado, but a destroyer who can unexist your realm with a single thought? That probably isn't covered by bunkers. Silently slipping out of bed, I'm distracted by my full bladder and focus on finding a bathroom. Small goals. There are 2 doors on the other side of the room, and while one is closed, the other is slightly ajar. Tiptoeing across the worn wooden floors, I cringe when one of the floorboards creaks. Still not a super spy. Shame. I'd like to think some lessons are so painful, you only need to learn them once. When I was kidnapped by my classmates, I realized that it's better for dangerous people to think you're asleep for as long as possible. Of course, even with that piece of wisdom, I managed to stub my toe on a loose floorboard and let out a small expletive. At the sound, I freeze, wincing at the pain in my toe and the noise I just made. I wait 3 breaths, listening for any sign of life outside my room, but nothing happens. I'm counting that as a silver lining. Luckily, my suspicions are correct, and there's a small ensuite bathroom behind the open door. I don't hesitate to close it and lock it behind me. The state of the bathroom reinforces my suspicion that I'm no longer in Leon's castle. Leon's place had chamber pots, whereas this bathroom almost looks like it's come out of the human realm. There's a toilet, a black marble sink, and a walk-in shower made from shining black tile. I can almost pretend I'm visiting a resort back in my own realm. I just need to ignore the small orbs of light floating above my head. A few moments later, I happen to catch sight of myself in the large mirror that hangs over the bathroom sink. The sight that stares back at me looks eerily similar to what I saw after my classmates attacked me. My eyes are sunken in, and there are dark smudges underneath them. One of my arms is a myriad of purple and blue bruises, and I can distinctly make out the shapes of Leon's fingers. My other arm is bandaged, but more blue marks are peeking over the edges. At least Leon had the decency to patch me up after he hurt me. The thought has my stomach twisting. How am I going to get away from this man? Death. He said the only way to break the bond is through death. I'm no expert, but I think I might be in a toxic relationship. The haze of despair grows larger, and I can feel it winding more tightly around my throat. It's suffocating. There's no air. My hands clamp down on the edges of the sink, and I can feel a panic attack coming on. Fighting the urge to hyperventilate, I force myself to take deep belly breaths. Panic attacks are nothing new, not after that night in the woods. I've had years to find a strategy that can stop them. Rather than letting the fear paralyze me, I focus on compartmentalizing it. I shove the emotion into a box in my head specifically reserved for repressed feelings. Once the fear is locked away, I can't feel it. My breathing starts to slow, and the clawing sensation around my throat subsides. I don't have the luxury of letting myself fall apart right now. It's like the saying, there's a time and place for everything. If I'm being honest with myself, I've never found the time or place to have an emotional breakdown. I'm hell-bent on keeping my depression in remission. I can't even imagine what opening those emotional boxes would do to that goal. That's a definite no thank you from me. Only after the attack has fully ceased do I notice I'm not in my own clothes. Instead, I'm wearing a pair of gray leggings and a black t-shirt that's far too big for me. I stare at them, dumbfounded, until I remember that my clothes are probably still strewn around the broken table shards in Leon's castle. I guess I didn't think to put them back on when I was crawling on the floor, gasping through blinding pain. My body gives an unconscious shiver. It's both from the thought of Leon and the violation that someone dressed my unconscious body. Swallowing, I shove those thoughts down. If I ever do decide to try and process my trauma, I'm going to need ice cream. I have a sneaking suspicion that guided meditation won't cut it, if that day ever comes. But if I want to survive long enough to make it back to the land of frozen treats, I need to be smart and find a way to escape Leon. Because I will be free again. Giving myself a stern look, I mutter what I hope will be the pep talk of the century. Suck it up, Vivian. No one is coming to save you. If you fall apart, your loved ones die. Now, get it together. I make a mental note to look into a career writing motivational quotes as I step back into my room. Only, it isn't empty anymore. A man is leaning against the wall on the opposite side of the room. I freeze. He's tall, at least a head and a half taller than me, and huge. Not just in height, but in bulk. The man looks like a warlord. His dark brown hair falls just past his shoulders, and he has a short but somewhat scruffy beard. His skin is a deep bronze, reflecting hours spent outside. I think he might be in his early 30s, but it's hard to tell with immortals. I'm not staring. I'm taking in my surroundings. Assessing. Goals are serious business. Do I assess his muscular arms crossed in front of him and the intricate knotwork of tattoos that interlace over them? Of course. But that's okay because I haven't 100% ruled out that I might be a kidnap victim. I need to pay attention to details, just in case. I'm positive I heard a survivor on a true crime special say that once. Besides, he's the one who came into my room without knocking. He's the creepy one, not me. At my silence, the intruder cocks an eyebrow at me. His eyes are a piercing light gray, almost blue. They contrast his snug-fitting black t-shirt that definitely doesn't show off his chest muscles. "About done?" he asks. I swallow, trying not to let my cheeks heat. His voice is low and gravelly. I can appreciate that. Not that I'm in the market for any more supernatural love interests. I already have my hands full trying to handle one large, scary, tattooed man. More importantly, I recognize his voice. This is the man who grabbed me from outside Leon's castle. The recognition cuts my ogling short, and I glare at him. "Who are you? And where am I?" If the stranger is put off by my directness, he gives no indication of it. He stays on his side of the room, looking relaxed. But there's a barely concealed tension rippling through his body. I have no doubt that if I were to try and run right now, this man would pounce. Yet again, someone is looking at me like I'm the prey. I don't like that for me. "You're in Morgana's castle," he answers before pausing, as if gauging my reaction. My brain short-circuits. Why the hell would Leon bring me to Morgana's castle? The answer is simple. He wouldn't. Clearly, the stranger is lying to me. But why? He doesn't embellish his answer and stands there, assessing me right back. A new theory starts to form in my mind. Maybe the council is trying to trick me. Maybe this is some kind of pseudo-kidnapping loyalty test. That sounds like a very council-y move. I keep my voice level as I answer him. "Nice try. Where is Leon?" Don't give them an ounce of emotion. If this is a test, then I need to pass. I can't give the council any more reason to suspect I'm anything other than a regular human. I just know things will go from bad to worse if Need finds out about my ghost powers. The stranger's calm facade falters, and a flicker of disgust ghosts across his expression. "Leon is back in the other world. You're in the shadow realm now." The look of disgust is unsurprising. I already know people in the other world hate Leon after he tainted his creator powers and was demoted to a destroyer. The stranger is back to looking bored now. Maybe doing council loyalty tests is his daily job. Maybe I'm the 7th person he's tried to trick today. I can see how that would get boring. "That's impossible," I deadpan. "I'd feel it in our bond." He smirks, and it's spiteful. "The bond between keepers and destroyers is strong, but not strong enough to pass through different realms. Leon can't enter the shadow realm." He practically spits Leon's name. I frown at his response. If I'm wrong and this man is telling the truth, then I've actually been kidnapped. By the enemy. Is that even possible? My mind reels, looking for some thread of logic. Was I still within the protective wards when I was in the water outside of Leon's castle? The blood drains from my face. I was with Leon when he made the wards. He never entered the water. More obviously, there was a forsaken spirit in the water with me. I left the wards. I left myself unprotected. The stranger rolls his eyes before adding, "If we wanted you dead, you'd already be rotting back in Leon's pond." Is that supposed to make me feel safe? I can think of a lot of things that are worse than death. A heartbeat passes, and I school my expression back to one that looks brave. I can't afford to show any more fear than I already have. "Who are you?" I ask again, putting force behind each word. The stranger's jaw works, like he's debating whether to answer my question. His gaze locks on mine, and I swear I see a challenge. I hope my own looks defiant. Another slight smirk, and he finally answers, "My name is Sin." Chapter 2. Rule 2. Always tie more knots. To my credit, I don't run. I don't even breathe. Sin, the dark and evil destroyer that Leon and I are supposed to kill. The creature who might be released at any moment and end all the realms. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Of course, I look. My eyes dart to his neck, drawn by the magnetic pull of morbid curiosity. Sin notices, and his smirk grows wider before more tattoos spiral across his skin, glowing a deep red. I barely notice them. My stare is locked on his neck, where there's a noticeable gap. A gap that should be filled by the same energy collar I left on Leon. Sin's powers are free. Oh, fuck, I whisper. Are there social etiquette rules for getting kidnapped by someone who you're supposed to help murder? Sin said that if he wanted me dead, I would be, so he doesn't outright plan on killing me. But will he change his mind if he finds out I'm part of an active plot to kill him? Let's not find out. I can't just keep staring at him in horror. My resolve to not show fear is a distant wish. Say something, Vivian. You're not collared. Why am I like this? My social skills have not improved in the last few days. At my words, the warlord wannabe narrows his eyes, giving me every indication that he is very offended by my remark. Obviously, he responds dryly. My cheeks heat, and I try to explain my reasoning, hoping Sin doesn't get destructive when he's annoyed. It's just, they said you'd blow up the universe if you were uncollared. I figured Magnus was lying when he said Morgana released Sin millennia ago. After all, everyone is convinced Sin will destroy realms if he's free. Unless, did Sin just get released? Did he kidnap me so he could have an audience while he blows up realms? Oh God, was I too stubborn in not releasing Leon? This is it. I knew I shouldn't be entrusted with the fate of humanity. We're all screwed because I have control issues. Sin lets out a blistering sigh. It's almost as if he can see the gears in my head spiraling. Mortal, I have been uncollared for a very long time. If I was going to destroy the realms, I already would have. So, you can stop looking like you are responsible for the death of the universe. I like to think of myself as someone who is difficult to read, mysterious, if you will. Clearly, I am delusional. Mulling over his words, I can't help but remember that I've had those exact thoughts before they were wiped out by the brain fog. Yet again, I recognize that something isn't adding up. Why would the Council want to kill Sin now if he's had the potential to blow up the universe for ages? As the thoughts cross my mind, I wince, waiting for the searing pain and brain fog that is sure to follow my anti-Council thoughts. But nothing happens. No pain, no fog. My eyes widen, and a forbidden emotion starts to surface. Hope is dangerous, and a small seed of it lodges itself within the cloud of despair that still hovers around me. Sin still watches me closely, like he's working to decode my every expression. You mentioned the bond's influence doesn't work across realms? I ask, my voice hoarse. The bonds are powerful, but not strong enough to pass through realms. Morgana's realm is well protected. Leon won't find you here, he says cruelly, as if I'm being punished by being separated from Leon. My knees go weak, and I sink to the floor. It's probably a stupid thing to do in front of your kidnapper, but the relief that hits me is absolute. The bond can't reach me here. Leon can't reach me here. I try to take calming breaths so I don't start to sob. After 3 good inhales, I finally glance up. Sin looks utterly disgusted with me. I don't have the energy to care. Thank you, I whisper. Have I traded one nightmare for another? Probably, but at least no one is touching me on this side of my waking terror. At my gratitude, Sin glances at my bandaged arm, and his disgust morphs into unadulterated rage. His tattoos flare once before he shudders the expression. Maybe he suffers from mood swings. I can recommend some guided meditation videos for that. Minutes go by in silence. Sin slowly starts to look uncomfortable as he realizes I'm not getting back up. The tears threatening to spill from my eyes are probably not making this less awkward for him. I make a mental note that emotions make my kidnapper uncomfortable. Do we have that in common? Yes. Do I plan on storing that information away for later use? Absolutely. I might be a train wreck, but if I'm going down, I'm dragging everyone responsible for the last week of my life with me. Sin clears his throat before heading towards the door. You should get more rest. Your body is weak and still hasn't recovered from the realm jump. The red glow in his tattoos has completely faded, leaving only black, swirling ink. I don't move from the floor or even bother responding. I think not having an uncollared destroyer in my room bodes a bit better for my survival. Not much, but a bit. Sin pauses at my door to look back at me. He opens his mouth like he wants to say something, but shakes his head and closes the door behind him. His footsteps echo down the hall, but I stay rooted to the floor, still not trusting my legs. I'm free of the bond's influence. I'm free of Leon. A tear finally slides down my cheek, and I hug my knees tightly, as if the action will help me to hold myself together. The room is silent, and without any distractions, the twisted parts of my emotions grow louder. It's horrible for me to feel so relieved at being separated from Leon. The man is literally my destiny and loves me more than anyone ever has. More than I've ever deserved. I knew I was broken. So broken that I can't accept whatever version of love he has for me. So broken that I can't find it in me to trust him with his own power. So broken that I can't adapt to his culture. The last thought has me swallowing a lump in my throat. There is so much wrong with what I saw in the other world. Souls pushed into slavery. Leon wanting me to be subservient to him. I couldn't do it. I still can't do it. And given Leon's violent outburst at my pushback, my body shudders. I don't think I'm safe with Leon. He will do whatever it takes to get what he wants. But if Leon can't enter the Shadow Realm, then maybe I have more options than I'd initially thought. 0. That's how many options I had before. But now, my luck might be changing from completely non-existent to only morbidly abysmal. I can work with that. I think back to my brief visit to the other world. I saw very little of the realm, but what I did see hinted that it was vast. I know my own realm is huge, too. A girl could get lost in a place like that. And with no bond to tie me back to anyone here, maybe this is the opportunity I've been looking for. But if I'm going to take this chance, I can't hide away in this room, waiting to see what the enemy will do to me. Sin didn't explain why he kidnapped me. My heart drops as I connect the dots. He's probably just holding on to me to make a trade with Leon. I'm not going to stick around to be a bargaining chip. Uncurling from my pity ball, I pace over to the window. It's still daytime, and ironically, it's a bright and sunny day. Who would have thought a place called the Shadow Realm would get sunshine? A brochure would have been nice. Unlike the Council's castle, there's no city wrapped around Morgana's place. At least not on the side that my room is facing. Instead, green hills extend out from the castle walls until they meet a massive forest. The forest stretches over the horizon. That could work. Looking down, a quick count of windows reveals I'm on the 3rd story. It's too high to jump, but not too high to get creative. I test the latch, and the window swings open without issue. Turning, my pulse starts to pick up. I might be a sorry excuse for a ghost whisperer and thief, but maybe I can cut it as a prison breaker. I might not have any real-world experience with most situations, but I've read enough books to have mad survival skills. At least, in theory, I do. Whether those skills translate into real life will be another matter entirely. My focus lands on the pile of blankets on my bed. I'm going to assume that fabricating a rope out of bed sheets is cliché for a reason. The sheets are a soft cotton, but they must be high quality because my measly muscles can't tear them. Bummer. Rolling my lips between my teeth, I look around the room for something sharp. Sin was probably smart enough to remove all the knives and scissors in the room before I woke up. But if he didn't think to put bars on my window, then he's underestimated me. Big mistake on his part. My eyes lock on the still open bathroom door, and a grin breaks across my face. Mirrors can be sharp. Pulling the pillowcase off the bed, I wrap it around my hand as I dart back to the bathroom. I almost snort when I remember that breaking a mirror is supposed to give you 7 years of bad luck. Considering my shitty past and most recent break from normality, I don't think anything I do will change my relationship with Lady Luck. I'm already on her bad side. Squeezing my eyes shut, I punch the mirror. After a sickening crunch, I peek, only to see that it's the mirror that cracked and not my fist. My hand aches, and I flex it a few times. I don't have any broken bones, but that hit is probably going to leave me with another wicked bruise. Yet again, I hold my breath, waiting to see if someone will barge into the room and catch me. For all I know, the only reason Sin walked away from my room was because he had a guard stationed outside of it. Nothing happens. Bingo. Gingerly picking out the largest mirror shard, I get to work. I think movies may have downplayed the effort that goes into making ropes from blankets. The seconds stretch into what feels like hours as I tug the mirror shard through the sheets. With every ripping sound, my eyes dart back to the door, waiting to be caught red-handed. And I mean literally red-handed. I should not be trusted with sharp objects. Blood coats my hands from the dozens of cuts I've managed to give myself. Finally, my blood, sweat, and tears are rewarded when I hold up a braided rope. I'm not sure it's strong enough to hold me, but I'm ready to risk it. The only person I can trust is myself. Beyond my glaring issues with Leon, I have no faith in the council or the person who voluntold me to be Leon's keeper. I'm positive Need deceived me on purpose. She made it sound as though Sin and Morgana had only just escaped when she roped me into her supernatural affairs. And no part of me has forgotten what Leon told me about Sin's powers. Sin specializes in mind control. I refuse to have my free will influenced again. With my rope ready, I move to the end of the bed, but pause when I glance at the chest. I probably should have checked it before I made my rope. Maybe the chest will have something warmer to wear, or shoes. Shoes would be great. As I open it, the hinges make a loud squeak, and I cringe at the sound. If someone is guarding my door, there's no way they didn't hear that. But again, nothing happens. Exhaling, I look inside. The chest's contents confirm my suspicions that Sin didn't leave any weapons for me to find. It's mostly full of empty journals, and to my delight, there's also a warm cloak. My chances of freezing to death just got marginally smaller. Grabbing the cloak, I also think to shove one of the journals into a pocket so I can use the pages to start a fire. How I'll make a fire is a mystery, but I am focusing on one problem at a time. With my new supplies tucked away, I get to work on tying off my rope to the foot of my 4-poster bed. Hopefully, the bed is heavy enough that it won't drag across the floor once it's supporting my weight. Is knotting the rope 4 times considered overkill? Or would it be underkill? As in, many knots reduce my chances of falling to my death. I giggle under my breath, even though I know the joke is lame. But I need the humor to avoid thinking about how stupid my next move is. Satisfied with my knots, I decide not to dwell on silly things like the odds of breaking my neck. Peeking out the window, I'm relieved that the castle grounds are still devoid of all signs of life. For a castle, this place is weirdly deserted. The council's castle had people all around it. I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that Sin and Morgana don't have any friends. That checks out. I'm guessing being evil villains probably doesn't mesh well with sending out holiday cards. I toss the rest of the rope out the window. It doesn't quite reach the ground, but it looks like I'll only be falling about 8 feet instead of neck-breaking height. I throw the cloak down next. It billows down before landing in a heap. My stomach twists at the sight. I really hope the rope holds. The window ledge is wide, and I gingerly lay across it, lowering my legs over the edge. I hold onto the rope for dear life. Thankfully, the bed doesn't budge, despite my added weight. That's promising. I start to shimmy over the ledge. The cuts on my hands sting as they rub against the fabric, but rather than focusing on the pain, I keep my eyes trained on the rope, admiring my blanket braiding craftsmanship. My climbing efforts are about as graceful as my attempt at stealing a surfboard, painful for me and riddled with secondhand embarrassment for anyone who might be watching. But considering I haven't broken my neck yet, I think I'm nailing this. Another breath, and I'm fully off the ledge. My entire life is suspended mid-air. The wind blows my body around, and I take this moment to feel grateful that I'm claustrophobic and not afraid of heights. The blanket rope is holding, and before my arms can tire out, I plant my feet against the stone wall and start to climb down. It takes no time for my muscles to burn, but I push through the pain and keep climbing. I'm making good progress when, suddenly, the rope goes slightly more slack and I drop a few inches. It takes every ounce of my self-control not to scream. There must be a knot coming undone. It's times like this when I really wish I had taken the initiative to join Girl Scouts as a child. I'm guessing normal knots might not be recommended for death-defying climbs. Hustling now, I keep moving down the rope as fast as my sore body will allow me. This probably counts as another adrenaline-inducing activity. I'm really counting on it not being another near-death or full-death experience. Sweat is starting to drip down my forehead into my eyes. It's warm, like an early summer day back home on the coast. There's a mugginess and humidity in the air that is starting to feel stifling. My hands are cramping. I don't dare look down and keep climbing, willing my knots to hold just a little longer. The knots do not, in fact, hold. I'm just about to give myself another mental pep talk when the rope goes fully slack. I fall. Chapter 3. Rule 3. If the forest looks like a sanctuary for killer clowns, don't enter it. I don't scream. There isn't time. All I manage is a sharp intake of breath before I hit the ground. The impact knocks the air from my lungs, and my vision goes dark. I lie there, blinking through the pain, waiting for my eyesight to return. I wasn't in the market for an upgrade, but now I have the added bonus of bright spots dotting my vision. Staring up at the sky, I contemplate my life choices. Was climbing down a window with a blanket rope my best idea? The answer depends on whether I've critically injured myself. If I can still escape, then it was a great idea. Unfortunately, the shock of the fall is making it difficult to know whether I'm about to bleed out and die. Taking a deep breath, I take stock of my body. The fact that I can breathe at all makes me think I didn't fall too far. I feel like falling from the 3rd story would probably result in a punctured lung. Sitting up, I test the rest of my body for any new injuries. I'm sore, but not broken. And honestly, if that isn't a metaphor for life, then I don't know what is. I'd probably be more inspired, except I already know I'm broken. But that's only mentally and emotionally. Physically, I'm going to pull through. My eyes catch on the cloak, only 2 feet from where I fell. Landing on something soft would have been nice, but of course the universe is in no mood to accommodate my feelings. I'm on my own. Situation no change. Picking up the cloak, I take a moment to lean against the castle wall. Standing makes the world spin. Also, the stones are cool, and they soothe my sore back. Silver lining, at least no one has come running yet. Other than Sin, I haven't seen or heard another soul here. It's adding a lot of fuel to my Morgana and Sin have no friends theory. The spinning in my head starts to slow, but my thoughts still feel a bit fuzzy, likely the result of yet another head injury. Rubbing at my temples, I try to keep my plans straight in my possibly concussed mind. Step 1 was to escape the castle. Nailed it. Step 2, get to the forest and don't get caught. Ideally, the forest will eventually lead to a town. Step 3, trade labor for food and a place to sleep. The Shadow Realm sounds like the kind of place that would have an inn. I've worked as a barista and mastered an espresso machine. Working at an inn doesn't seem like too far of a leap. It isn't the best conceived plan, but it's better than being a prisoner. The castle walls stretch on either side of me, barring my view of anything that may be on the other sides. All I can see is the distant forest, but I don't dare make my way around the walls to look for alternate routes. The longer I stay here, the greater my odds are of getting caught. With renewed urgency, I start towards the forest. My escape route isn't ideal. The open green hills offer nothing in the way of cover. I'm tempted to run or at least jog to my freedom. Instead, I stick to walking, hoping that at least this way, if someone does see me, I won't look too suspicious. Nothing to see here, just another Shadow Realm citizen who accidentally got too close to the evil villain's castle. Does the Shadow Realm even have citizens? Leon mentioned the Forsaken answer to Morgana, so I'm assuming there will be some of those. But people? I hope so. Blending in will be easier if I can do it amongst the living. But if push comes to shove, I'm not above living as a hermit with the Forsaken souls. This could be the start of my bog witch era. Being barefoot isn't ideal bog witch attire, but at least the grass is soft. Undoubtedly, I will be in some pain once I'm in the forest. I should have thought to grab the fallen remains of my blanket rope. I could have tied some pieces to my feet. Hindsight is the worst. Still, I don't spare a glance back at the castle. I think surreptitiously sneaking glances behind me would be a dead giveaway that I'm not supposed to be here. No can do. It's killing me not to look. I would love to know I'm not being followed. Instead, I strain to hear every sound. The hyper-awareness is making this walk feel much longer than it really is. My adrenaline hasn't stopped pumping. The forest looms closer, and that dangerous emotion sneaks back in. I think I'm going to make it. I haven't heard a sound to hint that my disappearance has been discovered. But the closer I get to the forest, the more uneasy I start to feel. Not because I think I will get caught and dragged back to the castle, but because there's something off about it. The forest is dark. Even though the sun is up, it's as if the canopy blocks out all the light, making it almost impossible to see more than a few feet inside. A thick layer of fog sticks to the forest floor, amping up the eerie vibes. There's an unnatural stillness about the place that sends goosebumps down my arms. To be fair, I have some forest-related trauma, but even if I didn't, I think this place would still give me the creeps. If there was ever a forest that probably doubles as a sanctuary for killer clowns, this is it. The thought gives me pause as I reach the forest's edge. Am I about to get myself killed? Something about this place just feels wrong. I wouldn't go in there if I were you, a soft, melodic voice calls. I scream. I also jump about a foot in the air before spinning around, only there's no one behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I try to figure out who on earth just spoke to me. The incident with the Forsaken in the parking garage springs to mind and reminds me to look up. My jaw drops. I must have hit my head harder than I thought. It's a fairy. With wings. Only she's human-sized and quietly hovering over me. Her pink wings move so quickly that I can barely make them out. Their blur reminds me of a hummingbird. Bright pink eyes watch me warily, and her heart-shaped face is framed by strands of matching pink hair. I can only imagine the look of utter disbelief I must be wearing because she quickly gives me a small, apologetic smile. "Oh, sorry about that," she chirps and lands in front of me. "I didn't mean to startle you." Her eyes dart to the forest, and she wrings her hands together before looking back at me. "I'm Rosenthal, but everyone just calls me Rosie." She said everyone. That implies there's more people here. That's promising. I give her a tentative smile and hope this isn't some kind of trap. I didn't get a good look at her teeth. Do fairies eat people? My back is to the forest, and it's making the back of my neck prickle. The sensation reminds me of when you hang your leg off the bed at night. You can't help but feel like something is going to grab it. Most likely something of the terrifying monster variety. I swallow, trying to dismiss my unease. Prioritizing is important. Focusing on the possibly carnivorous fairy seems like a solid strategy. "Hi, Rosie. I'm Vivian. Were you following me?" Rosie's hand-wringing becomes more pronounced. "Well, yes. Sorry. I was flying to the garden when I noticed you walking this way and, well, we only just got you patched up, and I really think you should reconsider before going in there." Her eyes shift to the forest again, widening. Her feet start to tap lightly on the ground as if they're unconsciously willing her to move away. I guess I'm not the only one having a visceral reaction to the forest. Still, something else she said stands out as a much larger red flag. If she was back at the castle, is she here to drag me back? I thought there would be big, burly guards, but now I'm kicking myself for my preconceived notions. I'm a feminist. I need to do better. Frowning, I ask, "You patched me up?" "Well, it was really Sin who did the patching, but I dressed you. It didn't seem right for Sin to do it, and we didn't want to leave you exposed. Do you like your leggings? I have a stash from the human realm. I thought it might be nice to wake up with something familiar." At her answer, I realize Rosie is sporting a pair of black leggings and a tank top. "That's, thank you. I appreciate it," I answer, and I mean it. The thought that they considered who should dress me makes me feel less violated. Rosie beams. "It's no problem at all. I am really hoping we can be friends. I live at the castle, and it's been so long since Morgana let someone new inside. But you'll see we have so much in common, and I would love it if you could maybe come towards me and move away from the forest." She's talking a mile a minute, and I swear I can hear bells tinkling in alarm. Immediately, I take a step backward instead, towards the forest. Rosie might seem friendly, but she lives at the castle. She is not an ally. "I can't do that." Rosie's eyes dart left and right across the trees like she's expecting something to jump out and eat me at any moment. "Same, girl, same." There's a branch poking my back. Another step, and I'll be in the forest. A chill runs down my back. I really don't like having my back to the woods right now. I'm only mildly comforted by the thought that, hopefully, Rosie will scream if something pops out to grab me. That might give me enough time to dart away. On the bright side, I'm 96% sure that Rosie won't follow me into the forest if I decide to make a break for it. "I really think you should reconsider," she chirps again. The alarm bells are a bit louder this time, the sound traveling as if carried by a light breeze. "Why?" I ask, crossing my arms. It's probably not wise to stay here a moment longer. It's putting a severe cramp in my escapee lifestyle. But I think I would be remiss in my goal to not die if I didn't at least get an idea of what's waiting for me in the forest. Rosie's hands twitch like she wants to reach out and pull me away. My eyes narrow on the movement, but she doesn't try anything. "This is the forest of the forgotten dead. It's where Morgana keeps all the dark creatures. They're not friendly. They'll rip you to pieces the moment they sense living flesh," she says. My heart sinks. That's the kind of thing that would have been noted in a brochure. I glance on either side of me, hoping that now that I'm far from the castle, I can spot an alternate path. But no such luck. The forest stretches on for what seems like forever. This escape plan is not going well. Chewing on my bottom lip, I consider my options. I don't take my eyes off Rosie, just in case she decides to try and sneak closer, but I think she's too worried I'll back up any further. Realistically, I can only see two ways forward. I either go back to being a prisoner, or I can take my chances in the forest, where I'll likely be torn apart. Sighing, I reluctantly accept that I need to go back, but only to bide my time until a better escape plan comes up. And I don't have to be happy about it. Conceding defeat, my shoulders drop, and I step towards Rosie. She immediately lets out the breath she must have been holding, a look of relief replacing her anxious one. Is she relieved I didn't escape? Or relieved I didn't die? Either of those options would make it more challenging to use me in some kind of trade with Leon. Rosie seems oblivious to my paranoia as she spins gracefully in the air, turning to walk with me. Her steps are hurried. It's as if she can't wait to get as far away from the forest as possible. Same, girl. Same. I keep pace with her, the feeling of dread growing fainter the further we get from the forest. There are definitely some creepy vibes going on there. My money is still on killer clowns. I've been so excited for you to wake up. Things get rather dull around here. I grind my teeth, but don't respond. If kidnapping people is her idea of a good time, then we have nothing left to talk about. We walk in silence, heading back for the castle, until Rosie tries to draw me into conversation again. I know sin is really intimidating, but once you realize none of us will hurt you... I cut her off with a glare. I'm not going to be anyone's bargaining chip. Rosie's eyebrows shoot skyward. You aren't a bargaining chip. Why would you think that? Her voice has an undertone of laughter, as if I'm the crazy one. Does she not know how I got here? Or is kidnapping people just a daily occurrence in the Shadow Realm? Well, the whole getting kidnapped by the enemy kind of gave me that impression, I reply dryly. Oh, not at all. You can probably go home soon if that's what you want. Morgana wouldn't force you into being a bargaining chip, Rosie answers matter-of-factly. My glare falters. What do you mean by, if I want? Oh, well, Rosie starts, her cheeks reddening to match her pink eyes. It's just that, given the state you came to us in, I thought maybe you wouldn't be keen on going back anytime soon. My heart stops. My feet do, too. I could stay here? Rosie's expression softens like she has an idea of what I've just been through. I guess the hand-shaped bruises on my skin didn't make it difficult to connect the dots. You'll have to ask Morgana, of course. It is her castle, but she would never force you to go somewhere you didn't want to. Other than this time, of course. She smiles sheepishly at me before waving me on to continue following her. I don't respond, and we keep walking. Rosie doesn't try to draw me into conversation again. I could stay here, or I could go home. A pang hits my stomach. I went into this magical bond thinking the mission would only take a few days, and I could just return my key and return to my normal life afterwards. Not that I have a particular career in mind after college, but my friends will be worried sick. They'll check on my ransacked apartment. That will only make them worry more. I hate leaving them like that, but I can't risk going back. Leon would absolutely come back for me and try to exploit our bond to get what he wants. The grief of losing my friends stabs at me, and I shove it down. Leon was ready to risk my realm, to put my friends in danger. The safest thing I can do for them is to stay far away. If that means living my life in exile, then so be it. Their safety is worth it. I'm not particularly keen on staying with Morgana and Sin either. While I don't think they're on the verge of plunging the realms into permanent darkness, because clearly if they wanted to, they would have, who knows what other nefarious deeds they might be plotting. I don't know why they want me here, but hopefully I can bide my time until a better option appears. We're almost at the castle now, and my gaze fixes on someone standing at the base of my window, where I took my little tumble. It's Sin, and he looks livid. Chapter 4. Rule 4. When surrounded by predators, don't act like prey.
Mortal, do you have a death wish?
Sin's voice is low, and it holds a deadly bite, making me rethink the direction I'm walking in. It takes me a moment to notice he's holding something. My blanket rope. I guess he isn't a fan of my craftsmanship. Too few people value the arts these days. Sad. Rosie squeaks and takes to the air at Sin's voice. It takes just a few beats of her wings before they become blurred streaks of pink, and she's airborne. Well, I'll leave you two to have a chat. See you later, Vivian. I'm sad to see her go, but at the same time, I can't really blame her. Being alone with an angry, uncollared destroyer seems hazardous. Briefly, I consider hightailing it after Rosie, but as I glance in the direction she flew off, I catch Sin's body tensing up in the corner of my eye. It's impossible to miss the coiling of his muscles as he gets ready to spring. There's no doubt in my mind that I'm with a predator. If I run, I'm certain I'll set off some kind of prey drive in him. The thought has me planting my feet and looking him dead in the eye. I refuse to be prey. Sin glares down at me, not saying a word. I'm considering matching his silent treatment until I realize he must be waiting for me to answer his question. Do I have a death wish? Not particularly. And this monster of a man looks very angry with me. The smart thing would be to act meek, but already I know I'm an idiot, and acting meek would be prey behavior on my end. No can do. Besides, who gave him the right to be the angry one? He kidnapped me. A spark of anger ignites in my chest, burning away at my gut reaction to avoid conflict. Is this personal growth, or am I spiraling? A depressive spiral checks out. I'm fulfilling my obligations as a kidnap victim. It's my sworn duty to try and escape, I respond, barely keeping the irritation out of my tone. Sin doesn't laugh or give any indication that he might have a sense of humor. That checks out. I assume being an evil force of destruction really saps the funny out of someone. Instead, he steps closer, invading my personal space. With him comes the unmistakable scent of wood smoke. I stiffen, refusing to think about how good he smells. The enemy is not allowed to smell good. The scent is probably from the last village he pillaged and burned to the ground. I tilt my head to glare right back at him. Are all fantasy world men this attractive? I'm starting to think there must be an entry requirement, as in, you must be at least 6 feet tall and have more muscles than brains to ride this realm. He's trying to intimidate me, and it's working. My instincts are screaming at me to take a step back. Only, I'm getting really sick and tired of large men imposing themselves on me. One of the boxes in my head where I store my emotional trauma cracks open at the thought. With it comes a wave of rage. I take a step forward. There's only a hair's breadth of space between us, and I can feel the heat radiating from him. It's a bold move. Too bad I have no idea where to go from here. My social compass is out of commission. I'm assuming I broke it when I fell out the window. Or, more likely, I've never had a functional one. Sin arches an eyebrow at my proximity. Tell me, then, in your duties as a kidnappee, did you even bother trying your door? There's a mocking edge to his tone. No, of course not. I didn't want to risk alerting any guards you had on the other side, I answer, maybe a little defensively. Sin grins, and the effect is breathtaking. Only it isn't a kind gesture. The smile is pure cruelty, like a cat smiling at a mouse it's just caught. The door wasn't locked, mortal. You aren't a prisoner here. He talks slowly, enunciating his words like he thinks I'm an idiot. And if that wasn't enough of a mic drop moment, the warlord wannabe has the audacity to walk away from me, taking my blanket rope masterpiece with him. I'm left gaping at him as a familiar mantra starts to fill my head. Stupid, stupid, stupid. How did I forget to check the door first? This is why I am not cut out for horror movies, or even adventure movies for that part. I make stupid choices like freeing obsessive men from their ocean prisons and making dramatic prison breaks when I'm allegedly not even locked in. Sin is almost to the other side of the castle by the time I catch up to him. I know he knows I'm following him, but he doesn't wait. Jerk. Again, I am not surprised. When I reach his side, I ask, "If I'm not a prisoner, then why did you kidnap me?" Sin doesn't even spare me a glance when he answers,
Morgana wants to speak with you. She'd hoped to speak to both you and Leon, but we were informed that things may be deteriorating quickly on that front, and that speaking to only you might be a better alternative.
My eyes widen. What do you mean, deteriorating? Does he know we were asked to kill him? Is he planning to psychologically torture me before killing me? Sin spares me a glance this time, and I swear his expression softens.
We have eyes everywhere. We were informed you might be in danger from Leon.
I bristle, not wanting his pity. I'm fine. I'm definitely not fine. When it comes to Leon, I'm the furthest from fine you can get. I don't want to be near the man and should be livid with him. The logical part of my brain is angry, but now that I'm not wholly preoccupied with escaping the castle, the twisted, broken edges of my emotions are getting too loud to ignore. Leon's outburst was all my fault. I'm the one who kept secrets. I'm the one who refused to accept the bond. Not to mention, I accidentally blasted him into a wall. Technically, I threw the first punch. I grit my teeth at that dark train of thought. I saw the bruises on my skin. I'm not completely blind. I refocus on my rage to quiet the trauma conditioning. It's surprisingly effective. If the best way to shut up the broken, guilt-ridden parts of me is to do things that either spark my adrenaline or rage, then I'm about to take thrill-seeking to an entirely new level. Sin is back to looking at me like I'm a bit of dog poop he's tracked into the house. Does the Shadow Realm have dogs? I could use some pet therapy right about now. It seems unlikely. I'm assuming dogs would immediately sense evil and try to eat Sin. His disgust suits me just fine. When people see a gross-looking bug, they typically leave it alone or kill it outright to avoid touching it too much. Disgust reduces my chances of being tortured. Shrugging off his revulsion, I decide to rip off the proverbial Band-Aid. If the mistress of evil wants to speak to me, my anxiety would prefer if we did it right away. Where is Morgana, then? I'd like to speak to her, too. I don't think my talk with Morgana will be a pleasant one. Based on the vibes Sin is throwing out, he seems like a strong contender for bad guy number 1. But it probably wouldn't hurt to get both sides of the story. Then I can make an educated decision about what I should do next. Right now, I'm leaning towards finding out if there's a realm warded against men, and all we do is read smutty novels under soft blankets. Maybe I can ask Rosie later. In retrospect, her asking me nicely to please not get myself killed definitely passes the vibe check.
Morgana isn't here,
Sin answers, just as we reach a massive set of double wooden doors. The doors are engraved with what looks like thousands of different runes. They look heavy, but Sin shoves one open like it weighs nothing. Unsurprisingly, he does not hold it open for me, and I need to dart in behind him to avoid being crushed. I wait a breath for Sin to elaborate. Another breath. Nothing. The box of repressed rage cracks open a little further. Then why am I here? Can't we just bibbity-bobbity-poof over to her? He spits his answer.
She's on a mission and can't be reached. This is going to be quite a shock to a council whore. But you are not, in fact, the center of the universe. And there are far more important things going on here other than your precious time.
I'm getting the distinct impression that this man has a grudge against me. I mean, fair, seeing as I am technically supposed to kill him. But still, he doesn't have to be mean about it. Sin keeps moving and stomps up a long set of stairs. Okay, well, when is she going to be back? I ask, trailing after him. Reaching the top, Sin walks by a few doors before pausing in front of one. He makes a grand gesture of opening the door. There is a noticeable absence of any exterior lock on it. It's my room. I cross my arms, glaring at him. Sin arches an eyebrow at my posturing and answers, "No idea." My jaw nearly hits the floor. What do you mean you have no idea? You can't just keep me indefinitely! My voice goes up an octave. Sin takes a step away from my door, leaving me room to enter. I don't budge. He leans against the wall, eyeing me up and down. His cruel smile is back when he answers, "On the contrary, mortal, I can have you at my mercy for as long as I want." I flush at the sexual undertone in his words and immediately hate him even more for it. So I am a prisoner then?
Not at all. Leave the castle any time. But no one here will help you leave this realm,
he says smugly. Well, there goes my hope of being zapped into a no-boys-allowed bookish realm. Sad. What am I supposed to do while I wait for Morgana? I grit out. If the bad man wants to keep me here, then I am going to go out of my way to make sure it isn't a fun experience for him. That's a new rule. Sin pushes off from the wall and approaches me.
Oh, I can think of a lot of ways to keep you busy, mortal.
His tone is laced with an undertone of dark promises. At my sharp inhale, he smirks before making a point of walking around me, ensuring his body doesn't touch mine. He calls out as he walks back the way he came.
But if you need a hobby, try learning how to tie a knot.
With that, he heads down the stairs, and I'm left standing in front of my door. I've been dismissed. I glance into my room, only to realize that he dumped my blanket rope onto the floor. Oh, I really dislike this man. Chapter 5. Rule 5. Never ask the snake shifter about his penis. Ever. A smart person would hide in their room after being kidnapped by the enemy. I'm not smart. Sin mentioned no one would help me escape this realm. He might be right, but he's made another critical error. I don't want to leave the realm. I just want to find a place to build a new life where there's no chance Leon, the Council, or Sin will ever find me again. At least that way, I won't be handed back to Leon and forced to put my own realm in danger. But in order to achieve my witness protection status, I'm going to need more information. I'd rather not accidentally walk into another death forest. What I need is a tour guide. Or a map. I'm not picky. With that in mind, I leave my room and set about exploring. Rosie seems like the ideal tour guide. She's also the only person I've seen here other than Sin. So I'm really hoping she's willing to take me around the realm. After walking up my hallway and not hearing a sound, I double back towards the stairs. Hopefully, the first floor is a more popular hangout. I'm not trying to be sneaky, but my footsteps sound deafening as I make my way through the seemingly deserted castle. Seriously, where are all the people? I'm just about to head back toward the front door when I hear something sliding across the floor up ahead. Houston, we have life. Following the sound, I pass a few open rooms, including a dining room and a sitting area. Unfortunately, they're all empty. The sound comes again, further down the hallway, and I follow it to a half-closed door. Quietly, I poke my head in. The room is at least the size of one of my college classrooms, but nearly all the open space is filled with crates. They are piled high to the ceiling, all along the walls, and more are lining the center of the floor. Many of the crates are open, with weapons poking out of them. I'd assume this was a disorganized armory, but I also spot crates of books, clothes, jewelry, and little glass bottles full of colored liquids. The sliding sound comes again, and I finally notice someone on the far end pushing a crate over to the wall. Stepping inside, I clear my throat, and the person looks up at me. I recognize him as soon as our eyes meet. Brilliant emerald eyes lock on mine, and his concentrated expression immediately turns to delight. Magnus, the snake shifter from the black market. Well, I guess I know who spilled the beans about Leon being angry with me. Men are such gossips.
Vivienne, what a delight to see you up and about.
Magnus greets, extending his arms wide. His luscious black curls are tied behind his head, but a few strands have escaped, making him look even more devilish than usual. He makes his way toward me, and I meet him partway, skirting around the boxes. Hello, Magnus. It's nice to see you again, I say, smiling warmly at him. I'm not lying. I liked Magnus the last time I met him. He tasted my energy to try and determine my power. Even when he couldn't figure out what I was, he still gave us information on Morgana. Magnus clasps my hands.
You simply must forgive me, my darling Enigma. I did not mean to deceive you at our first meeting, but I could not stand by and do nothing when the trigger-happy destroyer leveled his anger at you.
Gently, I pull my hands back, and Magnus frowns at my bandaged arm before adding,
I won't apologize for reporting back to Morgana, but I am sorry for not finding a way to get you out of there sooner.
At his stare, I clasp my arms behind my back, drawing attention away from the exposed skin. It's really okay, I answer before turning my attention to the rest of the room. What's all this? I ask, pulling the focus away from my skin and my toxic relationship. I think it might be better to avoid any talk of Leon or Magnus's position as a spy. We need common ground. Magnus smiles again, but this time it doesn't reach his eyes. He waves an arm around the room as he answers,
This is my warehouse. It's where I keep the goods I trade. It's also where I assess them for magical properties and sell them if needed. I'm just sorting through my latest acquisitions now. I scan the boxes, my interest fully piqued. Can I help? Magic is still very new to me, and the idea of seeing magical items is alluring. I'm not distracted from my escape goal. I'm making allies. Of course. Though I do ask that you not touch any items unless you ask me first. There are many cursed things here, and, well, as a mortal. He tapers off, letting me draw my own conclusions. No touching. Got it. Maybe I'll find a knife that can kill an immortal being of infinite power. That might come in handy. Could I kill someone, though? I swallow the thought, not ready to think too hard about it. Magnus leads us to a table hidden behind a large stash of crates before pulling one onto the table and emptying the contents. This crate is from the Sealy Fae court. The Fae don't typically part with treasured items, but I happened to be passing by when there was a rather distracting disturbance. He finishes, giving me a conspiratorial wink. I gape at him. You stole these things? Not to worry. The Sealy court has more treasures than they know what to do with. They covet rare, beautiful items and would never part with even an earring. I hardly expect anyone will notice these items are gone. At least not for a few millennia. While my immediate reaction is to move away from the stolen goods, I remember that I've already stolen a surfboard and a boat. I might as well add laundering Fae treasure to my growing rap sheet as a criminal. Everything Magnus pulls out is wrapped in fabric. Once he empties the crate, he returns it to the ground and looks back at me. My power gives me an advantage in this line of work. While some could try to use charms to glean what magical properties these items may hold, I can discern them by feeling the aura of power around them.
He unwraps an item the size of my hand to reveal a beautiful comb. It looks to be made from some kind of iridescent stone, like moonstone, only 100 times more brilliant. I raise a brow. Let me guess, the comb is cursed to make the user go bald? Magnus hovers his hand over it before he smiles back at me.
Fae curses are rarely so blunt. They prefer to wrap their deceits into nondescript items, so the source is more difficult to track.
He picks up the comb and holds it up to the light that streams in from a window far above us.
This comb is cursed. You're right. It will cause infertility to anyone who uses it. Not permanently, mind you. Children are very rare in the Fae realm, and such a curse would be punishable by extinguishing the entire family line. It only lasts so long as the person uses the comb regularly.
My eyebrows shoot up. So it's Fae birth control? Mental note, steal this comb if I ever have to see Leon again. Magnus shakes his head.
Close, my little enigma. But like I said, children are rare in the Fae realm and treasured above all else. The Fae don't believe in contraception. Instead, I would wager that someone was having a tryst with a non-Fae, and that this comb was used as a precaution.
But wouldn't they want the children? I ask, frowning. Magnus shakes his head as he rewraps the comb.
Full-blooded Fae are cherished. Half-breeds are considered abominations.
I grind my teeth together at hearing that yet another realm has serious issues with their thinking. At my expression, Magnus hurries to add,
But never you fear.
He pauses to look me up and down and winks.
I do not share their reservations about interspecies breeding.
Right. Even in the black market, Magnus was a flirt. It seems that hasn't changed. Blushing at his implication, I focus on the next item, eager to move the conversation away from this topic. What's next? Magnus quickly moves through the other wrapped items. There are a lot of knives, a bracelet, a few forks, and a goblet. All are ornate, but most hold no magic. Although the goblet was spelled to glow if it holds poison, which sounds handy. Finally, Magnus moves on to the last item from the box. He opens the cloth to reveal a small blue-green pendant set on a long golden chain. My eyes fixate on the stone and how the colors shift from blue to green, as if it were alive. Well, that one has to be magical, I note, smiling. Magnus holds his hand above it before picking up the chain. His eyes flit between me and the stone.
You're right. It is spelled, but not with a curse. The necklace holds a charm. The pendant will heat when the wearer is told a lie.
That has my full attention. It's a lie detector? Magnus nods.
You should hold on to this one. Something tells me you are in need of more clarity in your life.
I purse my lips. I should say no to such a precious gift. It's too much. But at the same time, Magnus is absolutely right. I know not everyone around me is being honest, and I have no idea who to trust. Noting my hesitation, Magnus lifts the necklace, placing it over my head.
I insist. No doubt you're concerned about being in Morgana's castle. And while I can assure you that you're safe with us, hopefully, this necklace will help you to see that we are genuine in our intentions.
The necklace sits over my oversized shirt, and I pick it up, taking a closer look at the stone. "Thank you," I answer, my heart warming.
"You are very welcome, little enigma."
Magnus answers before tilting his chin at the pendant.
"Place it under your shirt, so you can feel the heat if you are lied to."
I do as he says, and the pendant sits between my breasts. The chain feels cool against my skin. How will I know it's working? Magnus's eyes dance.
"I find you utterly revolting."
Instantly, the pendant starts to heat against my skin. Not warm enough to burn, but enough to be noticeable. My cheeks heat. Thank you, again. This is the most thoughtful gift I've ever received. If anything, my lie detector swag will go a long way in keeping me alive. Best gift ever. Magnus looks like he's about to say something that will make the necklace heat up again, when a voice calls from the doorway. "Oh, there you are," Rosie says, looking much less anxious now that she isn't next to the murder forest or the murder man. I can't say I blame her. "I've been looking all over for you. I'm so happy Sin didn't scare you into running away or hiding in your room," she adds, skipping over to us. I stiffen, not wanting to lie about the fact that running away is still very much on the table. But Rosie continues, saving me from having to say anything. "I'm glad you realize Sin won't hurt you. None of us will." Magnus shoots a pointed look at my chest, and it takes me a moment to realize he's tipping me off that the necklace didn't heat. Rosie isn't lying. My posture relaxes a bit, relieved that at least in Rosie's eyes, I'm perfectly safe.
"Where is our resident Lord of Frowns?"
Magnus asks, his lip quirking up. There's enough affection in his tone to indicate that he likes Sin. Shocking. Rosie shrugs. "He said he had important business to attend to. He's gone." "He left?" I ask, not bothering to mask my irritation. Of course, why would my kidnapper bother sticking around? According to him, I'm not important enough to warrant any consideration for my time. I huff, and Rosie gives me an apologetic smile. "I wish I could say he's gone to get Morgana, but Sin isn't exactly forthcoming with what he does." Magnus cackles.
"Forthcoming? I am surprised he even told you he was leaving."
Rosie raises her eyebrows and grins mischievously as she tilts her chin at me. "Only because he asked me to keep an eye on our mortal. I have a feeling Vivian gave him a run for his money this afternoon." Magnus gasps.
"Well, now I simply must hear this story. Vivian, darling, won't you join us for dinner?"
At his words, I remember I haven't eaten a thing today and am starving. I shrug. Sure, why not? We follow Rosie to the dining room that I walked by earlier. It's a smaller table than the one at Leon's castle, and the room has an intimate, warm feeling. The table has 8 seats, though there are only 3 place settings. There are dishes piled high with meats, vegetables, bread, pitchers of water, and what I think is wine. Rosie takes a seat and points to the chair to her right, just beside the head of the table. I take the seat, and Magnus sits in front of us. I eye the food, trying to figure out if it's different from the human realm. Do the other realms have chicken? Rosie must sense my hesitation because she starts adding scoops of whatever she's taking onto my plate as well. "Don't worry. I've had mortal food before, and I promise this tastes better." Dinner is more fun than I expected. As Rosie promised, the food is some of the best I've ever tasted. The conversation stays light and friendly, and Magnus has a great time laughing at my earlier escape. Rosie and Magnus purposefully avoid asking me anything about my being Leon's keeper, and instead, I get to listen to them poke fun at each other's jobs. I learn that Rosie works in the gardens, which she's promised to show me tomorrow, where she grows medicinal plants. Magnus's job is less of a mystery. He sells items in the black market, but also has a gift for retrieving difficult-to-obtain items. After our afternoon with the stolen Fey goods, I'm ready to assume that by retrieve, he means steal. Magnus tells me about snake shifters and their magical abilities. His species are rare, and Magnus's ability to sense magical auras is even less common. Most snake shifters sense emotions. My species is highly empathetic, he finishes. I'm nursing a glass of wine, thoroughly sated, and the alcohol gives me a little bit of liquid courage to ask the question that's been nagging at me since I first met him. So, when you say snake shifter, do you actually turn into a snake? Magnus's pupils change to slits, and he licks his lips. My attention locks onto his tongue. Right, a forked tongue. I almost forgot about that. Why don't you come back to my room, and I can show you exactly what I can change? Magnus answers suggestively. I cough before answering, No thanks, I'm good here. His answer brings up a biology fact I really wish I could forget. Snakes have 2 penises. Yep, I did not need to learn that in the 10th grade. Magnus winks before adding, Of course, my darling Enigma. You must be exhausted after your adventures today. Rosie shakes her head, smiling, before standing. I'll show you the way back, Vivian. I stand, maybe a little too quickly, before turning back to Magnus, who is still seated, nursing his own wine glass. Good night, I say, not meeting his eyes. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable, Vivian. It was not my intent. Magnus notes, pausing my escape. I do find you very alluring. Your taste is not an easy one to forget. But I am honorable. I would not touch you unless you wanted me to. My chest loosens, and I realize I was holding my breath. Thank you. You don't owe me an explanation, darling. Good night, little Enigma, Magnus says. I turn, and Rosie leads me down the hallway. I hope that wasn't too unsettling. Snake shifters are very forward with their affection, she notes, pausing at the base of a staircase. But Magnus is harmless, I promise. Again, I know she is telling the truth, and I relax. Now that I know Magnus isn't a threat, I can deal with the flirting. Connor gave me all the practice I needed. I smile back at her. Thank you for checking. I'm okay, really. I'm so happy to hear that. Do you know how to get to your room from here? These stairs go directly to the 3rd floor, and your door is the 3rd one. Otherwise, I'm happy to walk you up. Yeah, I can make it. I appreciate your help today, I add. Of course. Like I said, I think we have a lot in common, and I really hope we can become good friends, Rosie adds, looking hopeful. I'd like that. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I'm going to go because I know I tend to go on, and you look exhausted. Good night, Vivian, Rosie says before twirling in the air to head down another hallway. As I make my way up the stairs, my brain is once again without distractions. The dark thoughts are quick to creep in, each feeling like a stab to my gut. I don't deserve Rosie's friendship. Neither Rosie nor Magnus has lied to me, but could I really blame them if they did? After all, I'm a liar and a murderer. Reaching my door, I pause. Instead of going straight to my room, I eye the 2nd door, directly in front of mine. It would probably be a good idea to know if someone is sleeping across from me, though I assume I'm in the castle's guest wing. That sounds like a castle-type thing to have. Still, I'd rather be sure. Testing the knob, I'm relieved to find it isn't locked. It opens easily, and I'm struck by the familiar scent of wood smoke. Well, shit. Sin's room is directly across from mine. I'd say that I'm surprised, but I'm really not. I bet he's here to ensure I don't try anything stupid like slitting someone's throat in their sleep. Would slitting a destroyer's throat even kill them? I'm doubting it. I should leave. This is an intrusion on his privacy. But my heart is pounding from the thrill of being somewhere I shouldn't be, and the reverberating beat drowns out my dark thoughts. I'm not going anywhere. Besides, if Sin didn't want me to go through his room, he should have locked the door. Or more accurately, he shouldn't have kidnapped me. His room is bigger than the one I've been given. There's a door to my left that I assume holds a washroom. Further in, there are large windows, with a glass door that opens out to a stone balcony. Soft light from the setting sun spills into the room, adding to the ambiance. The bed is a 4-poster like mine, only about twice the size. It's also covered in a large, soft-looking blanket. I walk over and feel the material. It's cozy and warm. The thought has me remembering that I shredded all my blankets to make my blanket rope. I chew on my lower lip, considering whether I'm ready to commit another theft. After the way Sin invaded my personal space today, I know he puts off a lot of body heat. There's no way he needs this blanket. I, on the other hand, will freeze to death tonight if I don't find new bedding. Deciding I'm not in the mood to die, I strip the blanket off the bed, bundling it up in my arms. I definitely don't smell it. That would be weird. I've always liked the smell of wood smoke, though. Men are making me crazy. The room is deathly quiet, making me paranoid that Sin will be back any minute and catch me in the act. While I think antagonizing him might help convince him to leave me somewhere else in the realm, I'd rather it wasn't a deadly place. So I hurry out of his room. Once back in the safety of my own room, I throw my new treasure onto my bed, impressed with my handiwork. I bet Sin won't even notice it's gone. Chapter 6. Rule 6. When sitting at the enemy's table, try not to moan. There are some things that transcend the boundaries of time and space. Unfortunately, I've just realized that morning people are one of those things. The sun is just starting to peek up over the horizon when I'm awakened by someone pounding at my door. The sound is insistent, and after a few minutes, I realize they aren't going away. Reluctantly, I roll out of bed and rub the sleep from my eyes as I make my way over to the door, if only to make whoever it is go away. Opening the door, I'm met with a pair of warm brown eyes that look far too excited to be awake. The man is beaming like it is Christmas morning. He's taller than me, with short, cropped, light blonde hair, and his face holds a day's growth of scruff. His frame is lean, but from the shorts and tight-fitting t-shirt he's wearing, I can see he's also very toned. Another attractive man in the shadow realm. Shocking.
Good morning, sunshine,
he exclaims, and his tone immediately reminds me of Sarah, making my heart pinch a little. Hi? I answer, trying to figure out who this person is. He looks familiar, and I'm certain I've seen him before.
I'm Damien. Sorry I haven't introduced myself yet, but I only just got back. I'm so happy we get to keep you,
he says, bouncing on his heels. No one is keeping me. I'm not a toy, I correct, narrowing my eyes at him. His answering smile is sheepish.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. Rosie said you don't want to go back to Leon, so, in my books, you're family now.
I take a step back, wary of his words. I haven't decided to join these people. I haven't even met Morgana. Learning whether the proclaimed Lady of the Shadows is evil seems like a fair prerequisite to becoming realm roomies. I haven't made any decisions yet, I correct.
No problem. That just means we need to do a good job of making you feel like you should stay. Which you should. Trust me. I work for the council. They suck.
Damien adds, still sporting his dazzling smile. That's when it clicks. I saw him back at the council's castle. He was one of the front guards when Leon and I visited. When I messed with the rude guard, Damien held the door for me and tried not to laugh at my joke. Damien must see the recognition on my face.
There she is. I knew I left an impression.
I clear my throat. Sure. So can I help you with something? Not to sound like I'm whining, but I'm still wearing the clothes I woke up in yesterday. I can't remember the last time I showered. I don't have a toothbrush, and I haven't had coffee. I'm not feeling too social.
Nope, I'm here to help you. We're going for a run.
I almost choke from trying not to laugh.
We are not. Sure we are, Red. You've just jumped out of the mortal realm. There are a lot more things that want to kill you now, so you need to start running.
Damien answers, like my possible death is as casual a topic as the weather. When I still don't budge, he gives me a once-over before grinning conspiratorially.
How about a bribe, then?
Before I get a chance to ask what exactly he plans on bribing me with, he reaches down to the side of my door to pick up a cloth bag. I crane my neck to see what's inside. I'm not above taking bribes, but for a morning run, whatever is in the bag will need to be better than a coffee and a muffin, even if the muffin is chocolate. Damien opens the bag, finally letting me see what he's offering. Inside are clothes and, more importantly, a pair of sneakers. I gasp, reaching for it, but Damien pulls it back.
Say you'll get dressed and come for a run.
I look longingly at the bag and then back at him. Okay, I'm in.
Yes! See you in 5 minutes, Red.
And with that, he runs down the hall, practically clicking his heels. The run turned out to be more helpful than I expected. Damien is enthusiastic about taking me around the castle grounds and is a great tour guide. After our first loop of the castle, I learned something of critical importance. There is no way off the castle grounds. You either go through the forest of the forgotten dead or scale the nearly vertical cliffs on the opposite side of the grounds, which Damien informs me drop down to a raging ocean. I'm guessing the landscape is a security feature, since Damien also mentioned that only people Morgana trusts can apparate into the castle grounds. Which begs the question, how did I get here? But I keep the question to myself. By the time we finally finish our run, I'm gasping for air. Okay, maybe Damien has a point. My cardio can use some work, especially now that the odds of running for my life have dramatically increased. We stop in a large sand arena just behind the castle. Damien starts to stretch, and I copy his moves. Grateful we're done. His bribe contained shoes, socks, a sports bra, a crop top, and fresh leggings. It feels weird to be walking out and about with so much skin exposed, but Damien hasn't said a word about my scars. Maybe the bandage is pulling attention away from them.
Running is the perfect way to start your mornings. I think it really sets you up to have a great day since you've already accomplished something.
Damien has been keeping a steady, upbeat chatter all morning. I think he and Dr. Parnard should become best friends. Maybe they can be pen pals. After a few minutes of stretching, Damien gives me a pat on the back that nearly knocks me over.
Great job, Red. Let's get some breakfast.
He throws me a devilish grin before beckoning me to follow him inside. What is happening right now? I am in the lair of the enemy, and I'm working out and getting breakfast with them? Weirder still, I think I might actually like the company of Magnus, Rosie, and Damien. They've been nothing but pleasant. Am I suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? I don't think so. I think if I were, I'd start to love my kidnapper. And I think Sin should spend an afternoon walking on Lego. But before my thoughts can start to spiral again at the grim reality that I've been kidnapped, Damien leads me into the dining room. Rosie and Magnus are already seated, so I take my spot next to Rosie, and Damien sits beside Magnus. The table is filled with an assortment of pastries and a pitcher full of what I really hope is coffee. "Hi, Vivian. Did you have a good run?" Rosie asks, as she reaches for the pitcher and pulls it closer. The smell reaches me, confirming that the dark liquid is coffee. Not all heroes wear capes. It was all right. I'm not a big runner, but Damien makes a good tour guide. I add the second part lest Damien think I'm not thankful for his help. He winks at me.
Good morning, my little enigma. I'm sorry to hear you aren't pleased about Damien's obsession with honing muscles, Magnus notes, lifting his cup of coffee at me in greeting. But before I can respond, Damien interjects. This has nothing to do with physical appearance. It's about survival. Red won't look nearly as delicious if she's dead.
He levels me with an apologetic smile.
I'm going to need to up your endurance and strength.
I slump in my seat. While I know Damien has a point, I get the sinking impression that he's going to make the morning wake-up calls a typical occurrence. Magnus notes my expression, which may or may not reflect that I'm pouting, before he chimes in.
Not to worry. We have something for you that is sure to make you moan.
Do I notice how sexually charged his comment is? Of course. But I also notice the covert glances he, Damien, and Rosie share. They're up to something. My cheeks heat, but I push back against my embarrassment. Sassing Connor helped me to deal with his incessant flirtation. So, instead of sinking into my chair, I take a sip of my coffee and let out a small moan. You're right. It did make me moan. Thanks. Rosie giggles, but Magnus and Damien are both looking at me like they're hungry. Considering we're sitting at a table full of food, I'm just going to go ahead and assume they want more pastries. Rosie chimes in before Magnus gets another opportunity to flirt with me. The surprise will have to wait until after breakfast. Then I'll change your bandage. Thank you, I say, feeling a bit awkward. I'm not used to being fussed over. Of course, Rosie replies. And if you want to have stuff to do today, we're each happy to have you tag along with us while we work. Oh, but doesn't Damien work at the council's castle? I ask, confused. I will not be joining him if that's the case.
Guards in the lower rankings have odd rotations. We work for 6 weeks and then are off for 2 weeks. So, no work for me other than getting my hands on that body of yours.
Damien answers, wagging his eyebrows at me. I know I'm blushing, and yet again I remind myself that I am fully capable of handling flirts. Thanks, but I can touch myself just fine. Magnus chokes on his coffee. Rosie and Damien are in stitches, laughing as Damien pounds Magnus on the back. I sit back and take a bite out of a chocolate eclair. Chocolate makes everything better. Once Magnus is no longer trying to inhale his caffeine, Damien embellishes.
What I mean is we're going to start going through some self-defense.
I purse my lips, considering his offer. I've always wanted to take self-defense classes, but before I can accept, Magnus interjects.
Or she may want to join me. I have more treasures to go through today, little enigma. Would you like to learn more of the magics of the realms?
Another tempting offer. I loved learning about the Fey realm yesterday, and learning about more magic can only help me. Rosie chirps beside me. Men are so silly when they get competitive. I'm going to be making medicines today and working in the garden. Feel free to stop by any time to visit any of us. She gives a pointed look to the men at the last bit. The conversation continues amiably, and from the teasing that goes on between the three of them, I can't help but feel comfortable, despite having only met the trio. It's mainly because their dynamic reminds me so much of Sarah, Connor, and Isaac. After breakfast, Rosie tags along with me to my room to change my bandage. I follow her into my bathroom, assuming she wants some water when I notice the changes. The mirror has been replaced. The shower now holds bottles and soaps. Towels are piled high on a shelf, and there is a toothbrush in a cup by the sink. I gape. Rosie beams at my surprise. I'm sorry we didn't get you these sooner. I realized last night that you will probably be needing some extra things. So, Magnus and I raided most of the supply closets in the castle to find you everything we could. I also left some extra pants for you and a couple of shirts. We can't leave the grounds just yet since Sin put us on a bit of a lockdown, but we wanted to make sure you're as comfortable as possible. I might cry. Scratch that. I shed a tear. Or 10. Rosie squeezes my hand gently, promising that she'll change my bandage after I've showered. Once I'm alone again, I waste no time stripping. I don't want to think about the grime coating my body. I haven't been able to bathe since I was showering in my apartment the day after I woke Leon. The thought has me trying to pinpoint where it all went wrong. Leon was the perfect gentleman when I first woke him. He was kind and considerate. But the moment I started talking about breaking our bond, it's like something in his head snapped, and the man I'd barely gotten to know was gone. After that, I became acquainted with his contempt, possessiveness, and rage. A chill spreads through me, and I turn the water temperature up higher to try and burn it away. But no amount of heat can stop the guilt that eats away at me. I was the problem. I was the one who didn't accept the bond, and it drove him crazy. If I had just trusted him, trusted in the fates, things might be different. Leon might not have snapped. My stomach starts to ache, and the dark thoughts only start to spiral faster. I've never done enough, never acted fast enough. Because of me, people get hurt. First Jackson, then Leon, and soon my friends back home, when they realize I'm missing. I've always been the problem. I feel like I might buckle under the weight of the haze that presses in on me, and I keep trying to shove the dark thoughts back into the boxes in my head where they belong. It isn't working. So, instead, I hurry through the rest of my shower. Not because the water doesn't feel heavenly, but because I need another distraction to pull me out of my head. I don't like it in here anymore. Chapter 7. Rule 7. Ensure the destroyer hates you at all times. It's been 3 days since I woke up in Morgana's castle, and contrary to my typical introvert tendencies, I've been doing my absolute best never to be alone. Usually, I would have books or television to disassociate from my dark thoughts, but no such luck here. So instead, I've become a shadow to Rosie, Magnus, and Damien. Luckily for me, the trio have welcomed my company at every opportunity. We've pretty well settled into a routine. In the mornings, Damien comes to get me for a run. We do a few laps before eating breakfast with the others. After breakfast, I help Magnus sort through his magical inventory. And by help, I mean listening to all his knowledge of the other realms and the different kinds of magic. We hang out until lunch, and then Rosie and I go to the garden to gather plants for her different medicinal potions. Later in the afternoon, Damien and I work on self-defense until we finally stop for a late dinner. I'm so exhausted from the constant socializing and exercising that I pass out the moment my head hits the pillow. It's been so busy that I haven't given much thought to escaping. I'm happier here than I expected. Besides, Rosie, Magnus, and Damien have been teaching me so much. It would be stupid to leave while being so unprepared. Not to mention, we haven't seen or heard from Morgana or Sin. According to Rosie, they can be gone for years at a time. So why should I bother leaving? I'm in good company. No one ever talks about Leon or asks me about my past. So long as those two topics are avoided, we have a grand time together. And if all of that wasn't already amazing enough, my necklace has never once heated around them. They're honest with me. Today, Damien and I are in the sand pit again as he tries to teach me how to get out of a chokehold. Try is the key word. I feel bad that he's stuck with such a piss-poor student. I've tripped over his feet at least 6 times in the last hour, and I'm not even supposed to be moving my legs.
Okay, Red. Again,
Damien demands. He's a tough instructor, but he's got the patience of a saint. Also, at my insistence, Damien never flirts during training. We've made a game of it. If he slips up and flirts, I don't need to run with him the following day. But if he keeps things fun and professional, I'm not allowed to whine during the morning runs. Needless to say, I haven't been sleeping in. I'm grateful, though. Our game has gone a long way in making me more comfortable, considering the suggestive positions we've been getting in. Damien stands behind me, and his hands lightly circle my neck, just enough to know he's there. I lift my arms and try to spin them in a windmill pattern like he's shown me over a dozen times. But instead of hitting his arms and dislodging his hands, I accidentally slap him across the cheek. Damien lets me go, laughing. I'm mortified. Sorry, I exclaim, hoping I didn't leave a mark. Damien only laughs harder.
All right, I think we need to back up a step. Clearly being out of eyesight is too advanced. Though I do applaud you for landing a bitch slap.
He pokes me in the ribs as he comes around to stand in front of me, and I squeal. Damien only smirks.
Keep your guard up, Red. This one will be easier. I'm going to choke you from the front, and all you need to do is become dead weight and let yourself drop to the ground.
I nod, relieved that this strategy requires less coordination. Seriously, There's a reason I don't play sports. Damien's hands wrap around my neck, tighter than before. The sensation automatically sends a cold sweat down my back, and my eyes widen. But Damien only nods to the ground, indicating that I should follow his instructions. Letting my knees give out, I gasp when, a moment later, I find myself breathing easily on the ground and out of Damien's grasp. "I did it!" I exclaim, jumping up. Damien grins and pats me on the back.
"See? There is a warrior in there. You—"
But his words are cut off by a ripple in the air. Sin apparates directly beside us. In typical Sin fashion, he looks livid. Damien at least looks happy to see him.
"Hey! We were wondering where you— What the fuck is going on here?"
Sin demands, interrupting. His hands are fisted at his sides, and I resist the urge to inch behind Damien. No prey behavior allowed. Damien keeps up his upbeat mood despite the mountain of a rain cloud standing next to us.
"I'm teaching Red self-defense. We don't want our mortal getting eaten."
He pauses to throw me a salacious grin.
"At least, not until she's begging for it,"
he adds with a wink. I shake my head at him. I'm definitely getting out of running tomorrow for that one. Sin stiffens and levels a glare at Damien.
"Leave."
Damien turns to me and gives me an apologetic look before shrugging.
"See you at dinner."
I watch him go, avoiding looking at Sin. That only seems to piss him off more. I can see him from the corner of my eye. His arms are crossed, and his jaw is working. When Damien is out of sight, I finally look at Sin and give him my best customer service fuck you smile. Seriously, the man disappears without a word for days after literally kidnapping me. And now, once again, he has the audacity to look angry with me, as if I'm the stick in the mud.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
He growls. His tattoos have a slight reddish glow, warning me that he is very upset. The sight has my adrenaline picking up, and I remind myself that Sin won't hurt me. Rosie, Magnus, and Damien have all vouched for him, swearing he and Morgana wouldn't dream of it. Unfortunately for Sin, that means his intimidation tactics are even less effective than they were when I first got here. Do you struggle with short-term memory loss? Damien just told you. He was teaching me self-defense. I manage to sound like I'm concerned for Sin's health. His eye twitches.
"Why?"
he asks, suspicion oozing off him in waves. I can't stop the incredulous look that crosses my face. Maybe Sin isn't very smart. Maybe the more power you hold, the more it corrodes your brain cells. It's a solid theory. Because I'd very much like to not die anytime soon. And I know that's going to be more difficult now that I'm away from my own realm. I answer honestly. Maybe I need to try to be nicer to Sin. If I'm not actively trying to escape, then we should learn to coexist. Sin sneers at me, ruining my temporary good intentions.
"And you think training with the boy will help you stay alive?"
I huff. It's a good start. And I just learned how to escape a chokehold. He's a great teacher. Sin's hand darts out so quickly that I never see it coming until it's wrapped around my neck. He doesn't hesitate to cut off my oxygen as he lifts me into the air, leaving me dangling by the throat. Immediately, I start to scratch at his arms as I thrash against him. He only tightens his grip, and I immediately still. Not because I'm afraid he will kill me, but because his grip around my neck is sending heat pulsing to areas that are absolutely unacceptable. Sin's eyes darken, and I'm mortified by the thought that he might know what his touch is doing to me. He cocks his head to the side as he considers me, before placing me back on the ground. He lets me take a single breath before cutting off my air again. I don't struggle. I don't dare move. Instead, I focus on trying not to feel the ache between my legs. Seriously? Kind, funny, and helpful Damien chokes me, and I panic. But when the toxic, dangerous man does it, I'm turned on? My kinks are the worst. I want a refund.
"Where are your self-defense lessons now, mortal?"
He hisses. I glare at him, already realizing that going boneless will do nothing to help me get away. In response, Sin yanks me closer so my chest is pressed against him. Luckily, Any embarrassing sound I was thinking of making is cut off by lack of oxygen. His eyes watch mine. There's a heat in them, but I think it might just be his rage.
I know what you are,
he whispers, and my pulse picks up. Has he found out about my ghost powers?
You're just another council whore, looking for someone strong to latch onto so you don't have to fend for yourself. I bet you were thrilled about being a keeper. All that influence, so easily manipulated. How long did it take, I wonder, before you spread your legs for Leon? An hour? A day? And now look at you, desperate to find someone else who will save you.
My eyes start to burn from unshed tears, infuriating me. But Sin only smirks and tightens his grip.
You're pathetic,
he whispers before finally releasing me. I crumple onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sin doesn't make a move to help me up.
Don't manipulate my family,
he orders before turning and walking away. I'm caught between shame and fury. I make a mental note to look into electroshock therapy. Maybe if I get zapped every time I get turned on from something unhealthy, I'll finally be normal. In the meanwhile, I need to stay as far away from Sin as possible. I don't even care that he thinks I'm a whore. I have no intention of correcting him. Let him think the worst of me. At least if he hates me, he'll keep being a dick. After the way my body responded to him choking me, I know I'm in trouble. I may never know why my brain decided that destroyers are my type, but regardless of the reason behind it, the attraction is there, and I refuse to breathe any life into it. I've sworn off men indefinitely. So long as Sin keeps being insufferable, I won't have any issues. Considering the man has the personality of an infectious rash, this should be easy. Chapter 8. Rule 8. Hit the books. Don't throw them. I sleep in the following day, only feeling a little guilty for not going running. Still, Damien never showed up at my door, so I assume he knows his comment broke our rule. By the time I make my way down to the dining room, it's vacant. The others are already off doing whatever tasks they've set aside for today. But rather than immediately going to find them, I pour myself a cup of coffee and decide it's time to do more exploring. I haven't seen much of the castle since I arrived. Now that Sin is back, I've lost hope that he'd stay away for at least a few months. I can't afford to bury my head in the sand longer than I already have. It's eerily quiet again as I turn down a new hallway. Floating lights like the ones in my bathroom float above ornate sconces, and their golden hues only illuminate when I approach. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but if Morgana's castle is so well guarded that only her most trusted friends are allowed in, then maybe she has information stashed away. Information I am desperate for. My thoughts immediately flash to a silly cartoon where the evil villain has schematics drawn out of their plans to take over the world. While I don't think it will be quite that easy, maybe Morgana will have an office. Offices can have important documents. I pause to open every door, keeping my steps casual, even as my heart races. My rule-breaking anxiety makes me want to weep at my new, reckless lifestyle. But if I want answers, then I need to get clever. I come across another storeroom, a kitchen that looks completely unused, and a large hall that may be a ballroom. I'm starting to think that maybe I'll have better luck on the second floor when I open another door and find a large sitting room. It looks a bit like the one next to the dining room, only instead of plush chairs in varying shades of gray, these couches are all a worn, tan leather. There are also 2 walls covered in floor-to-ceiling shelves that are bursting with books. While my heart jumps at the sight, my attention is drawn to the old wooden desk in front of the far wall to my right. Bingo. Closing the door as quietly as possible, I pad over to the desk, scanning everything on the surface. Everything looks neat, and I'm guessing whoever sits here is meticulous in keeping organized. While that description sounds like something that might fit Sin, The desk chair definitely would not. This must be Morgana's. There are a few folded pieces of paper, a quill, some ink, and an orb that has a black swirling smoke dancing within it. I don't hesitate to open the first document. The paper is heavy, like thick cardstock, and the writing inside is in a neat script. Still, I'm disappointed to find it's some kind of ledger with numbers and locations that are utterly meaningless to me. The second document is more promising. It's a letter, and it hasn't been opened from the undisturbed wax seal. I swallow, steeling myself since I know what I'm about to do will cross a line. I open it. It's dated the day I woke up here. To Nightingale. The other world felt as though it shuddered today. While I cannot account for events that transpired outside of my immediate posting, I can attest that the destroyer's glow was bright enough to be seen even from my position across the city. The council doors have closed, and the courtiers dismissed. Even some council members have taken to their home realms. No one knows what is happening. Jester. I read the letter twice before carefully folding it and placing it back on the desk. While the writer used code names, it's easy enough to figure out who they are. Morgana must be Nightingale, and if I had to guess, Damien is the Jester. He was still on rotation as a guard the day I was kidnapped, so he would have seen Leon's reaction. If Morgana didn't open the letter, does she even know I'm here? Shaking my head at how ludicrous this entire situation is, I move to the other side of the desk and try to pull open the drawers. They won't budge, even though I can't see any sign of a keyhole. I chew on my inner cheek, wondering if I should try and pry one open when the air behind me moves. I spin, finding Sin leaning against the wall behind me, arms crossed and staring at me disapprovingly.
I see you haven't given up on finding creative ways to get yourself killed,
he says in lieu of a greeting. My spine stiffens. Why? Are you having another mood swing? Have you decided to kill me after all? The memory of him manhandling me yesterday is all too close to the surface. There will be no making peace with Sin. He rolls his eyes before stepping closer to me and picking up the shadowy orb from the desk.
The desk is protected. The orb will shatter if anyone unauthorized tries to open one of the drawers. The darkness will be unleashed and will fill their lungs, suffocating them.
The small shadows in the orb dance as if they're sentient, and I swallow. Something you devised, I'm sure? Death traps sound like something a destroyer would be proficient in. Sin bares his teeth at me before answering.
I don't have the pleasure of taking credit for this. It came from a friend.
I scoff at his mention that he has friends. From what I've seen, while the others seem to respect Sin, they aren't close. I suppose having the sense of humor of an asp will do that for you. Sin replaces the orb before taking a seat on one of the leather chairs. Chewing on my bottom lip, I consider whether I should leave the room. Sin has no proof that I was going to go through Morgana's desk, and if I leave now, that might only make him more suspicious. Instead, I pace to one of the bookshelves and scan the titles. Most appear to be old historical accounts, and I pull one off the shelf, thoroughly intrigued.
You make a terrible spy,
Sin drawls, sounding bored. He's spinning a dagger between his fingers, and I immediately look away, reminding myself he isn't going to kill me. I'm not a spy, I answer, not bothering to add any venom to the statement, as I take my book to the couch the furthest away from Sin. He's welcome to think I'm a whore, but a spy is just ludicrous. Sin tisks.
Spoken like a truly terrible spy. Of course, that's exactly what they want. They want you desperate, meek.
I grit my teeth, staring at the book but not seeing the words. I contemplate throwing it at his head instead. As if sensing he's struck a nerve, Sin continues.
It's so easy to spot a council whore. It's always the pretty ones. The ones who are utterly useless, except for what you can offer between your legs. And offer it you do, for any scrap of power or information.
Sin lounges in the chair, his posture completely at odds with the abhorrence in his words. I have spent my life swallowing my anger and avoiding conflict, but I'm already neck-deep in conflict, and it's not even from my own realm. I don't bother biting my tongue. Are you for real with all of this? I ask, incredulous. You kidnapped me. I am not a spy. I'm trying to figure out why the hell I've been indeterminately detained by a glow stick with anger issues. So, unless you're ready to use your big boy words and tell me why I'm here, go fuck yourself. Sin crosses his arms and eyes me up and down before answering.
Why would I bother fucking myself when I'm staring at an eager little whore?
I throw the book at him. Hitting him would have been all too satisfying, but of course, Sin catches it easily, grinning maliciously.
You're playing a dangerous game, mortal.
I give him the finger. I already knew there would be no reasoning with this man, and now I'm annoyed with myself for even trying. Sin stands, dropping the book on my lap.
Bat those eyelashes at the others all you want, but no one is going to share classified information with you,
he says, before apparating out of the room. I sit there, fuming for longer than I'd like. Sin is an asshole and a bully, but I have years of experience dealing with bullies. I shouldn't have engaged. I know better. I make a mental note to ignore Sin at all possible costs the next time I see him, before turning my attention back to the book. A historically accurate description of the realms and their people is an old leather-bound tome. It's so cracked along the spine that it's difficult to read the title. It was the ancient appearance that caught my attention. I've already been to 3 realms, and Magnus told me a bit about the Fey realm. How many more can there be? The preface answers my question. Long ago, the universe was divided into 7 distinct realms. The Fey realm was made for creatures with an affinity for the natural world. The Beast realm was made for those with a feral nature who craved wildness and blood. The Angelic realm was created for the ones who lived and ruled by light. The Shadow realm for the broken, twisted souls that were too dangerous to carry on. The Mortal realm for the pitifully weak mortals. And the Otherworld realm for the powerful creatures who fit in no boxes. While it is unclear why the Underworld realm was created, one can presume it was for creatures of darkness. All the realms were made separate, and they were unified by a ruling body composed of representatives from each space. These elected officiants were made into the first council, and within them was one elected to rule. While there are detailed historical records to support the founding of each realm, there are less reputable documents that whisper of an 8th. However, upon rigorous further research, this historian has concluded that the 8th realm is nothing but legend and will not dive into the world of myths. I leave such accountings to writers of fiction. The book pulls me in, and I spend the remainder of the afternoon getting lost in the pages, reading fantastical accounts that now make up my reality. I forget to eat, and at some point, a plate appears on a table next to me, heaping with sliced fruit, vegetables, crusty bread, and cheese. I have no idea how it got there, but I snack away, thankful. Hours later, I look over only to notice a steaming cup of tea on the side table. Now, strongly suspicious that the house is somehow enchanted, I whisper a quick, "Thank you," to the silent, empty room. An enchanted house would explain the unused kitchen and the laundry that magically appears clean and folded in my room. I like that explanation better than the alternative that someone is sneaking up on me. By the time dinner approaches, my body unconsciously tenses, knowing I might run into Sin again. But seeing as he never joined us for dinner last night, maybe I'll be lucky again. A girl can dream. Chapter 9. Rule 9. Do not trauma dump on your enemies. To my relief, Sin isn't at dinner. It's just me, Rosie, Magnus, and Damien. So naturally, we are having a great time. Tonight, Magnus and Damien are getting into it, and I can't help but laugh at their antics.
The black market is a dangerous place. You never know when there's a new plan to overthrow realms. My intelligence gathering is critical to ensuring we know where loyalties lie,
Magnus says. He's arguing with Damien, but he winks at me. Damien scoffs.
Yeah, sure. Gathering intel from a bunch of thieves is fun and all, but I'm on the front lines, spying on the council itself. It's very risky business. Real hero work,
he adds, wagging his eyebrows at me. It's nothing new. They both always manage to make our meals at least a bit flirtatious. It's entertaining, and while I think they're both very good-looking, I don't feel the urge to rip off their clothes. I'm both relieved and frustrated at that thought. Relieved because, clearly, I'm only into walking cesspools of toxicity, so it's nice to know that Magnus and Damien are good people. But I'm also annoyed with my body. If I'm going to stay in this realm forever, maybe I would like to try sex again. But if the only men I'm attracted to are horrible, then I'm going to be staying reluctantly celibate. Sad. I rub my chest, shoving the frustration back down. At least Sin isn't here to act as a living beacon of my atrocious taste in men. But wouldn't you know, it turns out that when you think of the devil, sometimes he actually appears. A voice calls out behind me, and I don't bother to turn around to see who it is.
You do realize you're spilling secrets to a council agent,
Sin says in lieu of a greeting. His eyes are narrowed at me when he makes his way to the head of the table, which is inconveniently right beside me. I give him my sweetest smile before pointedly turning away from him and focusing on the pleasant people at the table. I'm starting to think my prisoner energy is badass.
Aw, Sin, don't be like that. Red probably doesn't even know the council is evil. You don't want to work for bad people, do you?
Damien asks as he gives me an expectant look. He's right. I don't have any intention of working for the council. But if Morgana turns out to be an even greater danger to my realm, then I might need to make some difficult choices. I chew on my lip, trying to figure out how to answer honestly and not make everyone at the table hate me. I don't have much of an agenda other than making sure my realm isn't blown up. Magnus leans forward, drawing my attention.
She won't tell on me. Will you, darling? Wouldn't you agree my head looks much better attached to my body? You can't trust a word that comes out of her mouth. She's nothing but a warm hole for Leon to use and another mind for the council to control,
Sin retorts. My cheeks flush, and I remind myself that if I engage, I've already lost. He isn't worth it. I'm thinking it might be easier to just leave the table when Rosie defends me. You know that's not true, Sin. I'm a keeper, and I don't bow to the council. I whirl on her, shocked. You're a keeper too? How have I been hanging out with this woman for days and am only just learning this now? I have terrible people skills. It's not like I up and asked her, so what supernatural agreements have you gotten into? Now that I think about it, we didn't discuss much of our personal lives at all. It was easier that way. It ensured no one brought up my own issues. I need to work on myself. Of course, I've known this for years, but that doesn't make it any less true. I sure am, Rosie answers brightly. I'm Irina's keeper. She's the third destroyer. I almost fall off my chair. There are 2 destroyers here? That's it. I've already had to deal with enough all-powerful dark creatures for a lifetime. I know my limit, and I'm playing within it. Rosie's head hangs down as she answers, I wish. The council has Irina locked away. She's fully warded, locked deep within their castle. Well, now I feel like a jerk. Rosie's voice sounds small, and it's easy to see she's really torn up about being unable to get to Irina. Rosie continues. The council has always put Irina back to sleep when she wasn't on missions, and I would have to wait for them to decide when she was needed again. But then they decided Irina needed a new keeper. They wanted someone more deeply committed to the council. I frown. But I thought the only way to stop being a keeper is in death. Rosie smiles faintly. It is. If it wasn't for Morgana, I'd be done for. But she got me out of the other world on time. I'm safe here, but it means I can't get to Irina. Things are starting to make sense now. Why Rosie speaks so highly of Morgana, and why she's sure I'll get asylum here. I'm so sorry. Thanks, Rosie says, giving me a small smile. I feel it then, a small hint of warmth in my chest. Rosie is my friend. It doesn't matter how I ended up here. I trust her. Magnus and Damien start exchanging funny stories of how they ended up working as spies. I reach over to put some food on my plate, but am shocked to see it's already heaping with servings. I blink at my plate, confused. Sin is quiet beside me, his focus on the others, and I've been looking Rosie's way since Sin insulted me. An enchanted castle it is, then. Not letting myself think more on the subject, I dig into my dinner, savoring the buttery mashed potatoes. Damien recounts a story involving a horse, 2 naked guards, and a harrowing escape from a dragon. When he's finished, I turn back to Rosie. I've been avoiding talking about my connection to Leon, but I have a real chance to learn more about the Keeper-Destroyer bond. Given I know almost nothing about them, I think it would be wise not to squander this opportunity. Rosie, do you mind if I ask you some questions about being a keeper? I ask, hoping the topic isn't painful for her. Oh gosh, not at all, she answers. It's such a rare gift, and I love having the chance to meet other keepers. She looks so earnest as she says it, and I can't help but feel ashamed that I'm not feeling the same gratitude. So you and Irina, what form did your bond take? I ask, testing the waters. Rosie smiles wistfully. Irina and I have a lover's bond. It's very special. Not that the friendship bond isn't special too. I'm sorry, Sin. I just mean, gaining your soulmate in a romantic sense is an incredible feeling. I hum, once again getting the sinking feeling that I'm the problem. How do you cope with the whole blind obedience thing when Irina is awake? I ask, figuring I may as well learn how Rosie deals. Rosie looks confused by the question, so I embellish a bit. Leon insists that I follow all his orders without hesitation, that it's my duty as his keeper to do as he says. At that, Rosie snorts, looking at me incredulously. Sin's expression gives nothing away, but Magnus has less control and starts laughing. Damien is biting his lips to keep from doing the same, but saves me from further confusion.
Red, keep a close eye when Morgana gets back to see who actually calls the shots around here.
Rosie explains further. The entire point of a keeper is to act as a moral compass. Otherwise, the all-powerful creatures could do whatever they wanted. It's our job to call the shots, not theirs. My shoulders drop a bit at her explanation, and I suddenly feel a lot less horrible about my decision not to release Leon. Magnus chimes in when he finally has his laughing under control.
I wonder if the Destroyer is overcompensating again when he doesn't get his way.
I frown. What do you mean? Magnus sobers.
I'm willing to bet a small fortune that Leon has not returned your memories from your previous life, or told you the full truth about the night you died.
I'm momentarily taken aback by the fact that Magnus seems to know about my previous life, but then I assume it's common knowledge, since Morgana used to be part of the council. I asked him to, but Leon said removing the block from my previous life's memories would drive my mortal mind to insanity. It still seems like a valid reason not to risk it. Sin, who has been quiet until now, eyes me like he's trying to figure me out.
Are you so weak-minded that a few memories would drive you to insanity? Mortals are getting weaker.
He sounds disgusted. I ignore him. Rosie saves us from getting into a fight at the table. I know you've been avoiding the topic, and I want to respect that, but I can't help but notice that you don't seem impressed with the destroyer you're looking after. She's still smiling at me tentatively, so I answer her, once again trying to be careful of how I choose my words. At the moment, I'm not very pleased, but I'm relieved to be away from the pain and the brain fog so I can finally work through it. Rosie frowns. What fog and pain? I pause. Oh, you know, the fog and blinding pain at the start, before you accept the bond? Or maybe you accepted it right away? I'm feeling stupid now. Way to let everyone know that I'm stubborn and an idiot. Rosie places a hand on my shoulder, looking concerned. Vivian, I didn't accept Irina as my fated mate right away. There was some getting to know each other, but I never felt any pain or had any fog. That's not normal for keeper bonds. Is it, Sin? Sin is frowning down at me, as per usual.
No, there's no pain in a keeper-destroyer bond. It should just be an underlying pull towards the other.
Rosie nods before turning back to me. Can you describe your bond a bit better, if you don't mind? Something isn't adding up. We only want to help. My necklace remains cool, and I know she's telling the truth. As much as the subject makes me want to drown in my shame, I answer. The bond draws me to Leon. It makes me want to be very, very close to him. But it causes me a lot of physical pain if I'm too far from him or if I feel upset with him. And, well, if I fight the pull to be, intimate. The fog comes if I think a little too negatively about the council. Leon says he's unaffected because he wholly accepts our bond. The only reason I'm in pain is because I keep fighting it. Magnus reads between the lines and doesn't let me gloss over the sexual aspect of the bond.
So, it makes you want to fuck him. Otherwise, you become debilitated by pain.
I want the ground to open up and swallow me whole. I stare at the table, not having the courage to look any of them in the eye after the embarrassing things I've just admitted to. I'm sure it's normal enough. I think maybe it's because I'm broken, I add in a whisper. If you can't spill your darkest fears in front of your enemies, then where should you be spilling them? No one says a word. The sound of Sin's chair is jolting as he shoves away from the table. I look up at him, surprised. His tattoos are glowing red again, and he looks livid as he storms off without a word. I turn to the others, confused. Rosie looks horrified, and Magnus and Damien look seriously disturbed. Way to go, Vivian, making things awkward for everyone with your trauma dumping. Rosie swallows and takes a shaky breath before correcting me. The bond between Irina and I has never caused us pain, Vivian. It just made us a bit more invested in each other's well-being. That you are experiencing brain fog, pain, and a very strong desire to, well, let's not mince words, fuck Leon's brains out. That's not a keeper bond. It sounds... She swallows thickly and looks afraid. She takes a deep, shuddering breath before continuing. I don't think you have a natural keeper bond. It sounds like your bond has been tampered with to be much more sinister. I think someone is trying to force you into being with Leon, and whoever it is that did the tampering, they have tried very hard to make sure you don't realize it. Chapter 10. Rule 10. Do not get turned on at the thought of being his sex slave. I think I'm going to throw up. I excuse myself from the table, and mercifully, no one tries to stop me. My head is spinning, and I don't know how to stop it. The castle walls feel like they're starting to close in on me. I can't breathe again. This panic attack is coming on with a vengeance. I don't think I'm going to make it to my room. The large double doors that lead outside the castle are a few steps away. Numbly, I push one open and walk out into the brisk night air. The grass is cool beneath my feet, and I start walking into the night. I have no direction in mind other than, don't go towards the murder forest. The breeze pushes my hair from my face, and I use the wind to try and force more air into my lungs. Breathe, Vivian. Just fucking breathe. It's not that hard. And quite frankly, it's really shitty of my body to decide that breathing is not for me when I'm feeling overwhelmed. It's right up there with fear paralysis in terms of lousy responses to danger. I follow the stone path that leads around the side of the castle. There's a rock wall parallel to it, and my fingers trail along the smooth stonework. The sensation helps to ground me. The path splits into two directions up ahead. One leads to a stairway leading up to a balcony on the second floor, whereas the other leads to Rosie's garden. Small twinkle lights flicker between plants, giving the garden a magical ambiance. I take a hard left, steering well away from the greenery. Even though I've helped Rosie with her plants a few times now, gardens still remind me of the maze at the council's castle. Mazes remind me of Leon and what we did in there. My stomach cramps. Every intimate moment with Leon. Was it all just the product of a corrupted bond? Did he know? How could he not if he'd already had other keepers before me? Leon's words haunt me. I never had a choice. The depressive haze starts to press around me as I make my way up the steps. I focus on shoving that train of thought deep down with the other emotions I'm not dealing with, but the box feels more fragile than it used to be, like I'm repressing too much, and it's starting to burst at the seams. That thought is terrifying. The steps curve around the castle wall and open to a large semicircle stone balcony. It looks over the sand arena where Damien and I have been training. There are open doors with translucent white curtains billowing in the small breeze. I can't make out many details, despite the dim lamps floating along the walls. The place has a shadowy but cozy atmosphere. I love it. This is the Shadow Realm vibe I expected to find here, and the part of me that swoons at cozy things is completely here for it. It's almost perfect, save for the large, imposing, warrior-looking man leaning on the balcony, staring out into the darkness. I suppose I could pretend Sin is a gargoyle. That would fit the aesthetic. And honestly, I think Sin would make the perfect gargoyle. I debate whether I should turn around and hope he doesn't notice me when Sin calls out, "Were you going to stare at me all night?" He sounds annoyed. Maybe I'm intruding on his me time. With that thought, I make my way over to stand beside him. Kidnappers don't get me time. They get annoyed by their prisoners. "So," I start, "you left the table in a hurry?" "It was better that way," he answers. I pause, waiting to see if he'll continue. Of course, he doesn't. I chew on my lower lip as I consider how far I'm willing to push this man. For the first time, there's no malice in how he speaks to me. He sounds tired. I decide to risk my neck. "Why is it better that way?" I press. Sin stands silently, not acknowledging my question, but his body has gone rigid like he's very uncomfortable with my asking. I try to lighten the mood in hopes it will get him talking. Maybe Sin is finally ready to be pleasant. "I just talked about being controlled by a corrupted sex bond in front of a table full of near strangers that may or may not be my enemy," I note, keeping my eyes on the darkness beyond. "Not that you owe me anything, but it would be pretty great if you didn't shut me out. It's just fueling my inner monologue that you're biding your time so you can torture and kill me slowly." Sin lets out a blistering sigh, and I'm sure all I've succeeded in is annoying him. "I have no plans to kill you, mortal," he answers. "Torture?" "Only if you really annoy me. he answers gruffly. I grin. I'm 96% sure Sin just cracked a joke. Hell must have frozen over. What about mind-controlling me into betraying Leon and the council and turning me into your own personal slave? I ask, holding my breath for his answer. This question is one I've been internally freaking out over. Sin is known as a puppet master, so how do I know I'm using my own free will while I'm here? Goosebumps erupt on my arms. Sin's hands tighten against the railing before he turns to me. I face him and clutch my hands in front of me, hoping he can't see them shaking. Our eyes meet, and I swallow. I could, Sin answers darkly. If there's a part of you that thinks you might like that idea, I can amplify that desire until it's all you think about. He steps forward as he continues, his head cocking to one side and his eyes roaming over me. Any hint of a dark desire you've ever had, any intrusive thought, I can exploit. If there's a part of you that wants to be on your knees for me, I can make you do it. He's so close that I'm enveloped by his heat, and my cheeks burn at his mention of my being on my knees. Sin takes in my flustered expression. His gaze grows heated before hardening again and turning to disgust. Don't flatter yourself. Your entire purpose in life is to act as a whore for the council. That's the destiny written out for you. I wouldn't touch you, even if my life depended on it. His words have the effect of drenching me with a cold bucket of water. My necklace warms, but there's no telling which statement it was reacting to. I step away from him. Sin is not a good man. So how can I know you won't just puppet me any way you see fit? Sin crosses his arms and leans against the balcony. You don't. I bite my inner cheek to stop the sliver of rage that slips through my boxes. How is that supposed to help me sleep at night? Sin sighs again, reminding me that I'm annoying him. It isn't. You're in a castle full of powerful creatures. We all have the power to hurt you in one way or another, just like we have the power to hurt each other. We sleep because we know where our loyalties lie. We know our allies. We don't need to control each other to do that. I mull over his words, feeling worse than I did when I came up here. Not because of what Sin is saying, but because of what he doesn't need to say. I'm the opposite of everything he's described. I have no loyalties or allies, and I'm outright controlling Leon by refusing to release him. The guilt gnaws at me. Do you think I'm wrong by keeping Leon in his collar? It's a stupid question to ask someone who was collared and enslaved by the council, but I need to know. Am I the villain in my own story? Sin cracks a knuckle, and his expression darkens. In all the time I was enslaved by the council, I never wanted to do the work they asked of me. I engineered the fall of civilizations by whispering treasonous or greedy thoughts into the minds of others, but I never willingly hurt innocents. Leon, he's not like that. He pauses before muttering, I don't think you made a bad choice. I frown, remembering Magnus joking about Leon at dinner. What did Magnus mean about Leon overcompensating when he doesn't get his way? And what does that have to do with my memories? I ask. Sin hedges my question. Do you have any knowledge, any at all, about your history with Leon? I nod. Leon said we were lovers and that when he saw me die, his collar fell off and he killed the invaders that were taking over Atlantis. Sin eyes me warily, like he's unsure whether he should say anything more. What am I missing? I ask. I feel like this is a crucial piece of the puzzle that I need to try and piece together what is happening between me and Leon. Leon didn't just kill the invaders. He sank the entire civilization and the surrounding nations into the sea. He drowned the entire coastline. For the second time tonight, I want to throw up. The blood drains from my face at Sin's words. Leon murdered thousands, willingly, when he saw me die. An involuntary shudder racks through me as a thought enters my mind. What will Leon do to get me back now? Despair digs its claws into me again, and I know another panic attack is on the horizon if I don't get myself under control. Sin eyes me warily like he's expecting me to fall apart. I refuse to give him the satisfaction. Focus on what you can control, Vivian. It might not be the most profound technique for calming down, but I'm working with what I've got, and I've still got my head. Leon is a problem. I can solve problems, and not in an I can fix him, he's just damaged kind of way. Sin and I stand in silence after his reveal of Leon's atrocity. Neither of us is feeling chatty. I'm annoyed. It feels like everyone around me always knows so much more about my circumstances than I do, and I don't think I can effectively outwit them if I don't have all the information. How do you outsmart people who have been alive for thousands of years when you've only been around for less than 3 decades? I pause at that thought, mulling it over, remembering Sin's words at the dinner table. There might be a way to gain at least a bit more insight. Are there many ways someone can go about getting their memories back from a previous life? I ask, trying to sound only vaguely interested. Sin shrugs. It's not brain surgery. You would need someone to open a gate in your mind, the one that holds the memories locked in your soul. I hum. Are there many people who can do that? Sin turns to me, arching an eyebrow. He still manages to look irritated while he does it. If you want your memories restored, I can do it, mortal. My pulse picks up at the thought of him going anywhere near me with his destroyer powers. If Sin goes digging around in my head, he might see the secrets I'm keeping. It's a big risk. I've gathered that. I'm asking if there's someone else here who can do it. I clarify. Sin bares his teeth. Don't want me in your head, mortal. Not particularly, I answer honestly. If I wanted to go digging around in your memories, I could do it any time without you ever realizing it. My stomach drops. Why don't you? He arches an eyebrow. What makes you think I haven't? I shake my head softly. You haven't. If Sin knew I freed 2 creatures from his realm, or if he knew I blasted Leon into a wall, I shudder to think how quickly my existence would be terminated. But he's back to looking suspicious, so I bluff. The way you reacted tonight when you learned about the corrupted bond. If you'd been digging in my head, you'd already have known. Sin's jaw works like he's deciding whether to believe me until he finally turns away again. It's a last resort. I know all too well what it's like to have your free will ripped away. Unless I think you're a serious threat, your thoughts are your own. He grumbles his answer like he's loath to admit such an honorable thing. I get it. It really reflects poorly on his villain cred. Still, it's enough to ease my fear of him being in my head, until another thought has me snapping up ramrod straight. Would I still be me, or would I become her? Cassandra. Oh God, what if I lose myself and become content to serve as Leon's obedient keeper? What if I let him blow up my realm? Sin shrugs. Your own consciousness is tied to this body. It's very unlikely that you'll lose yourself. But you'd have Cassandra's memories within reach, just like your own. I swallow. Unlikely isn't a guarantee. I don't consider myself a big gambler. The rural Atlantic coast didn't have anything in the way of casinos, and I was way too frugal to buy scratch tickets. Sin pushes off the balcony. It isn't. The choice is yours. But I wait for a breath for him to continue. He doesn't. But what? He appraises me like he's trying to decide if I'm worth the effort of embellishing. Cassandra was a warrior. As you are now, your only value is in the bond between you and Leon. You're weak
and dependent on whoever can offer you protection. Like this, you'll never know freedom. You don't have years to train. But with her memories, you might not need them. You might become something more than the destiny the Council chose for you.
Sin's words are blunt, but I can't deny there's truth to them. My hands shake, and I tuck them under my arms, hugging myself. I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be afraid anymore. Okay, I answer. Let's do this. Sin nods.
Your room. You'll probably black out.
He notes as he heads back to the castle. I follow him, trying not to think too hard about what I'm about to do. This is just another adrenaline-inducing activity. It's totally fine. My hands have always felt this clammy. Sin leads us upstairs to our shared hallway and opens my door. But instead of heading in right away, he stills, his expression darkening. The look is gone almost instantly, though, and we head inside. I frown at his micro-evil villain expression, but shrug it off. The guy seems to have a lot of people issues. And really, I'm not going to judge because, same. Sin pauses next to my bed, his gaze locked on something. It takes me a second to realize what he's staring at. The blanket. His blanket. That I borrowed. Stole. So how should we do this? I ask, trying to distract him from my mad thieving skills. I'm about to let the guy I robbed mess around with my head. This is a new level of stupid, even for me. Am I going to let that realization stop me? Of course not.
Lay down on the bed,
Sin orders. Do not blush, do not blush, do not blush. I repeat the mantra as I skirt around him and lay on my back. Sin looks like an angry god looming over me. So what now? I ask, in a way that I really hope conveys no sexual innuendo. I didn't think my smut addiction would ever come back to bite me in the ass. But now that I'm having many more close encounters with dark, brooding men, everything has become an opportunity to think about sex. I have no regrets. Sin pulls the chair next to the bed and sits so he's next to the headboard. I prefer him sitting. He almost looks relaxed this way, if I scrunch my eyes just right. He leans forward, and his face is only inches from mine. The smell of wood smoke is almost overpowering now, with him and his blanket this close. I purse my lips, waiting for him to do something.
I'll start breaking the barrier down slowly, so that your memories don't flood your brain all at once. I'm going to put you to sleep to make it easier for your subconscious to process the information.
My heart rate picks up at the thought of being asleep with Sin here. But the panic ebbs when I remember that I was unconscious when he first brought me here, and he didn't try anything. Besides, the man is clearly disgusted with my existence. Sin leans in closer, his hands settling on either side of my head. His lips are so close to mine, it would take less than a flinch, and we'd be kissing. Don't think about it, Vivian. Sin's voice comes as a low growl.
And, mortal, the next time you enter my room, you'd better be prepared not to leave it again until I'm finished with you.
I only have a chance to gasp before his voice comes again.
Sleep.
And then, the darkness takes hold of me. Chapter 11. Rule 11. Repress, repress, repress. When I wake, I'm relieved to find there isn't another person in my head, trying to co-lease my body. Instead, it's still just my own depressed inner voice, reminding me that this wasn't all just a dream, and my life is still a dumpster fire. At this point, I think I am well beyond trying not to fall off the depression wagon. After learning about my corrupted bond with Leon, the wagon has exploded, and I'm in free fall. I hate to think of what will happen when I hit the ground. Being pulled into a new fantasy world has done terrible things for my mental health. I stretch, wincing at the full-body pain. Between daring escape attempts and training with Damien, my physical health isn't thriving either. As for emotional health, I'm not even going there. It's another bright and sunny day in the Shadow Realm, and I'm officially calling the realm's name out on false advertising. Even without Damien coming to collect me for our morning run, again, I didn't sleep in too late. The rays shine directly onto my pillow. Sweat coats my body, letting me know I had a fitful sleep. I feel gross. But at least Sin left my room at some point. I'll take that as a win. Hobbling out of bed, I beeline for the washroom. I will never take hot water for granted again. The water hits me, and I let out a moan of pure ecstasy before closing my eyes to relax under the spray. In theory, relaxing in the shower seems like a reasonable expectation. It would be great if my brain could let me have such luxuries. But of course, as soon as my eyes close, I get assaulted by flashbacks from Cassandra's life. I'm only a few summers old when a man visits the Moon Goddess Temple. He takes me away to join the Guardians, a secret religious organization. I don't want to go. He doesn't care. A bright flash and I'm older, running through a forest. My feet are bare and I'm covered in bruises. Men are chasing us. If we are caught, we are killed. They weed out the weak, so I must be strong. I haven't slept in 2 days. Another flash, and I'm a teenager. Older men writhe against me, using me, desensitizing me to sex so I can use my body to accomplish my missions. A final flash, and I'm standing in a grand hall with a handful of other young adults. We are the survivors. We are lethal weapons, broken and rebuilt to serve the gods. We are walking death. The old men in the crowd applaud us like they are proud of the monsters they've created. I gasp when I come out of the flashbacks and find myself crumpled up on the shower floor, heaving for air. My head is pounding, and I can already feel a lump starting just above my left ear. Silver lining, I did not die from falling in the shower. Wouldn't that just be a poetic death, though? Chased by an immortal ex-boyfriend with control issues and then killed by the violent return of his ex-girlfriend's memories. But the distraction of a head injury, I'm starting a collection, isn't long-lived enough for me to ignore what I just saw. My heart aches for Cassandra, for everything she survived. I guess neither of us had or is having a particularly easy life. Maybe there's a god that's angry with our soul. Maybe they are ensuring it's caught in an endless loop of suffering. I knew I wasn't their favorite. Pulling myself back up, I try to focus on getting clean. Getting hit by Cassandra's memories was jarring. I need to find a way to control them so that they aren't playing on loop in my head. Otherwise, the mental trauma merry-go-round is going to drive me to insanity. Resorting to Old Faithful, I shove her memories into the boxes in my head reserved for my own trauma. Cassandra's memories are going to fit in great. When I leave the washroom, I'm taken aback when I notice a pile of stuff on my bed. Someone was in here when I was showering. My door is still locked. Creepy. I'm going to tell myself it was Rosie. Lying to myself is a new hobby of mine. Warily, I pad over to the bed and examine the new additions. There are 2 small swords, a dagger, at least a dozen throwing knives, and a sheath that fits both swords in an X across my back. There's another sheath that looks like it might fit over my thigh. There are also some new clothes, fighting leathers, along with a pair of boots, tucked neatly under the bed. My fingers trace along the sharp edge of a blade, and I'm struck by the instant recognition. These all look like things Cassandra once wore while working missions for the Guardians. Short flashes pulse through my mind again, showing me how she worked as an assassin. I remain upright this time and count that as a win. I swallow down my unease at the thought that my soul was once a trained killer. This is a judgment-free zone. Cassandra might be dead, but the least I can do is not shame her for doing what she needed to survive. I figure the outfit is better than the leggings and tank tops I've been wearing for a few days, especially when there are psychopaths out there who like to go around harassing their kidnap victims. Getting dressed, I'm struck by the realization that I never once hesitated when adjusting the fighting gear. It's like my subconscious brain is tapping into Cassandra's memories. That is promising. I thought it would feel weird to be decked out in weapons, but instead, it's comforting. It feels good to be holding blades. For the first time in my life, I don't feel completely defenseless. That thought is enough to arm me with a new, fight the supernatural bad guys or die trying attitude. Am I sure who the bad guys are anymore? No. I'm still leaning towards the everyone is evil and please leave me in my realm alone school of thought. Except Leon isn't going to leave me alone. If Damien's letter is any indication, Leon was livid about losing me, and now I have an idea of what he's capable of when he's in that headspace. My stomach twists. I need to know more about my past relationship with Leon to learn if there is something I can use to change his mind. This time, I have the foresight to sit on my bed before I close my eyes and try to bring up Cassandra's memories of Leon. I'm not sure if this is like selecting a chapter from a table of contents or if I need to start digging, but before I can overthink this process to the absolute maximum, I'm hit with more memories. The Guardians must be stopped. I realized their true monstrous nature when I found a group of teachers trying to sexually assault a child. I knew it was a common occurrence, but I couldn't stand by. I murdered them and took the child. Her name is Ariana. We fled to my home temple in Atlantis, but I knew I couldn't stay hidden while other children suffered at their hands. It's been years since I turned against the organization, and I've been hunting guardians ever since. I save every child I find, bringing them here and promising revenge. It's been more difficult as of late to find the guardians' secret strongholds. I'm certain there is more information hidden away in the archives of the Sun God Temple. The temple is in Atlantis, but it's heavily guarded. I can't risk killing my way in, lest it's traced back to my own temple. Things only become more complicated when a man finds me outside a secret entrance to Atlantis. He has wavy blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He introduces himself as Leon and wants to know what I'm doing in his forest. I was just disposing of a guardian corpse. He's buried deep in the woods. But I don't tell him that. Instead, I excuse myself, saying I came here to pick flowers. Leon wants to know my name. I don't give it to him, and I hurry back to the Moon Goddess Temple. Leon becomes a problem. He doesn't give up on getting to know me. He starts walking with me every time I leave the temple. I play sweet priestess, but I can't afford to have someone watching me closely. I'm debating whether I'll need to kill him when he reveals he is a divine creature, a creator. He also tells me he lives at the Sun God Temple. I see my opportunity. I let Leon grow closer to me, pretending to be meek and non-threatening. And despite all efforts to the contrary, my heart softens towards him. But I'm too far gone with this disguise to give him the truth. Leon is a creature of light and creation. I am death and darkness. My soul is void. Leon lets me into the Sun God Temple, letting me peruse their archives without question. I find the locations of more potential guardian strongholds. I know I should kill Leon. He could lead the guardians right back to me. It's the smart thing to do. And yet, I can't. Instead, I let him touch me. In the shadowed recesses of the Sun God archives, I let him worship my body. I love him. It's only a few nights later that he breaks my heart. Atlantis is falling. Leon refuses to help us and wants me to abandon my sisters. I'm sickened by his cowardice. There's a secret passage off the temple mountain that only Ariana and I know of. I stay outside the temple doors, hoping to buy her enough time to get everyone out. There are boats hidden on the coast. I need them well away. My dying thought is that I hope I bought them enough time. Chapter 12. Rule 12. Do not stab your murderer at breakfast. I thought the relationship between Leon and I was messy, but it has nothing on what was between him and Cassandra. Leon is completely convinced that we shared a great love, when really, he never loved Cassandra. How could he when she never truly let him know her? Leon loved a lie. The thought hits me with an unwelcome pang of guilt. Leon loved someone who never existed for millennia. And here I am, running from him, hurting him even more. What does that make me? The question is enough to have me hustling out of my room in search of other people. My thoughts are dangerous. It's late morning, but Magnus and Sin are still having coffee at the table. Magnus eyes me appreciatively before whistling and asking, "Is it true, then? Is Sin spreading falsehoods? Or has the mighty warrior priestess, who hides amongst pacifists, returned?" I'm still feeling raw from Cassandra's memories and the dark thoughts that followed them. It isn't something I'm keen on discussing yet, so instead I give Magnus a slight nod before pouring myself a cup of coffee. It's still hot. I am at peace. Magnus wants to disturb my peace. "You know, despite your extensive training, I'm still impressed you were able to kill so many soldiers under Sin's command, the night Atlantis fell." My eyes snap to Sin, a coil of rage escaping the box of repressed emotions. You came for Atlantis. It isn't a question. It's an accusation. Cassandra's memories flash back to the surface. She loved Atlantis, cherished it, and she lost everything the night it fell. While her emotions might not be my own, they don't leave me unfeeling either. Instead, a flare of protectiveness sparks within me. Sin has the audacity to lean back and look bored. There isn't an ounce of remorse in his voice when he answers, "I did a lot of things when I was the Council's attack dog." Magnus must be on a mission to stir things up, because he chimes in, "Don't be so closed off, Sin." He turns back to me and adds, "It has always driven him mad that a single priestess was able to take out hundreds of his men." I glare at Sin, realizing he is likely responsible for killing me. My mind drifts to the kids at the Moon Goddess Temple, and my heart hurts. They've been dead for millennia, but I mourn them, hoping I bought them enough time to escape. Sin quirks an eyebrow at me. A strange urge has my hand itching to move to one of my blades. It's a surreal feeling. Something tells me that if I wanted to hurt this man, I might have a chance. And in my present emotional state, I'm less frightened of the consequences. What's the worst that will happen? He kills me? Been there, done that. It's a dangerous combination. The violence of Cassandra's memories, paired with the despair that keeps overtaking my thoughts. I fold my hands on my lap instead. Sin smirks like he knows what I was about to do. Jerk. Magnus keeps prodding. He leans forward on the table, resting his head on his fists. "So, little enigma, now that you have all your memories back,
Have you decided whether you'll be staying on with us in lieu of returning to your fated beau?"
I focus on my coffee and the buttered pastry that appeared on my plate at some point. "I haven't decided," I mutter as I dig into my breakfast. Magnus asks me the same question every morning, and every morning I give him the same answer. Usually, I say I'm undecided because I want to meet Morgana first, but today there's a new reason pulling me away. I've already spent one life deceiving Leon, and now I've kept secrets from him in this life as well. The guilt digs deeper, bringing back the broken voice in my head that reminds me that this is all my fault. Sin slams his cup down, and it startles me out of my spiral. I can feel his eyes boring into me, but I refuse to look at him. I'm still mad at him for attacking Atlantis, and for him probably killing me in a past life. If I'm going to hold a grudge, I 100% think those are valid reasons. Magnus refuses to let it go.
"Interesting. I was convinced you would lose your good opinion of Leon when you realized how temperamental he can truly be."
It's not that simple. I'm not innocent in this. And Leon, well, he deserves to know the truth. I owe him that much, I answer. Maybe if I can convince Leon of the truth, that he never even knew Cassandra, he'll see sense and let me go. Magnus opens his mouth to say something, but Sin cuts him off.
"Magnus, let it go. She's useless. She's too comfortable being a pampered princess and will go crawling back to her fated the first chance she gets. A nice, easy, violence-free life is what the warm hole needs."
I don't think. I react. I reach for a throwing knife, and the next moment it's lodged in Sin's chair, millimeters from his neck. My heart hammers in my chest as I realize what I've just done. Throwing a book is one thing, but a knife? I've just crossed a very big line. My eyes widen, and before I can think of something to say, Sin has the audacity to smile at me. Not a cruel smile, but a genuine one that is filled with dark promises. I gape at him. Magnus lets out a long whistle and notes,
"Well, it's good to have you here."
I don't dare take my eyes off Sin, expecting his tattoos to light up and for him to annihilate me for threatening him. But he looks calmer than I think I've ever seen him before. Maybe he's having a stroke? I open my mouth to apologize when he interrupts me.
"Don't. You've finally done something to defend yourself. Celebrate the victory, mortal."
I frown, trying to process his words. How can you be so calm? I could have killed you." The corner of Sin's mouth twitches like he might laugh.
"It will take far more than a blade to kill me."
He stands, handing the blade back to me. I take it, careful not to let our fingers touch. I'm still reeling over what I just did.
"Your memories will help you survive, but your body is weak and hasn't been conditioned to fighting. You need to train,"
Sin orders as he steps back. "Are you prone to memory loss in your old age? Because just 2 days ago, you crashed Damien's training session." "He's already on it," I answer dismissively, hoping to put a stop to whatever renewed interest he has in my life.
"Not today,"
Sin answers.
"Today, you're with me. Finish your food and meet me in the courtyard,"
he adds before leaving. I swear he sounded almost happy. What alternate universe have I landed in? The joyful feeling must be in the air because Magnus springs up, looking like he might start jumping up and down from excitement.
"I'm going to fetch Damien and Rosie. They won't want to miss this."
He practically squeals as he darts out of the room. And just like that, it's only me, my coffee, and a half-finished buttered pastry. I savor the peace having a strong feeling that this training session is going to suck. Chapter 13. Rule 13. Do not break the box holding the repressed trauma. I am so unbelievably screwed. There are a multitude of reasons as to why I shouldn't enter the fighting ring with Sin right now. First, we hate each other, so letting Sin be in a position where he can hurt me seems like an unhealthy choice. Second, I threw a knife at him this morning, and he smiled at me, which just seems really unhinged of him. Third, my traitorous vagina finds this man attractive, and given the state I've just found Sin in, I don't think physical contact is a good idea. He's waiting for me in the center of the sand area, with his arms crossed over his bare chest. I don't stare at his defined abs or the other muscles that are just everywhere. His hair is tied behind his head, and he's in black fighting pants similar to the ones I'm wearing. I'm considering whether I can tactfully ask him to put a shirt on when I'm distracted by cheers and shouts. "Woohoo! Go, Vivian!" Rosie shouts. "Humble the big bad destroyer," Magnus joins in. All three of my pleasant Shadow Realm companions are leaning on the balcony railing above us. I guess we have an audience. My cheeks heat. I have no idea what I'm doing. The embarrassment that is about to go down will be monumental. Damien only winks before calling out, "We've all placed bets on who will come out of this on top. Don't get me wrong. I love the getup." He pauses to indicate at my outfit. "But my money is on the big guy." I smile back weakly. "I think you've made a good call." He's trained with me before. He knows precisely how pathetic I am. Magnus's hand flies to his chest like I've just gravely wounded him. "Darling, I have 20 gold pieces on you. Do not speak in such a way, my beautiful, deadly creature." Sin's voice rings out sharp and angry. "Enough, mortal. I don't have all day. Get in the ring." My attention flies back to Sin. He doesn't have any weapons on, so I pause at the edge of the ring to take off my own. "Keep your weapons, mortal. You're going to need them." Again, more dark promises linger in his tone. My brow furrows. "But you don't have any. I don't want to accidentally stab you. Sin cuts in. "You're more than welcome to stab me if you get the chance. I assure you, you'll cause no lasting damage." I swallow thickly. "Okay, so what do we do to train?" Sin grins, showing his teeth. The effect is menacing. "Draw blood from me, mortal." I don't think that's a good idea." The awkwardness of this situation starts to sink in fully. Damien at least walked me through different moves and tried to teach me how to use them. As cool as it was to throw a blade at Sin over breakfast, my palms are starting to sweat at the thought of fighting him. I threw the blade on instinct. I'm not a fighter. Sin quirks an eyebrow. "Afraid, mortal?" His tone is mocking. My cheeks heat. "No. Yes, I'm definitely afraid. I'm probably going to accidentally stab myself. I just don't..." I pause, trying to find the right words. "I'm not a fighter," I finish lamely. "Is that right?" Sin asks, his voice low and deadly. I shiver at his tone. Whatever happens next is going to suck for me. "So, you prefer to remain an object for the council, useful only as a toy for Leon?" His words bite into me, and I flinch. But he's only getting started. Sin flicks his fingers at me, and less than a second later, a wave of energy crashes into me. I double over from the force of the impact, but there isn't any pain. Instead, I gasp as molten heat courses through me, lighting up every one of my nerve endings. My body starts to flush, and I fight the impulse to clench my thighs together. Even as the wave passes and I manage to stand upright again, I'm suddenly all too aware of the feeling of my clothes rubbing against my body. Sin is watching me, looking mildly annoyed. What did you just do? I ask, my voice coming out breathless.
Since you seem to be so at ease with other people controlling your desires, this should feel all too comfortable for you,
he answers, flicking his fingers at me again. Another wave of heat, and my nipples harden against my shirt. Even as I concentrate on trying to stop whatever is coursing through my body, I feel the warmth pulsing against my core. Lust. Sin is controlling my emotions, and he's hitting me with waves of lust. Stop it, I tell him, my own voice sounding small. Sin hits me with yet another wave in response, stronger than the last. Stop, please! My voice breaks as my body betrays me. The sensation is eerily similar to when the bond flared up and made me burn for Leon. Panic edges into my consciousness.
Why?
Sin asks petulantly.
Isn't this what you want? To be used as a council whore? How many times did you show reluctance to Leon, only to have magic twist you into having him inside of you?
Shame wells up, and my throat hurts from holding back tears. Mind your own fucking business! Instead, he hits me with another wave of lust, and my legs give out. I fall to my knees, trying to breathe through the heat. Every piece of me burns like I might combust if I'm not touched. It's happening again. I have no control. My choices are being taken away. Please, I whimper. Please stop. Sin shows no mercy and hits me again with the lust energy.
No one is coming to save you. In this world, your boundaries are useless if you can't enforce them.
My body burns with desire. It won't take much more before I break. Again. No more! I beg.
Not good enough, mortal. You want to crawl back to someone who used you, who embraces a bond that clearly violates your free will. I'm saving you the trouble.
Another hit of lust, and I collapse, moaning against the sand. Sin stands only a few feet away, towering over me.
Now be a good little whore and crawl to me,
he spits out. Trembles rack through my body, and sand sticks to my face where my tears fall freely. Every part of me wants to listen, to do what he asks if it will make the burning go away. My eyes close, and despair floods me as I feel my free will breaking yet again. He wants me to crawl. The thought comes as an echoing whisper from the angry voice I locked inside me so long ago. Memories flash before my eyes, of Cassandra crawling, broken and bloodied after her teachers had their way with her again. Of me crawling in a forest after my classmates tried to kill me. And then of me crawling out of Leon's castle after he tried to use my body to get what he wanted. My fists dig into the sand. They broke me. Every last one of them took what they wanted. They violated me for their own purposes. The box of repressed emotions in my head turns to dust, and my eyes open. I say nothing as I slowly pull myself up, ignoring the heat that pulses through me. My legs shake, but I barely feel them. The others on the balcony have been yelling at Sin to ease off, but they're silent now, as if holding their breaths, waiting to see what I'll do. Sin watches me expectantly. I can vaguely feel the earth shivering under me, and small stones start to fall from the balcony. None of it matters. I will not crawl. I may be broken, but I'm not dead. I pull my swords from the sheath against my back, barely realizing what I'm doing. The rage is in control now. My thoughts are locked in fury. Muscle memory guides me, and Cassandra's many years of training pulses through my consciousness. Slowly, I start to circle Sin, my body low, as I look for an opening. He grins at me before asking, "Had enough of the sex energy, mortal? Are you going to ask me to use my mouth instead?" I bare my teeth at him. My name is not mortal, and I would rather die. Sin lets me circle behind him as he tisks.
Such a shame. You don't want me to make you purr, kitten.
My vision goes red. I attack, trying to catch him off guard, but I'm too slow, and Sin dodges easily. I glare at him as we stand facing each other. Don't call me that! I spit. Sin cocks his head before flicking his fingers and sending another wave of lust through me.
Make me,
he taunts, and the lust hits me with even greater force than before. My core tightens further, and I bite down so hard on my inner cheek that I draw blood. I charge him, anticipating his dodge. I miss, but come millimeters from slicing his skin. Again and again, I attack, and Sin dances around my blades, taunting me the whole while.
You're weak, hoping someone else will fight for you,
Sin says. I ignore him, fully focused on making him bleed. Sweat coats my entire body, and I have no idea how long we've been at this. Sin hits me with another wave of lust, and I double back close to the balcony wall.
Do you quit, kitten? Are you ready to curl up into a ball and let someone own you?
He asks as he advances on me. He looks completely unscathed. Never! I snarl before running in the opposite direction. The wall is there, and I jump, planting my feet on the stone and using the momentum to launch myself into the air. My blades are drawn, and I'm just about to slit Sin's throat when he steps to the side and grabs my body mid-air. He doesn't hold me and instead spins me, slamming me down onto my stomach, onto the sand. I land hard, and all the air is pushed from my lungs. It doesn't get any easier to breathe when a weight settles over me. Sin's thighs straddle me as he leans over and whispers into the shell of my ear.
You lose, kitten.
Goosebumps erupt across my body. I try to struggle, but all I accomplish is feeling more of Sin's body pressing against mine. Another wave of heat hits me. Fine, I growl. You win, but stop with the lust. Now. Sin eases off immediately. I didn't, but his words are cut short when he grabs my shoulder and shoves my hair aside. A faint red glow appears, reflected in the sand, as Sin's destructive powers awaken. Oh, fuck. I try to struggle again, but Sin has a death grip on my shoulder, and his other hand fists in my hair, pulling it. I bite down on the whimper that tries to escape my lips at the sensation.
Kitten.
Sin's voice is low, so only I can hear him.
Why the fuck is there an energy siphon on your neck?
Chapter 14. Rule 14. Men, no, destroyers are the worst. Sin releases me and pulls me off the sand. He's still glowing. Magnus yells from the balcony,
Is the fight over? I think you should keep going. Our little enigma was finally getting into the spirit of things.
Sin doesn't look at them, his full focus remaining on me.
The fight is done. Leave now.
I crane my neck to look wistfully at my potential witnesses as they quickly make their way back into the castle. Sin hasn't released my arm. His grip is firm, but doesn't hurt.
Why?
He asks again. His voice thrums with rage. I flinch at his tone, and Sin only looks angrier. But he releases me immediately, taking a step back and giving me space. It's not what you think, I answer, my heart thundering in my chest. My body feels utterly raw from what Sin just did to me. He used his energy against me to manipulate me. Any hint of safety I felt here is gone. Sin must see the fear in my eyes because he takes a deep breath and the tattoos fade.
I'm not going to hurt you.
he grits out. I narrow my eyes at him. That's rich coming from the man who literally choked me 2 days ago. Sin's eyes darken.
Don't pretend that was a frightening experience for you. Not when we both know just how much you liked it.
My spine stiffens. And what the fuck would you call what you just did to me? Are you going to convince yourself that I liked that too? I yell, my voice breaking. Sin throws his hands in the air as he thunders back.
I did it to give you fucking perspective. You are thinking of returning to the people who just did the exact same thing to you. And for some fucked up reason, you seem to think you owe them something. Go ahead and hate me. If it means you will fight back, then I will gladly be the monster you want me to be.
I huff, not wanting to hear him, and instead try to think of a creative way to tell Sin he can fuck off.
Why is there an energy siphon on your neck?
He asks again, this time more calmly. It isn't a siphon, it's a seal, I snap.
I have been alive for a very, very long time, and I can assure you that mark on your neck is a siphon. It diverts your energy to whoever placed it on you,
Sin says, slowly taking a step towards me. That comment gets my attention, and my mind starts to reel. Leon said the mark was a seal so that I wouldn't hurt myself with the strange energy that started to manifest from me. He never said anything about a siphon. I blanch. I refused to let Leon have his own energy back, so he decided to steal mine.
Who?
Sin asks instead, voice low. Shame wells up inside of me at the realization that, once again, I was blind to what was really happening. You already know, I whisper, staring at the sand.
But why? What could he possibly gain from leeching your energy?
Sin asks as he appraises me. He looks like he's assessing whether I'm a threat. I wrap my arms around my middle, hugging myself tightly at the memory. I consider playing dumb until I remember Magnus already tasted my aura. Everyone here must already know I'm not just a mortal keeper. And even with that knowledge, no one has tried to hurt or extract information from me. Maybe they won't kill me. I don't think I'll get away with a full lie, so I decide to go with a half-truth. There have been incidents with my energy. When I was angry with Leon, back in my own realm, a huge lightning storm erupted. There were purple clouds, and I thought it was Leon, despite having his collar. But he said it was me. Sin looks dumbfounded, and I continue, trying to glance over the second incident. And then again in the other world, Leon was getting a little, physical so that I would unlock his collar. But then I accidentally threw him across the room with a blast of my energy. My cheeks heat with the confession, and the guilt I've been grappling with for days rears its ugly head again. I threw the first punch. I hurt Leon first when I blasted him. No wonder he siphoned my energy. He needed to protect himself from me. The shame is trying to swallow me whole. I'm drowning.
You protected yourself,
Sin argues, his tone hard.
Leon tried to use you, and you defended yourself.
But the shame only drags me down deeper. He was trying to protect me. He said he needed to stop my energy so I wouldn't accidentally hurt myself. I whisper, in a desperate attempt to find a redeeming quality in the man I've been bound to. The man who says I'll never escape him.
He protected you by stealing the only power you had to resist the bond enslaving your mind. That isn't protection. He was ensuring you wouldn't be able to fight back again.
Sin growls before backing up a step and running his hands through his hair.
When the fuck will you wake up and see that you've been used against your will? Repeatedly.
My shoulders slump, and I'm cold as Sin's words fully sink in. Leon used me. He lied to me. There is nothing he won't do to make sure I never leave him. He was happy to exploit the twisted bond between us to ensure we were together. The despair hits again when a familiar thought crosses my mind. He will never let me go. Nothing, not even the truth about his relationship with Cassandra, will change his mind when he's obsessed with keeping me. I start to shiver, but look at Sin. "Can you remove it?" I ask, my voice sounding smaller and more defeated than I've ever heard it. Sin nods, but says nothing. He invades my personal bubble again, his body providing some welcome heat. "Fight back, kitten," he whispers, just as his tattoos glow red and his hand wraps around my neck. Chapter 15. Rule 15. Death is a siren's song, and you mustn't listen. I'm empty. There's nothing left. The setting sun casts shadows in my room, and I watch them creep further across the floor from where I'm curled up on the bed. There's a knock at the door, but I don't move. Instead, I close my eyes and pretend to be asleep. I can't speak. There are no words left inside of me. The door creaks open, but no one enters. Damien's whisper reaches me. "I told you she was probably sleeping. The poor girl has been living in the mortal realm for her whole life. Fighting like that without proper conditioning is dangerous." "Maybe we should wake her," another voice responds, soft and bird-like. "Rosie, at least for dinner. Sin was hard on her. She shouldn't be alone right now." "She will decide if she wants to be around friendly faces or not." Magnus's voice now, and he sounds suspicious. I wonder if his power is telling him I'm awake, or if maybe he has some other snake-shifter powers I don't know about. Either way, I think sleepy thoughts, focusing on keeping my breathing even. "Let's leave her alone. I'm sure she knows she doesn't have to be alone." Magnus continues, and the door shuts a moment later. The room is quiet again, giving me the freedom to open my eyes and return to my important evening plans. I hold my breath, waiting to see how long I can go before my vision blackens. 2 minutes, 23 seconds. That's 10 seconds less than when I started. I've been at it since I left Sin in the arena, and I haven't bothered to move from my spot on the bed. The depressive haze that I've been trying to dodge finally has its teeth in me. Sin told me to fight back, but that's the problem. I have been fighting. Every day, every fucking breath is a fight to make sure the dark thoughts don't take hold of me again. But I didn't fight hard enough. Something threw me over the edge. I can't pinpoint what exactly did it, but I'm thinking it might have something to do with the repeated crushing realizations that I've been bound to a monster who will never let me go. Or maybe my general guilt and repressed trauma finally caught up with me. At least I'm not crumbling under the weight of the haze. I'm not angry or sad. I just can't feel anything at all. The world moves around me as if I'm watching it from a window. Dissociation. It happened a few times shortly after I survived the attack from my classmates. The room gets darker, and I pick at the scab on my arm. I removed my bandage this morning, and the cut bled a bit after my fight with Sin. The scab will undoubtedly add yet another scar to my collection. The sharp pain brings me some relief, tethering me to reality. The shadows on my floor start climbing up the wall, and I squint my eyes, pretending I'm underwater again, drowning. I forget that I'm holding my breath until my heart starts pounding and my body convulses, forcing me to gasp. That was probably longer than 2 minutes and 23 seconds. I forgot to count. Shame. Long after the shadows have fully swallowed the room, I finally sit up in bed. Logically, I know this isn't healthy behavior. I've tried shutting myself in before. It didn't help. I need to find a way to feel something again. Anything. How do you jumpstart your emotions? I get the intrusive thought of a doctor using paddles to shock someone and get their heart beating again. I'm not too keen on getting blasted by 10,000 volts, but the theory behind it has some merit. Maybe I can shock my body into feeling something again. I just need to do something that elicits a strong emotional response. I could go find Sin and slap him. That would probably bring me joy. But then I'll have to deal with Sin again, and I might just end up spiraling back to square one. His habit of reminding me that I'm a worthless whore and that I've been duped by everyone around me has done wonders for my mental health. Pursing my lips and not finding any other ideas, I stretch out of bed and sneak out of my room as quietly as possible. The corridors are shrouded in darkness, but the faint light of the moon filters through the windows, illuminating the halls enough that I don't walk into anything. My steps are silent as I pad along the old wooden floors. I avoid the spots that creaked earlier, and for the first time in my life, I don't make a sound while trying to be sneaky. I'd be surprised, only I fought someone with swords today. It's hard to top that. Voices sound from an open door up ahead, but I take a turn in the hall, avoiding whoever is awake. Another minute of making my way through a labyrinth of halls, and I spot a heavy wooden door. Perfect. The door gives a slight creak as I push it open, and I close it behind me as quietly as possible. It's already dark, but I can still see the shadows of the creepy forest. It's as if the forest is shrouded in an even heavier darkness. Instead of making my way to that hellscape, I turn, heading for the steep cliffs that reach far above the tree line. The shadowy forms block out the stars beyond them. Insects chitter, providing a welcome relief from the deafening silence. When my mind registers my surroundings again, I'm standing in front of the cliff face. It's as if I've blinked and appeared in front of it, but in reality, I know I've walked for ages. My feet ache in the new boots. An almost vertical wall of rock looms above me, stretching at least 200 feet into the night sky. When I feel nothing at the thought of the task ahead of me, I start to climb. At some point, my body should register how dangerous this is. Halfway up now, and I feel nothing. I keep going. My fingers have started to bleed, making it difficult to get a good grip on the cracks in the rocks. The muscles in my arms are shaking, and it won't be long until they give out. I shouldn't be doing this. This is a stupid idea. But no fear comes, even as I pull myself over onto the flat top of the cliff. Once on solid rock, I collapse, chest heaving and muscles twitching. Clearly, I am underestimating what it will take to frighten myself. I should have gone into the room with people talking. Social interaction was probably the bigger threat. Still, I'm here now, so I may as well enjoy the view. Pulling myself up off the ground, I wipe my bloodied hands on my pants as I make my way to the opposite end of the mountaintop. The sound of the roaring surf reaches me. I assume it's been here the whole time, but noises and time aren't registering so well with me anymore. The water swirls in angry eddies as wave after wave crashes against the rock. I inch closer to the cliff's edge, feeling nothing, even when the tips of my boots hang off the rocks. I stare longingly at the angry waves. Would it feel good to be consumed by their power and violence? Years ago, I had to start making a conscious choice to live, and every time the depression creeps back in, the choice becomes louder. It's deafening now, and I'm exhausted of fighting to live. I've been trying for so long. I lean forward, and my heart rate picks up. Maybe the fear of falling won't stop the disassociation. Not when, deep down, a part of me wants to jump. That thought is much more terrifying. I start to lift my foot to step into the void, and something inside of me breaks. The emotions I disassociated from hit with a vengeance. The shame comes first. Shame and then guilt. It's not only my pain that returns, but Cassandra's too. How did she let the Guardians use her for as long as they did? She turned a blind eye to their evil and hurt so many others on their behalf. She was a monster. The shame continues to grow. I'm no better. I let the council use me, agreed to help kill someone without knowing whether they were guilty. And then there's Leon. I fought to see the best in him, even when he could clearly see the bond was forcing me to submit to him against my will. Lightning cracks over the water, and I don't flinch, lost in my spiral. Despite my insistence that I didn't want the bond, he continued to push and took advantage when it flared between us. He used it to try and make me his possession, an object he could control. And I let him. Maybe I was so desperate for that love that I was ready to accept anything he gave me, no matter how much his version of love hurt. Or maybe I was so broken from Jackson's death that some part of me knew I deserved pain. Maybe the fates bound us together not for some lost love, but as my penance. What Leon wanted from me would have crushed every piece of my soul, and maybe the broken pieces of me thought that was a good thing. I hate myself for all of it. For feeling so inadequate that I ignored the red flags and blamed myself for our fights, and for letting myself be controlled by others, from Cassandra's life to mine. Nothing has changed. We're both no better than puppets. The sobs start to well up, and I hug myself, trying to stop the shakes that are racking through me. More lightning is hitting the water now in all directions, and a purple haze hangs in the air. I don't pay it any attention. I'm still drowning. I cry for the loss of my home, my haven that was trashed by the Forsaken. It took me ages to feel safe in the apartment, to feel like I belonged there. And now it will be taken away because it was ransacked and I disappeared. More tears at the thought of my friends, who will be worried sick for me. My stomach cramps, and I lean over the edge even further. A part of me genuinely wanted to trust Leon, to believe he could love me. I was so stupid. My cheeks heat through the damp tears as I get angrier with myself. I keep letting this happen. It's never going to stop. The wind around me picks up, and the purple glow over the water grows brighter. I stare at the waves. It would be so easy. Just another few millimeters, and I'll be gone. I'll finally be free. The thoughts are like a siren's song, beckoning me closer. My body sways with the increasingly violent wind, and I teeter on the edge, wondering whether I will decide to live today. But the next moment, an arm wraps around my waist, and I'm yanked from the edge. Tumbling backwards, I land on a hard chest and immediately realize Sin's arm is around me. I move to shove him off, but freeze when I see it. Directly above us, a purple vortex of energy is swirling, its size dwarfing the cliff. The crackling and roaring of electric energy and wind are almost deafening, drowning out the sounds of the waves below. I recognize the storm. It's a more intense version of what I created the night the Forsaken crashed my apartment. Sin's tattoos flare to life, and I watch, shocked, as the purple energy slowly dissipates. The red glow grows brighter, and I realize he's working to nullify the energy I've accidentally created. Once the storm has faded, I move to climb out of Sin's grasp again, but he doesn't loosen his hold on me. Instead, he spins me so I'm facing him, holding me close enough that I can feel his heart trying to hammer its way through his chest. His tone is accusatory when he asks, "Were you about to jump?" I frown at him. My mental state is a highly private matter and stays between me and my therapist. My very non-existent therapist. I decide to deflect. It doesn't matter. Shouldn't we be talking about that? I ask, pointing at the sky that was exploding in a violent storm just moments before. Sin doesn't even glance up, his eyes locked on me.
I asked if you were about to jump.
His arms tighten around me even further. I had just decided to step away from the cliff's edge, right when he showed up, and the shame crushes me. I stare at a patch of rock between us, not wanting him to see my face when I answer. I couldn't do it. I wanted to, and I couldn't. Okay? Sin sighs, and he releases me. I sit next to him, still trembling. We don't look at each other and instead sit silently, watching the waves. My tears haven't stopped falling, but I'm too raw to care. If Sin is disgusted with me, then he can get in line. No matter how much he dislikes me, it has nothing on how much I hate myself. After a time, he finally asks, "Why?" I rest my head on my knees and figure I have nothing to lose at this point. Because you were right. I let people use me. I've done horrible things. And even in this life, it hasn't stopped. My life is bringing nothing but more pain. I can't keep living like this. So I thought dying might be a better option. Another tear falls, and I continue. But you were right. I am weak. I'm too much of a coward to jump. I shift my arm to hide behind it, like the coward I am, wishing I could block it all out. A gentle but firm hand pulls my arm down. He doesn't let me go.
Choosing to live is not a weakness. Being a survivor and continuing to fight, that is bravery. You let yourself be controlled, just as Cassandra did. But when she realized it, she fought for what was right. She was brave.
Sin answers as he watches me earnestly. I frown at him, wondering how he could know that. But Sin continues before I have a chance to ask.
You're at the same crossroads. There are atrocities being carried out in the realms. You aren't the first or the last to be controlled by the whims of the council. Ending your life is a way out, but it won't make things better.
What's option B then? I ask weakly. Sin chuckles. I'm too exhausted to point out how weird that is. Sin releases my arm and turns back to look at the water as he answers,
Well, I am getting the impression that you might be a little bit more than human. You're in a position to make a difference in the lives of others who can't fight for themselves. You can help change things for the better.
I stay silent, considering his words. Sin is content to sit beside me and wait, saying nothing else. It isn't lost on me that what I decide now will change the course of my life. If I choose to stand up and fight, if I decide to go against the council, I will give up any chance of ever returning to my normal life. There's no coming back from this. But too many people out there don't get to make a choice. They don't get to decide if they want peace. And knowing that, I can't walk away. Finally, I nod and whisper, "Okay." Sin nods back before standing and reaching down to help me up. He looks towards Morgana's castle before asking,
Were you planning on climbing down, or can I apparate us back?
I walk to the edge of the cliff where I climbed up, looking at the vertical drop. I'm on the edge, but Sin doesn't try to grab me or hold me back. He waits patiently for me to make up my mind. I step back from the ledge to stand before him. "Let's go home," I answer. Sin wraps his arms around me, and I let myself enjoy the feeling, if just for a second, until, together, we apparate back. Part 2. Threads of Shadow. Evil thenceforth became my good. Mary Shelley, Frankenstein. Chapter 16. Rule 16. Do not let the destroyer be nice to you. There's a soft knock at my door, just barely loud enough to wake me. Despite the exhaustion that still clings to me, I grin. I haven't run with Damien in a couple of days, and it will be nice to get back into a routine. Maybe if I don't mention my depressive spiral, he won't either. Worst case, I'll just misidentify a muscle group and he'll be distracted. Opening the door to tell Damien I'll just be a second, my brows raise when I find Rosie there instead. "Good morning. Do you have a minute?" she chirps warmly. My anxiety immediately flares full force. Is this an intervention? Did Sin tell everyone about last night? I am not ready for this, but I step out of the doorway, regardless of my hesitation. Rosie flits into my room and sits cross-legged on the chair by my bed, her wings hanging off either side. She gives me a hopeful smile before asking, "Sin mentioned this morning that you might have made up your mind about staying here." "Oh, I pause, trying to formulate my thoughts into a coherent answer. I want to help with stopping the council, but do I want to stay here? Thoughts of Sin on the cliff with me last night float to the surface. He had every chance to be cruel to me, but instead, he helped me. I'm not ready to hand over a friendship bracelet to the man, but it's enough to make me believe that maybe there's some good in him. I can't fight the council alone. I need allies, and I need to trust someone. I think I'd like to stay, unless you guys threaten the mortal realm, or Morgana turns out to be an evil villain who murders innocents. I add the second bit with a hint of amusement, even though I'm 100% serious. Rosie purses her lips as if trying to stop herself from laughing. "For the record, I would be leaving too if those things ever happened." Her answer puts me a bit more at ease. "Perfect. Then I'll stay wherever you are. And if we need to ditch, we'll do it together." Rosie squeals, jumping from the chair to hug me. "Oh, I'm so excited. As soon as Morgana gets here, we'll ask her. She'll say yes, but just to be polite." She lets me go, spinning in a happy dance. "This means you aren't under house arrest anymore. You can come out with us today." I frown. I was the reason you guys were under lockdown? Rosie gives me a sheepish grin. "Sin didn't want to risk certain things getting back to the council. Please don't be mad. Some secrets aren't ours to share." I shake my head slowly, trying not to let myself expect the worst. Rosie wouldn't look so happy about everything if she was hiding atrocities, would she? "So, you'll come, right?" she asks, nodding as if to further convince me to answer that way. "Sure, why not?" I answer. I have no other plans. Maybe now I won't need to interact with Sin today. "Perfect. Wear your fighting clothes from yesterday," she orders, heading back for my door. Why?" She turns to give me a conspiratorial look as she pulls open the door. "Because we're going into enemy territory." She closes it before I have a chance to press her for more details. After dressing as quickly as possible, I find Rosie in the sitting room, just off the dining area. She's wearing green leather armor embroidered with gold threads that wind into delicate leaves and vines. There's a bow slung over her shoulder and a quiver of arrows strapped to her back. My brow raises, impressed. "I didn't know you fought." "I wouldn't be here if I couldn't. It's Sin's first rule. If you live here, you need to be able to defend yourself and the others. It makes us stronger," she adds, smiling. I'm about to ask who trained her when a brooding mountain of a man enters the room. Sin crosses his arms and narrows his eyes at me. He's dressed in his own fighting leathers, only there's a large sword sheathed on his back and daggers strapped to his thighs. "You've decided to stay?" he asks in lieu of greeting. Even with the innocent nature of his question, there's a bite to it that has me reminding myself that he helped me last night. I can stay civil, if only for that. "Yes, I refuse to work for the people who tried to take my free will," I answer, crossing my arms and craning my neck to look at him. He stares at me for a moment, and it's like he's trying to peer into my soul, which he very well might be doing. That's enough to extinguish any of my prior goals for civility. Were you going to stare at me all morning, or did you want something? Because Rosie and I have somewhere to be. Rosie's jaw drops, and Sin's mouth quirks up on one side, just a fraction. But he cuts his stare and tosses something at me. It's a muffin.
We leave in 5 minutes.
Eat, he orders before turning to leave the room. Wait, what? No, you're not coming, I respond, unsettled. Rosie did say she was going with someone else, but she and Sin don't seem to interact much, so I assumed she meant she was going with either Magnus or Damien. The pleasant company. Sin arches a brow, not deigning to reply to my absurd statement.
Eat. You're already a violent little thing. You're not getting hangry on the mission.
I am not, I start to argue, but he's already gone. I huff, but take a bite out of the muffin anyway, but only because it's chocolate chip. Rosie still looks like she's in shock. I cannot believe you spoke to him like that. Still chewing, I raise an eyebrow at her, and she elaborates. Sin is our second in command, after Morgana. They're great leaders, but it isn't the same way with them as it is with the rest of us. There's a command structure, and they don't break that boundary. It's unexpected to hear someone speak to him like that. Other than Morgana, I've only ever known one other person who's done it. She pauses, tapping her foot lightly on the ground, and I keep eating my muffin, invested in the information. She's confirming what I already suspected. Sin might be loyal to the others, but they're not friends. Why does that make me sad? Rosie eyes me again, this time with a curiosity in her gaze that I haven't seen since the day I arrived here. And he's informal with you, too. That's new. At that, the muffin becomes a dry glob in my mouth, and I barely manage to swallow it. We don't like each other, I correct her before she can take the thought anywhere else. I want to embellish and tell Rosie about how much of a dick Sin has been to me, but he cuts me off when he swaggers back into the room.
Let's go,
he commands. Rosie reaches for my hand, but Sin gets there first. My pulse jumps at the warmth of his hand against mine. I frown. Where are we going?
We're going off-realm,
Sin answers.
Now that you're staying, you're going to see what we actually do here.
He pulls me close enough to wrap an arm around my middle before adding,
Hold on tight. The wards shouldn't knock you out while we're leaving, but they won't feel good either.
My breath catches at the feeling of being pressed together, and I fist my hands in his shirt, refusing to hold on to more of him. But where off-realm? I don't miss Rosie's grin just before my feet leave the ground and we apparate from the room. When I'm on solid earth again, I blink at the dark spots in my vision. Sin holds me steady until the disorientation passes, and I finally untangle my hands from his clothes. It's easier to show than tell, Rosie answers, landing beside us. I gape as soon as I look around. We're in a forest with trees so large you could fit my apartment inside one. They tower over us, reaching high enough that I can't make out where the canopy ends. Soft light filters in between the leaves, giving a golden hue to the forest floor.
Welcome to the Fey realm,
Sin says softly. It's beautiful, I whisper back. It is, Rosie agrees. Sounds of trilling birds and insects surround us, and you can almost feel the humming of life in this place. It's a far cry from the forest of the forgotten dead.
It's also not a good place to linger. There will be royal guards here soon,
Sin notes, his hand coming to rest just above one of his blades. Rosie nods, her expression turning somber as she leads the way. I fall into step beside her, and Sin slows his own pace so we're not far apart. What are we doing here? I ask, keeping my tone low.
It's a rescue mission,
Sin answers,
An old friend needs an extraction.
I stare around us, looking for any sign of guards heading our way. Why are they in trouble? They've upset my mother, Rosie notes, scrunching up her nose. I turn to gawk at her. This is where you're from? It's probably a stupid question, given Rosie is a fairy, but she just gives a dainty shrug. A long time ago. My mother is the Seelie Fae Queen. She says it like it's nothing serious. I try not to let my complete surprise show. So, you're a princess? I ask, hesitantly. Rosie giggles. Not for a long time. My mother is a huge supporter of needs campaigns. It's why my sister became a creator, and I was selected as a keeper. Only, when I bonded Irina, my mother realized she'd lost control of me and gave the order to have me killed. And here I was thinking I had mother issues. I'm so sorry, Rosie. Rosie shakes her head. Don't be. My mother is horrid. The person we're rescuing will be executed or imprisoned beneath the council's castle if my mother gets to her first. I swallow, not liking the sound of that. Are we bringing this friend to Morgana's castle, then? This time, Sin answers.
Not quite.
Hearing Sin speak when he isn't angry, annoyed, or disgusted with me is really off-putting. If I wasn't already sure that he had the personality of a bedbug, I might think that there was excitement in his tone. But before I can ask him if he hit his head this morning, Rosie stops in front of a massive tree and passes her hand over the bark. I quirk an eyebrow, and Rosie explains what she's doing before I ask. The tree is glamored to look like the others, but there's a door here. How on earth did you know to look at this particular tree? I ask, incredulous. They all look nearly identical to me. Because I glamored it, Rosie answers, reaching for a small branch and turning it. In response, a part of the tree bark swings outwards, revealing an entryway. Rosie steps inside, and I do the same, with Sin following closely behind me. Small pink lights glow from little orbs placed along the inner bark, revealing a small open-air staircase ahead of us. This way, Rosie notes, indicating the stairs. The stairs wind high into the canopy and look like a hike. Remembering that we're on a time crunch, I think to ask, any chance we can just apparate up? Sin smirks.
The tree is warded to not allow apparition. It's one of the defenses we added.
He pokes me once in the ribs, and I jump, following Rosie up the stairs and turning to glare at him.
Keep your guard up, kitten,
he whispers back. I turn from him, disgruntled. Sin hasn't called me a whore all morning, and it's starting to worry me. I make a mental note to piss him off again soon, just to set things right. Consistency is key. What did you mean about the defenses you added? What is this place? I ask quietly.
It's a safe place for allies if they ever need to escape their home. We've built them across many realms over the years.
He answers. Rosie chimes in with her own whisper. I helped with this one. I have a way with convincing trees to let us use their interiors. I purse my lips, considering his answer. Morgana helped save Rosie. But is it possible she's been helping others, too? Rosie finally reaches the top of the stairwell, and I pause beside her when I see a woman on the other side of the room. Rain, Rosie says, sounding relieved. The Fae woman looks young, maybe a few years older than me, though I figure that means nothing, given people age very differently out here. She's a few inches taller than me, with angular features softened by her long, lilac hair. Pointed ears extend from her hair, and she's dressed in a simple cream dress. Her eyes are a striking violet, but the shade is mirrored in the circles that line them. She looks exhausted. Rosie, she answers, mirroring Rosie's relief. Her voice doesn't carry the sound of bells like Rosie's does. Her eyes lock on me, looking wary. This is Vivian, Rosie says. She's with us, and you've already met Sin. Rain nods, her shoulders sagging a bit. I start to give her a tentative smile when I see the bundle in her arms move. I assumed the small oval blanket was a bag of her possessions, but I realize I'm way off base when I hear a soft cooing sound. It's a baby. Rain adjusts the bundle and speaks to it in soft, soothing tones until it quiets again.
We need to go quickly. It won't be long until the guards are swarming the forest, looking for you both.
Sin notes softly. Rosie makes her way over to Rain, and I follow her, feeling Sin close at my back. At our approach, Rain adjusts the bundle so it's tucked in close to her in a protective gesture. But the baby's face is still exposed as it watches us with wide eyes. It's impossible not to notice the purple, serpentine eyes and rounded ears that are only partially visible through a small tuft of purple hair. I remember my talk with Magnus about half-breed babies being considered abominations. I look back up at Rain, only to find her staring at me defensively, like she's preparing to fight. Your baby is adorable. How old? I ask, hoping the question puts her at ease. Her eyes are wide and afraid, but soften slightly at my question. He's only 3 days, she answers quietly. Sin gives her a grim look.
The father?
She closes her eyes, shaking her head. A dragon shifter. He held off the guards for as long as he could so we could escape. Her voice shakes, and my heart breaks for her. I'm so sorry, I whisper. She takes a deep breath and gazes down at her baby. I won't let them hurt Azar. Rosie takes Rain's hand, and quickly we make our way back out of the tree. As soon as we're outside, Sin steps forward.
The Shadow Realm wards will knock you out when you arrive.
He holds his hands out.
I can take the little one so he isn't accidentally dropped.
Rain stiffens. Is it safe? Will it hurt him? Sin shakes his head.
I'll put him to sleep beforehand so he doesn't feel a thing. It won't hurt him. I swear it.
Rain looks ready to burst into tears, but hands the baby to Sin. He accepts the child, tucking him closely in one arm. His tattoos glow slightly red as his thumb gently brushes the baby's forehead. Sleep, he commands in a gentle whisper. Immediately, the baby's eyes shut, and we all watch for another moment as his chest continues to steadily rise and fall.
Time to go,
Sin notes as he looks back at us. I don't want to be separated from him. Please, Rain adds. At her question, Rosie lets go of Rain's hand and gives her a nudge towards Sin. You two go ahead. Vivian and I will be right behind you. Sin takes Rain's hand, but pauses to give me a warning look. I smile sweetly. There's the illogically wrathful destroyer I've been looking for. Sin rolls his eyes, and he and Rain disappear. I turn to find Rosie wandering a few feet away, staring at the trees. She looks so sad. Given how much I miss my realm and haven't been gone long at all, I can't even imagine how much it must hurt for her to leave this behind. I can see why you love the garden so much if this is what you grew up with, I note softly. Rosie turns back to me, giving me a small smile. I can feel them, the threads of life here. They're all connected. It's soothing. I'm about to ask her if she gets to come back often when I spot the glint of something metallic in a tree behind Rosie. My eyes widen when I realize it's another fairy standing deathly silent on a branch. He's encased in chrome armor, save for the visor lifted from his face. But that isn't what caught the light. It's the arrow he has pointed directly at Rosie. I run. Duck! I scream, just as the arrow leaves the bow. Rosie barely has time to turn her head to look for the threat before I shove her. A shocked huff of breath is all I manage when a searing pain slices through my arm and then radiates into my side. We both tumble to the ground, Rosie falling beside me. I look at the source of the pain, only to find the arrow is there, impaled through my left arm. The arrowhead is either in the fighting leather or my ribs. I can't tell. Through the shock of pain, I look back up only to see a volley of arrows follow it, arcing through the air as they start descending on us. Before I can confidently declare that we are beyond dead, Rosie grabs me. The ground drops from beneath us, and everything goes black. An old woman is singing, and I think I might be dead. But a few blinks later, I turn to find Rain is also here, fast asleep on a cot that matches the one I'm on. The older woman is bouncing Rain's baby in her arms.
Enjoy your nap?
A gruff voice calls from the other side of my cot. I spin to see Sin leaning against the wall, watching me. He looks none the worse for wear, so I'm assuming whatever wards guard the Shadow Realm don't affect him. I start to sit up, wincing from the pain in my arm and ribs. Looking down, I see my fighting leathers have been replaced by a loose black t-shirt, and my arm is wrapped in a fresh bandage. "Where's Rosie?" I ask, immediately worried.
She's okay. I sent her back to the castle. You've been out for a while,
Sin answers.
What you did was incredibly reckless. Rosie is an immortal.
There's still enough bite in his words to piss me off. "Rosie is my friend. I don't care that I'm just a weak mortal in your eyes. But Sin shakes his head, silencing me.
I wasn't finished. Rosie is an immortal, but the arrow you took for her was iron-tipped, deadly to Faye. It would have killed her,"
he adds more gently. My heart drops at the near miss Rosie just had. Sin looks at me like he's frustrated, and I can't even begin to try and decode his feelings. Instead, I swing my legs to sit up on the bed, ready to be done with today. "Where are we?" My question pulls Sin out of whatever mental battle he was just going through, and he steps forward, holding out a hand to help me up.
"The arrival bay."
I stare at his hand for a solid 2 seconds before giving him a disgruntled look and standing without his help. Have we landed in an alternate universe? Is that what happened? Sin smirks at my disregard for his help before nodding at the woman walking around the room. She smiles warmly at me before waving. "I'll see you again soon, Sin. Bye, Vivian." I wave awkwardly, and Sin leads us to the door. "What's an arrival bay?" I ask as we step out into a crowded street. The roads are cobbled stone and thatched cottages line either side. People bustle about, but every last one of them waves and smiles at Sin as they pass by. An alternate universe checks out.
"It's where we apparate refugees to when they first arrive here,"
Sin answers.
"They receive any medical care they need, and then we get them set up with a home. The community will support Rain, and she and Azar will have a place to live for as long as they need."
I gape at the crowds. Are all these people?
In one way or another. Some had family fleeing the council over 1,000 years ago. They were born here. Others are more recent arrivals.
Sin answers as we start down the road.
Anytime we get word that the council is going to kill someone, we try to get to them first to bring them here instead. We provided resources, and over the years, they grew, building their own cities.
I look down the winding roads to see hundreds more thatched cottages, shops, and what looks like a school. I'm filled with awe. But won't Rain want to speak to you when she wakes? Or will she come to the castle to see you and the others? Sin shakes his head.
The arrival bay will take good care of her. The city is separate from the castle. Morgana's castle is guarded by the Forest of the Forgotten Dead. Its protection, since only a few trusted individuals can apparate through the forest's wards.
I frown. So no one from this village has gone to the castle? Sin gives me a tight smile.
Just one. A very long time ago.
But before I can ask more questions, He reaches for my hand.
Mission's done. Let's go,
Sin says, and our feet leave the ground. I thought you couldn't apparate into the castle grounds with me, I ask when we land back in my bedroom. Sin smirks.
I couldn't.
But before I can get him to embellish that statement, Sin reminds me why I usually don't like him.
Not that it makes much difference since you're still pitifully weak and can't leave on your own, but it's less of a nuisance to bring you back now if you try to wander off again.
I glare at him, only for him to give me a dazzling smile before he apparates out of the room. My heart skips a beat. Sin smiling it's just unfair. Gritting my teeth, I turn and head for the washroom. Time for a cold shower. Chapter 17. Rule 17. Always drink the Fey wine. Someone has been in my room again. That's not creepy at all. Finishing my frigid but unhelpful shower, I frown when I notice the open chest at the end of my bed. It's now filled with fighting clothes, weapons, and a few dresses. There are even a few sweaters from my realm and an extra blanket. I almost squeal at the sight. I'm entering my clean girl era. Freshly dressed in leggings and a cozy sweater, I make my way down the corridor, looking for the others. I feel bad for worrying them yesterday. I know they were trying to help. And while Rosie didn't say a word this morning, will Damien and Magnus be more vocal? Will they be mad? Or even worse, will they give me covert, pitying glances? Either way, I'm already worked up about how embarrassing it will be to see them. And who knows if Sin is going to be in his usual bad cop kidnapper mood, or if he's going to play nice. The guy is giving off some Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde vibes. I'm crossing my fingers for jerk-face Sin. Voices filter down into the hallway, and unsurprisingly, I follow them to the dining hall. I'm just going to quietly assume this is where they hang out when they're not working. There's a full house tonight, crowded around the table. Sin, Rosie, Magnus, and Damien are all at their usual spots, and my chair is empty. But at the head of the table, opposite Sin, there's someone new. She's tall and willowy, with dark skin that contrasts her long silver hair. Her hair frames an oval-shaped face in tight ringlets. She turns to me, and I swallow, trying not to focus on her opaque, black eyes. The woman smiles knowingly at me. "Hello, Vivian." Clearing my throat, I move to my own chair and take a seat. I don't need to ask who this woman is. I already know. "Hello, Morgana," I answer, willing my pulse to take a chill pill. One of her eyebrows twitches up, but she doesn't correct me. "It's good to see you up and healthy. My informants mentioned you were injured when you arrived. I trust you found your accommodations satisfactory." She's sounding a lot like a politician, the way she's dancing around the whole kidnapping business. That's not promising. Still, I give her a tight smile. "It's been very nice. Thank you." I have no desire to get on this woman's bad side, especially considering I'm hoping she won't kick me out of her realm and send me back to Leon. Which begs the question, how do you ask a stranger if you can live with them without sounding weird? I was not prepared for this. I should have thought to write a speech or make cue cards. My inner organized, socially awkward goddess panics. Rosie turns to me and mouths a quick, "Thank you," before looking back at Morgana. "Like I was telling you, Morgana, Vivian thinks she might want to stay here longer than anticipated. That's not a problem, is it? She's a valuable addition to our team. She saved my life this morning." Bless Rosie's soul. Magnus and Damien look thrilled at the question, while Sin just looks bored. There's a charged energy in the air, though, and the way the others look between me and Morgana, it's like they're waiting for a show to start. I can't imagine why. I'm not prone to theatrics, except for the time I threw a knife at Sin. Or the time I threw a book at him. Or the time I yelled at him. Respectfully, though, he deserved it.
Our little enigma has finally decided she doesn't want to leave,
Magnus notes, before Morgana can answer.
How positively delightful. I look forward to continuing to spend time together.
He finishes with a seductive tone. Damien winks at me.
He means we look forward to spending more time together.
I flush, trying to think of something clever to answer, but a loud crack from beside me distracts me from their comments. I look at Sin questioningly, only to find him flexing his hands. He's back to looking murderous. Before I can comment on whether supernatural creatures are at risk of arthritis, Morgana answers Rosie. I have no issue with you staying as long as you'd like, Vivian, but I believe you should make an informed decision. There are things you don't know that may weigh heavily into your decision to stay with us. I frown, and chills run down my spine. Talk about foreboding. Sin's words about Morgana returned to me. Sin mentioned you had informants watching me over the last few days. Is that it? Please let it only be that. I can deal with some mostly innocent stalking. Morgana leans forward, her elbows resting on the table. Dear girl, I have been watching you since Atlantis. I gape. Rosie hands me a glass. I take a big gulp and try not to choke. It's wine. Coughing and sputtering, I try to remember how to breathe air instead of alcohol. Rosie whispers, You're going to need it. How? Why? I ask Morgana when I've finally got myself back under control. Do you remember the week you were killed? Morgana asks mildly. I close my eyes, trying to call back Cassandra's memories. Leon and I are lying in bed together, blankets tangled around us after making love. He tells me people from his realm are coming to Atlantis. They're powerful like him, but Leon assures me he will keep me safe. He says they visit Atlantis during the season of prophecies to hear our oracles speak. My eyes open, and I nod to Morgana. It was the season of prophecies. People from the other world were coming to Atlantis. Morgana smiles. Very good. And we did visit. Need, other important council members, and I came. I was working with the council, trying to find ways to bring them down from within. Your realm has never held much value to us, but, admittedly, it's the only one that ever produced decent oracles. I frown. What does that have to do with Cassandra? She didn't attend the prophecies.
She didn't need to. She was in one.
Sin grumbles from beside me. I blink. Once, twice, waiting for Sin to tell me he's messing with me, but he says nothing. Morgana continues. The oracle foretold of a mortal who would love a creator, but be reborn to love a destroyer, that she would bring about a new era to all the realms. She finishes, giving me a knowing look. Rosie looks at me pityingly. Magnus and Damien look grim, but not surprised. They're all in on this. My vision starts to tunnel. This is a sick joke. The council felt threatened by the prophecy and determined on the spot that Atlantis had to fall. The oracles could not be allowed to make such claims again. The council already knew Leon was in love with a mortal. He'd met with us to gain permission to stay in Atlantis with her. So, we had high confidence that the prophecy was about you. You were the threat. Morgana continues. Are these people for real right now? But how? Why? This is ridiculous. Oracles are just people high on drugs spewing out nonsense. I sputter. I've seen the documentaries. Oracles were abused girls, not magical. Morgana leans back in her chair, looking at ease. I assure you, they were very much correct on all occasions. And so, we acted. The council ordered me to uncollar Sin so he could bring down Atlantis. He was instructed to attack the temple last, so Leon would have time to get you out. They decided the only way to stop the prophecy was to make you immortal and to lock you away. But Leon didn't get me out, I whisper, trying to make sense of it all. Morgana smiles. No one expected you to resist being taken to safety. Leon was given strict orders not to interfere with the battle, lest he get any ideas about seeing his city fall. So, when you refused to leave with him and started preparing the others to escape, you became off-limits to him. I don't miss Sin's satisfied smirk or the looks of rapt attention on Damien and Magnus. They seem completely engrossed by the story. Rosie keeps topping up my glass with wine every time I take a sip. She's my favorite person. I'd been waiting a long time to find a way to bring down the council. At that moment, I saw the best chance we would ever get. You. But you needed to die before the council could make you immortal. So, Sin had the armies focus their attention on you. And yet, you would not fall. You, a pacifist priestess, slaughtered your enemies, refusing to die. Morgana continues to the familiar part of the tale. Scoffing, I cut in. But I did die. I don't miss an opportunity to glare at Sin. I don't forgive you for that, by the way. Sin winks, smirking at me. I didn't kill you, kitten. I give him a dubious look. Puppeteering people to kill me still counts as... Morgana stops me from laying into Sin any further. It's true. Sin didn't kill you. I did. She sounds cheerful. I turn to her, completely aghast, but Morgana keeps talking, ignoring my dismay. Leon was back in the city and coming for you. I knew we were running out of time. So, I put 2 arrows through you. I killed you to make sure you could be reborn. This is crazy, I whisper. Rosie whispers beside me. Told you you'd need the wine? But how could you be so sure it was me? That Leon would become a destroyer? I ask, working hard not to get hysterical. To be fair, I feel like hysterics are warranted right about now. Morgana brushes off my concerns with a wave. I knew he would become a destroyer because I orchestrated it. I murdered his keeper while he was distracted by your death and took his key. I released Leon, knowing he would do something against the council's orders and disgrace himself. We weren't expecting him to sink half the coastline. We thought he'd murder the invaders. Sin notes, almost apologetically, but he was more violent than we could have imagined. But I pause, frustrated at everything about this. Leon said his collar fell off. Not that you removed it. Morgana hums. I imagine he's a bit reluctant about your learning he had anything to do with me. Sin and I fled the council that night before they could get wind of what we'd done. We've been waiting for your return ever since. No one speaks after Morgana finishes. It's like they're all holding their breath, waiting for me to react to what I've just learned. I stare at the heaping pile of food that somehow appeared on my plate. I feel sick, not at hearing about my own death from the lips of my murderer, but from the implications of the prophecy. So, Leon was right. I have no choice. It's my destiny to be with him. My voice is flat. A feeling of icy dread spreads through my body as I remember Leon's words. I was promised to him, long ago. I shudder. Morgana hums, and I look back at her, deflated. She looks thoughtful. Prophecies are not like destiny, Vivian. Destiny is written by the fates, and the fates can be bought. Prophecies run deeper and are rarely as clear. I frown, confused. Morgana shrugs nonchalantly. It's very likely you will love a destroyer, though I will note that you don't seem particularly fond of the one selected for you. Luckily, it's an interesting time for the destroyer dating market. There are 2 more you can choose from. I choke on my spit and turn to look at the jerk-faced destroyer beside me, who has been calling me a worthless whore for days. Sin is looking at Morgana like she's lost her mind. It totally doesn't hurt my feelings. My self-esteem has always been this low. I should have stuck to book boyfriends. Men are the worst. I turn back to Morgana and pick up my glass, now very grateful for the wine. Well, in that case, we had better go dig up Irina because I'm about to join her and Rosie as a throuple. I down the rest of my wine, ignoring the shouting and comments that follow. My love life is the product of thousands of years of plotting. My head spins at the thought. I've never felt more annoyed at being heterosexual. Even being just a bit bi-curious right now would help. Stupid attraction to men. So inconvenient. I zone back into the chaos that has unfolded around me. Sin and Morgana are arguing. Sin is standing now, waving his arms and looking livid. So, situation no change there. Morgana looks like she's having the time of her life tormenting him. Rosie leans into me and whispers, "Are you back with us?" I look at her, shocked that she's paying such close attention. She smiles softly and whispers, "I think you're great and all, but I get the distinct feeling you are very straight." I give her my most miserable expression. "Unfortunately." Magnus and Damien have joined the yelling and are also standing now, and I frown at the noise, trying to figure out what everyone is so flustered about. Not to play the victim card, but their murderer isn't trying to set them up with someone. Rosie whispers a play-by-play of the last few minutes. "Morgana wants you and Sin to work together for as long as you're here. Sin is accusing her of meddling, and he thinks she's delusional. Morgana is arguing that she's just being practical and is accusing him of being afraid. So, Sin is pretty upset, and now Magnus and Damien are arguing that you should be training with them instead, since you don't want to work with Sin." I look back at the chaos, wondering when my life became such a train wreck. "Don't I get a say in this?" I ask loudly, over their voices. All eyes turn to me, and everyone goes silent. Annoyance overrides my immediate urge to not be the center of their attention. Not that it's anyone's business, but I'm not going to love anyone. And quite frankly, I think we have bigger issues, I add, trying to sound as stern as possible. Boundaries are important. I've decided my love life is off limits. Sin nods at me once before turning to Morgana. We both stare her down, daring her to argue. Morgana just looks between the two of us with a shit-eating grin. "Of course, but be that as it may, there's an entire council of powerful people looking for you, Vivian. Sin is the strongest person here, and the only one who can protect you from them. So, whether you love each other, like each other, or hate each other, you're stuck together until the threat of the council is gone." She still sounds far too pleased. Sin opens his mouth to argue again, but Morgana cuts him off, her tone turning hard and commanding. "Sin, you mentioned you had off-realm business to attend to tonight. Go now. This will be your last solo mission, so take this time and get used to the idea." Sin shoves away from the table, his tattoos glowing a faint red, but he says nothing as he storms out of the room. Magnus stage whispers across the table.
I told you he doesn't call the shots around here.
Damien makes a whip-cracking sound, and they have their desired effect as I break into a giggle. Morgana gives them a sharp look, and they immediately look contrite. I start picking at my food now that the conversation has finally lulled, but Morgana isn't finished. Would you all mind letting Vivian and me speak in private? She asks mildly. The food in my mouth suddenly feels like sawdust, and I swallow more wine to wash it down. This can't be good. Damien, Magnus, and Rosie immediately rise and give me encouraging looks before trailing out of the room. At least they didn't look worried. I'll take that as a promising sign. Morgana waits for the sounds of their footsteps to fade away before giving me her full attention. Now that the immediate business is out of the way, I was hoping you could answer a question for me. She sounds mildly curious. I nod. Of course. What is it? My inner people-pleaser is in full swing. She lounges back in her chair, wine in hand. Would you care to tell me how you, a mortal, made an energy storm so strong that it almost tore a hole through my realm last night? Chapter 18. Rule 18. When meeting with your murderer, take safety precautions. Maybe I should consider getting a timeshare in hell, given I keep having moments where I wish the earth would open and swallow me whole. This is one of those moments. Morgana stares at me expectantly, which, fair. I had no idea my meltdown yesterday might have damaged her realm. The entire idea sounds downright ludicrous. I have no idea, I answer honestly. Morgana narrows her eyes a bit. Interesting. And how long ago did these powers manifest? I purse on my lips, hoping I only look like I'm trying to remember the exact date. She asked about these powers, so technically I wouldn't be lying if I didn't mention the ghost-related stuff. Shortly after I found Leon, I answer. I made a similar storm the night your Forsaken came for us, and then I accidentally blasted Leon across the room when he was trying to force me to uncollar him. Morgana's mouth twitches into a slight smirk when I mention blasting Leon. I stand corrected. Maybe it's Leon who has no friends. He really needs to work on himself. Or, more accurately, after trying the dating world, all men should work on themselves. I continue. Leon put an energy siphon on me after I blasted him, and Sin removed it yesterday morning. Morgana hums, but says nothing. The room is painfully quiet. I continue to pick at my food to give my hands something to do. The silence stretches on, and I finally decide to pry. You already knew about the first energy storm, right? I'm assuming your Forsaken told you? I imagine at least some of them saw the sky light up into clouds of angry purple. Morgana stretches up from her chair as she answers. Don't believe everything you've been told. Most think the Forsaken are my spies, and I'm happy to let them believe that. But the broken spirits can't communicate with me. They have decayed past that ability by the time they are sent here. I frown. But you sent them after me. I will never forget the Forsaken on the ceiling of the parking garage. That clocks as one of my top 3 shit-my-pants life moments. The Shadow Realm has been used for thousands of years as a haven for broken souls. The spirits come here when they are either too decayed to retain their humanity, or if they are broken from a traumatic death. My ancestors have always been caretakers of broken souls, and could command them. They passed the ability on to me. Morgana answers. I frown, wanting to ask why the souls aren't sent into the afterlife, but Morgana continues before I get the chance. Can you call your power at will? She asks as she walks to my side of the table. I lift my hands in front of my face and think, spooky purple powers. But nothing happens. Shame. Dropping them, I look back at Morgana, slightly embarrassed. No, I didn't even realize the energy came from me when the storms happened. Morgana hums again before heading towards the door. Maybe she's disappointed that her prophesied chosen one is useless. Same girl, same. She pauses but doesn't look back at me as she calls out, "Meet me in the courtyard in 10 minutes if you want to learn how to control your power," and then walks out of the room. Is there an unspoken rule in the Shadow Realm that you should leave people gaping when you walk away from them? Maybe it's a power play. Either way, I'm getting tired of always being left with more questions. I finish my dinner, considering Morgana's offer. Pro, learning to control my powers might significantly increase my chances of not dying. Con, Morgana is the reason I died in the first place. Mind you, being kept as an immortal prisoner by the Council sounds worse than death. Still, I'm not ready to go on coffee dates with this woman. If she was willing to kill me once, who's to say she won't do it again? Which brings me back to the pro. Learning how to control my powers will probably increase my chances of surviving this. Sighing, I move my wine over in favor of a glass of water. A late-night meeting with my murderer. What could go wrong? An icy chill clings to the air tonight, mirroring my feelings of trepidation. After quickly stopping in my room for my fighting leathers and weapons, I find Morgana in the courtyard as expected. While getting ready, I also took the time to devise a few don't die strategies. Strategy 1, when meeting with your murderer, always be prepared. The added weight of my blades gives me some comfort. I passed Magnus and Damien, snuggled up together in the sitting room when heading down to the courtyard. As an added precaution, I took a moment to give them the heads up that I accidentally almost blew up the realm, so Morgana was going to teach me to control my powers. Strategy 2. When meeting with your murderer, tell a friend where you're going, so they know to check on you. I am nailing this. Magnus and Damien wanted to question me more about my realm-breaking energy, but I hurried on, not wanting to be late for my training. I walk to her now, rubbing the cold from my arms and cursing myself for not bringing a cloak. Morgana is unmoving as she waits for me. The effect is a bit creepy. She looks like a Halloween animatronic, with her black eyes and long black dress. Her outfit is complete with a warm-looking cloak. Jealous. So, how are we going to do this? I ask as I reach her. Morgana grabs my arm, and in a blink, we're no longer in the courtyard. When I see where we are, the cold of the night air has nothing on the feeling of icy dread that washes over me. We're standing in front of the off-limits death forest. And, to make things worse, there's a path leading in. Oh no. No, no, no. I don't like where this is going. Morgana lets me go as soon as I've caught my balance, and without hesitating, she starts down the path. "This is where you'll be learning to control your powers," she calls, before turning to see me still hesitating at the forest's edge. "Nothing here will hurt you as long as you're with me." That should make me feel better. It doesn't. Still, I weighed my options at the table, so I follow. The darkness in the forest is thicker, but contrary to my expectations, moonlight does manage to filter in. Silver linings, as always. I walk beside Morgana, focusing on the eerie screeches coming from all around us. The hairs on my arms rise at the sound. The screeches are precisely like the calls from the Forsaken in the parking garage, though I'm not entirely convinced there aren't killer clowns in here, too. Still, the Forsaken stay away, and I see no sign of them or any other creatures that might want to tear us to pieces. We walk in silence, following the winding path. Finally, when I'm convinced we're going in circles, Morgana stops. We're still surrounded by the same forest. I was expecting maybe a secret laboratory or a magical obstacle course. Things are taking a disappointing turn. I ask Morgana again. So, how are we going to do this? My voice gets a bit more high-pitched at the end this time. Morgana looks cool as a cucumber when she looks at me. This is where your training will start. First, I'll need your weapons. My gut says not to do it. My brain says I'm already a dead woman for following her in here. My stomach says I should have stayed inside and had dessert. I hand over my weapons. Morgana takes them as she continues to explain my training. I'm a firm believer that the best way to learn how to use your powers is to have a good reason to use them, not just facing off with a potential ally. Why do I not like where this is going? This forest is infested with forsaken spirits. Your task is simple. Turn around and walk out. Morgana continues. I frown as she steps away from me. What are the Forsaken going to do while I walk out? Morgana smiles. I ordered them to stay away from us while I'm present. I'll be apparating back to the castle now. My eyes widen and panic unfurls as I realize exactly what this test will entail. Morgana, I'm unarmed. I don't have any way to defend myself. Morgana doesn't look bothered. You need to use the power locked inside of you. Not these. She holds up my swords. Don't look so concerned, she adds. I've instructed the Forsaken not to kill you. At my relieved expression, Morgana's smile becomes a wicked grin. They're not allowed to kill you, but maiming is highly encouraged. She finishes, and then disappears, leaving me completely alone in the forest. The screeching stops. There isn't a sound now as I turn around on the path, holding my breath. I preferred it when they were making noise. At least that way, I had an idea of where the creatures were. I don't think I'm a violent person, but if I make it out of here, I might have to repay the favor and kill Morgana. With Cassandra's memories, I'm sure I can whip up a few creative ways to slit that woman's throat. How long do I have, I wonder, until they realize Morgana is gone? The path is littered with old leaves and twigs, making it impossible to stay quiet as I start back the way we came. I walk with purpose, but not too quickly. There's no sense in wasting my energy. This is going to be a long walk back. Every step is deafening, carrying over the sound of blood pumping in my ears. My best chance is to stay undetected for as long as possible. I can free the souls of Forsaken, but I haven't forgotten how they swarmed into the parking garage. A swarm would be very, very bad for my health. A branch snaps somewhere overhead. Fool me once. This time, I know better than to only look at the forest floor when looking for deadly creatures. I don't stop walking, but make sure to keep glancing up for the source of the noise. Nothing. It's killing me to keep my footsteps steady and not sprint out of here. The Forsaken are much faster than I can ever dream of being. There's no running from them. Another branch snaps to my right this time, but the sound is still above me. Stand and fight before it calls for backup. Get in the open where it can't ambush you, and brace your legs, a voice in my head barks out. The voice sounds like it knows what it's doing. I'm guessing Cassandra's training is starting to mix with my own consciousness. I should probably have that looked at, but if her memories help me survive this, she's more than welcome to stay. I walk a bit further until the path widens up ahead. This is probably as good as it's going to get. The Forsaken is still stalking me. Branches snap around me as it circles. My heart is thundering, and I might pee myself. But instead of looking around frantically, I close my eyes, trying to pick up on exactly where it is. Steady, the voice in my head warns. The sound of the Forsaken gets closer, but I don't move. I'm not sure if that's due to the fear paralysis or Cassandra's memories telling me not to budge. Finally, a low growl comes, the sound right behind me. I don't want to turn around. Slowly, my eyes open, and I turn, trying to keep my movements as non-threatening as possible. The Forsaken clings to a branch above me, its weight pulling the branch low. Its neck is craned back, and it turns to look directly at me. Don't show fear, I remind myself. This isn't my first rodeo with broken spirits, but I can fully admit that the Forsaken are much more terror-inducing than the faceless creatures back in my realm. It really comes down to the teeth and the moving. The faceless from back home blinked closer and closer to you, and that was creepy. But I think I could have run from one. The Forsaken are built like they were meant to kill. The razor-sharp teeth of the one above me gleam in the moonlight. I swallow. It lets out a series of high-pitched screeches before dropping from the branch. It walks on all fours towards me like some sort of demon animal. Claws dig into the soil, and it circles me, edging closer until finally stopping directly before me. Breathe, Vivian. No fear. I try to will my body to relax. The Forsaken sniffs at my boot before standing back on two legs. Its hot breath and the stench of rotten meat wash over me. I try not to think about the fact that the smell is likely its own rotten flesh. Instead, I focus on trying to feel for the creature, on how it has been trapped here for who knows how long, and how Leon told me some souls were sent into slavery until they decayed into Forsaken. This was just a person. They had a life, and now they're stuck in a perpetual loop of suffering. There's so much wrong with this afterlife. The Forsaken doesn't stay calm like the others did, but instead grows more agitated as the silver light starts to extend from me. It chitters in alarm, letting out more high-pitched shrieks as the silver light circles around it. I ignore the fact that the creature is letting all the other Forsaken know precisely where we are, as I stay fully engrossed in freeing the soul. The light fully encloses it until finally dissipating. The spirit of a woman in metal armor remains. I sag, but don't have a chance to appreciate my victory because the sounds of the outside world are quick to return. Branches are breaking, and multiple shrieks are approaching from different directions now. This is bad. I am beyond screwed. I look to the spirit. Will you help? I ask pleadingly. The spirit nods, her own eyes widening as she looks around the forest, picking up on the sounds. Go, she mouths, pointing down the path. I don't need to be told twice. The silvery light of the spirit follows behind me as we hustle down the path. The time for stealth is over. The Forsaken know exactly where I am, and they're coming for me. Running now, hardly a breath passes before I see two shadows crawling impossibly fast through the branches above us. More Forsaken. The freed spirit draws her sword and heads for the one on the left. I focus all my energy on the Forsaken to my right, trying to free it without slowing down. The sounds of crashing branches grow closer, and it's hard to ignore the immediate threat. Still, the silvery light comes, wrapping around the Forsaken. In response, it leaps from the branches and lands on the path just ahead of me. It bares its teeth as my silver light fully engulfs it. I don't slow as I run past it, or bother looking back. More branches and shrieks. I push myself to run faster, but it doesn't make a difference. More shadows ahead now, at least 5. Still, I run, refusing to feel fear and pushing all my thoughts into feeling sorrow for these creatures. Sorrow that they became so fully broken that they had to be forced into this dark place. Sorrow that they are now forced to follow the whims of an immortal. Sorrow that they'll never know peace. More light extends from me now, reaching the 5 Forsaken. One manages to shake free of the silvery threads, shaking its head in confusion before launching at me. We connect, and I go down. The creature has me pinned on my back, its teeth snapping directly above my face. A stab of fear hits me just as the Forsaken is wrenched off me by the spirit of another warrior, a man now. I don't waste a moment before I'm up and running again, still trying to free any spirit that comes too close. Some are freed, but others manage to evade my energy, and I'm left dodging around trees as they try to jump down at me. More freed spirits have joined the fray now, trying to take down the Forsaken that I miss, but it isn't enough. I round a bend on the path, and my stomach sinks. Ahead, the Forsaken form a solid wall along the forest floor, and the trees above them are infested with even more. They're all running towards me, impossibly fast. I screech to a halt. There's no way I'm getting through that. Spinning on my heel, I'm met with a familiar sight. There are just as many Forsaken behind me. About a dozen freed spirits try to fight them off, but we're outnumbered 1,000 to 1. I have time to take a single breath, and then the swarm descends on us. The screeching is almost deafening, and I try to focus my power on freeing as many as I can, but within another second, they're on me. All I can see is a writhing ball of leathery black skin before I'm thrown to the ground. Claws dig into my back, and others rip across my arm, opening my very fresh arrow wound. The pain is instant, and I fight with all my might to try and get up, to escape, but there are just too many. More pain as another clawed hand rakes across the top of my thigh, shredding my fighting leathers. I curl up into a tight ball and try to let my mind go to a different place. Morgana said they wouldn't outright kill me. Does she know humans can die of blood loss? I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to focus on something else. The sadness hits first. If I die, then this is just going to keep happening. More souls will be sold into slavery, only to be discarded by the immortals in power whenever the soul has outlived its usefulness. More realms will suffer the actions of the council whenever they feel threatened, and this forest will only grow more crowded with broken spirits. The cycle of suffering will never stop. In that moment, every trace of fear left in me disintegrates. Instead, I'm left feeling raw and disappointed. It needs to stop. I want to fix this, to help in any way I can. I don't want to hide anymore. As that final thought enters my brain, the silvery light starts to hum within me, growing louder and louder, until finally, light explodes from me. It feels as though my entire existence shatters with it. Chapter 19. Rule 19. When offered a three-way as pain relief, the answer is always yes. The crushing weight of the Forsaken is off me in an instant. Slowly, I uncurl from my protective ball and pull myself to standing, blinking at the brightness. My usual silvery wisps of light have been replaced by a solid silver sphere, but the light isn't stagnant. I watch, transfixed, as it pulses outwards from me. Within the sphere, every Forsaken is enveloped by the silvery light. The humming sensation inside of me continues like there is a battery powering this energy. I don't think I've even taken a breath yet. I may not be capable of it. I'm paralyzed, watching the light spread further and further, until finally, whether hours or seconds later, the light comes violently crashing back toward me. I only have a second's warning, but it makes no difference as the bright silver glow slams into me, its crushing impact knocking me back to the ground. Everything goes dark. When my consciousness trickles back in, my immediate thought is that I really hope there are no more Forsaken around. All I can picture is a pack of them feasting on my innards while I was blacked out. My imagination is not my friend. Thankfully, when I open my eyes, I only see a few freed spirits circling me. They don't seem violent, and though they're silent, they keep gesturing to each other, repeatedly pointing to my leg. Frowning, I sit up, only to realize the entirety of the forest still retains a faint silver glow. My jaw drops once I realize its source. Every last Forsaken has been replaced by a freed spirit. Beyond the few directly around me, the others all wait, standing at attention, forming a circle around me. There are thousands of them. One of the spirits closest to me kneels, pointing to my thigh. He looks concerned. Following his gaze, I catch sight of the scratch left by one of the Forsaken. Blood is oozing out. I grimace. It looks deep, and it will undoubtedly start bleeding more when I start walking. Still, I can't just sit here all night with my new ghostly entourage. The spirit doesn't move, and I smile weakly at him. It's okay. I can patch myself up. He nods, accepting my answer before returning to stand with the others. The scratch starts just below my hip and ends halfway down my thigh. I need to slow the bleeding before I can get out of here. You'd think fighting outfits would come equipped with many first aid kits, but I'm high and dry. That's a serious workplace safety hazard. Instead, I pull off my belt and tighten it around the top of my leg, making it so tight I want to scream. It's excruciating, but does the trick, slowing the blood loss. I don't think about the matching scratches on my arm and back, or about the possibility of supernatural sepsis. Instead, I stand, testing my weight on my injured leg. It hurts like hell, but I can walk. I look at the huge crowd of spirits waiting all around me. Will you walk me home, in case there are more threats? The spirit in the water outside Leon's castle didn't leave until I told her to go. Hopefully, these spirits will be similarly inclined, because I don't think I have enough energy even to light a match. Thankfully, the spirits look like they're willing to help. Some nod, while others place their fist to their chests in a show of solidarity. The forest is much calmer now. There isn't a single screech to indicate there may still be any Forsaken left. We make it through the forest without incident, and to my relief, Morgana isn't waiting for me up at the castle. Instead, she stands on a hill not far from the path's entrance. Sin stands beside her, his arms crossed and his expression hard. Magnus and Damien wait on her other side, their eyes widening at the sight of me. At least those two look concerned. I take in Morgana's self-satisfied expression, and rage unfurls inside of me. She left me to possibly die in here after murdering me once already. My eyes lock on hers, and I watch with petty satisfaction as her expression morphs into shock. Behind me, a massive line of freed spirits comes into view, their glow lighting up the tree line. I am finished with being deceived by powerful creatures. I am not helpless, and I will fight back. I take a step forward, now fully exiting the forest. I don't know what kind of sick and twisted game you think you're playing, but you will never do this to me again. My voice shakes from the shock starting to take over, but I'm not finished. I take another step, and without hesitation, the line of spirits behind me, who have been magically contained in the forest by Morgana for who knows how long, step out behind me. Whatever magic she had over them is no more. Seeing the spirits leave the forest, Sin shifts, subtly placing himself between me and Morgana. The move sends a pulse of satisfaction through me. I am not powerless. The Forsaken are no longer yours to command. I don't shout the phrase, but I watch as the blood drains from Morgana's face. She heard me. I cup my hands to my mouth, helping to project my voice. I release you from this place. Go and be free. With my words, The silvery lights from the spirits blink out, one by one, as they disappear, moving on to wherever they need to be. I never break eye contact with Morgana, who now looks terrified as I slowly make my way towards her. Rage still simmers in my veins. Sin doesn't move from his protective stance, and I hear him ask, "What is she?" Morgana swallows before answering, "I have no idea." I'm limping up the hill when two heavy bodies collide with me, arms tucking around me on either side. Damien and Magnus plaster themselves against me, helping me walk. I stiffen at the contact, but then let myself lean on them. It helps ease the sting in my leg. I try not to think about the arms pressing against the gashes on my back.
"Easy, little enigma,"
Magnus whispers as we move together.
"It seems you may have a little scratch,"
he notes, making light of the blood that coats most of my body. Sin glares at us, but moves back to Morgana's side. I guess I don't look like a threat anymore. Shame. "What did you do to them?" Morgana's voice trembles, and she's matching my anger now. Good. We're all angry. Damien's hand squeezes my shoulder in a comforting gesture. I try not to black out from the pain. I guess there's a scratch there, too. "I freed them," I grit out. That's not possible," Morgana answers. She looks devastated. Maybe she thinks I killed them. The thought immediately cools my anger. "I've been doing it for years," I answer honestly. "They're trapped, and it sucks the humanity out of them. I release them from their ties so they can finally find peace. There are similar creatures in my realm." Morgana nods, frowning. "I don't know what you are. I've never heard of such a power before. To free spirits and to almost split realms. It's unheard of." Sin cuts in.
"That wasn't the same energy signature she had last night."
I shrug. "The other power only started after I met Leon." "Do they know about this power?" Morgana asks, sounding concerned. I shake my head, starting to feel dizzy. Blood loss is fun like that. Sin notices.
"She needs medical attention."
He steps forward, and I give him my best, "No shit, Sherlock," expression. Morgana stops him, grasping Sin's arm. "Magnus and Damien, patch her up. Sin, we need to talk." They apparate away without another word. I ignore the tiniest hint of disappointment that hits when they leave. Damien turns to me.
"So, Red, how about we go back to the castle so we can look at those paper cuts?"
I choke out a laugh, still feeling woozy. "Yeah, sure. I must have tripped and scraped my knee," I answer lightly. We apparate back into the sitting room where I found them earlier. I hadn't realized the two were together like that. My cheeks heat, realizing I may have interrupted an intimate moment between them when I barged in. "Sorry about derailing your evening," I say, as Damien walks me over to a lounge chair, and Magnus steps out to grab some first aid supplies. Damien smiles, and I can't help but notice how he lights up the entire room. He just has this energy about him. He practically glows.
"No need to be sorry, Red. You're more entertaining than anything we had planned. But we weren't thrilled to learn that Morgana left you in the forest," he answers. "We wanted to escort you back out,"
Magnus calls as he re-enters the room with towels, water, and a small case.
"But Morgana said she'd have the Forsaken slit our throats the moment we set foot in the woods."
He puts the supplies down and kneels, inspecting my leg. He tuts, lightly prodding at the torn flesh. I bite my lip to stop from screaming. Damien joins him and gives an exaggerated sigh.
"This isn't how I pictured this happening, but, Red, we need to take your pants off."
Magnus grins.
"It was only a matter of time until she gave in to our charms."
I roll my eyes, but use the lounge chair to help pull myself up. Magnus is there in an instant, helping me stand. I laugh at their antics. I bet you two come on to all the kidnapped victims that are beaten up here. If I ever get to see Connor again, I'm going to push aside my aversion to physical affection and hug him. This situation would be utterly mortifying if it weren't for his desensitization to male attention. Damien works the belt off my thigh slowly, and blood starts to return to my leg. Black circles line the edges of my vision from the pain.
Easy, little enigma. We've got you.
Magnus whispers into the shell of my ear as his arm tightens around my waist. I'm grateful for the support because my knees are weak. To clarify, I hiss through the pain. I think you're both great, but I'm really not looking for anything at the moment. I have enough boy drama. I look down at Damien and he winks, loosening the belt a little more.
Understood, Red.
Magnus's whisper comes again.
But perhaps you'll allow us to distract you while we get you patched up.
Damien finishes opening the belt, and the full pressure of blood returning to my leg makes me lightheaded. I thought, aren't you two a thing? I ask, confused.
We enjoy each other's company,
Magnus notes.
and we especially enjoy sharing,
Damien adds, his hands coming to the waist of my pants. Oh boy, I whisper. My cheeks heat, and warmth uncurls in my stomach at the thought. My brain mustn't be firing properly because I'm considering their offer. Magnus and Damien are both attractive, and while I'm not feeling any toe-curling, passionate fireworks towards them, I'm not entirely put off either. Maybe I'm not as broken as I thought. I think about what Sarah would say if I asked her for advice and almost laugh at what would be the most enthusiastic agreement of all time. Sure, why not? I answer, shrugging. I've only ever been intimate with a man I was magically spelled to want. It would probably be helpful to try being intimate with someone without magical coercion. For educational purposes, of course. Damien starts working my pants down as gently as possible, and Magnus licks a trail up my neck. Goosebumps erupt on my skin everywhere his forked tongue touches.
She's lucid,
Magnus says.
I can taste it on her.
Damien groans as he realizes I'm bare underneath the pants. I didn't plan on becoming an advocate for going commando, but no one put any kind of underwear in my room. I'm working with what I've got. He finishes slipping off my pants and prods at the fully exposed scratches again. I wince, and Magnus responds by placing hot kisses against my neck. It distracts me a little from the pain, and I'm grateful. So, are you both mortal too? I ask, breathless. This is probably not the best time for small talk, but their heated touches are bringing back memories of Leon touching me the same way. Memories of pain, fog, and lust, all so tangled that they leave me feeling cold, and I'm desperate to drown them out. I need to do this. I need to push through the rising panic in my throat and not let Leon be my only memory of being intimate. Otherwise, he'll still be controlling me, and I refuse to give him that power. I am in control. Damien answers as his hand slips between my thighs, reaching for the back of my injured one.
Not at all. Snake shifters can live for generations. And
He pauses as his hand grazes my center before lifting the back of my thigh so that my leg is propped up on his knee.
I'm a descendant of the angelic realm. Immortality is one of the few perks.
I inhale sharply at the intimate contact, but Damien pulls back as the cuts start oozing blood more quickly.
We need to get her sitting back down,
Damien calls. Somewhere between the blood loss and their touch, the panic in my throat starts to subside. Magnus gently lowers me onto the lounge, resting my back against the headrest.
We've been alive for a long time.
Why does that sound provocative? Am I into older men? Is that it? Magnus kneels next to Damien on the floor and gently pulls my thighs open, settling between them. More heat floods me at the sight. Magnus gives a quick nod, lowering his head, just as Damien presses a hot towel to my leg. I scream, but Magnus is already in position, placing hot kisses against my inner thigh and working his way up. The sensation has my scream fading into a breathless squeak. If this is medical care, I'm happy to give these people all my tax dollars. Easy, little enigma. He pauses his kisses to whisper, "We'll take very good care of you." His mouth inches closer to my center as Damien applies another hot towel. I squeeze my eyes shut at the pain, only to startle when their touches are replaced by cold air. I blink, only to find Damien and Magnus are crumpled against the back wall. They're both staggering to get up, but I'm quickly distracted by the giant warlord-looking man standing in front of me. Sin looks ready to commit murder. His tattoos glow a deep and bright red, and even his eyes hold the glow. I snap my legs closed, not wanting to give him a bigger show than I already have. His voice is low, and there's a dangerous edge to it.
You were told to heal her. What the fuck are you doing touching her?
Magnus stands, helping Damien up. They look annoyed.
We are healing her.
Damien snaps.
We are simply providing some pain relief in the process.
Magnus adds. Sin's jaw works, and his eye twitches.
Out,
he whispers.
But
Damien starts to argue. Sin doesn't raise his voice.
For as long as she is my partner, you will not touch her. Do not test my good nature.
Magnus rolls his eyes before placing his arm around Damien and giving me a final wink as they head out of the room.
Until next time, little enigma.
Sin growls, but it isn't enough to mask Damien's complaint.
Typical possessive destroyers. They never share.
Their voices fade, and it's just me and Sin. Only Sin is wearing pants. I think that puts me at a disadvantage. I shift, placing my hands in front of the junction of my thighs in a last-ditch attempt at modesty. Sin's eyes track the movement, and his gaze grows heated before he notices the blood on my leg and glares at me.
Would you care to explain why you are half naked?
I huff. It's not rocket science. Sin growls again. I roll my eyes at his display. What else am I supposed to do? I don't have any underwear here, Sin. I'm working with what I've got. Sin narrows his eyes before grabbing a hot towel and placing it on the cut. He pushes on it, making me hiss from the pain.
Hold this. Apply pressure, and don't move,
he orders before apparating out of the room. He's back a second later, throwing a pair of lace booty shorts at me. I catch them and gasp. These are mine! Sin, what the hell are you doing with my underwear?
Don't flatter yourself,
Sin answers. I glare at him, pulling my leg away when he steps closer. Sin rolls his eyes as if I'm the biggest inconvenience in the world.
I was in your realm tonight, gathering some of your things. I figured you might want them after you decided to stay.
I pause, shell-shocked. That's very thoughtful. Thank you. Sin nods to the underwear.
Can you get them on?
He snaps impatiently. I nod, leaning forward, but wince as the action puts more pressure on my injured thigh, causing the cuts to bleed more. Sin's sigh is so strong, it could probably knock over a small house as he reaches over, snatches the underwear, and gently threads my legs into them. He doesn't make eye contact as he mumbles,
"Fates grant me strength."
Rude. I know I'm covered in blood and dirt, but he doesn't have to sound so offended at having to touch me. Look, if this is too uncomfortable for you, just send Magnus and Damien back in. I'm sure they can finish the job. I snap, my cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Sin's eyes snap back to mine, and his hand reaches under my non-injured thigh, tightening before lifting my hips.
Let me be clear, kitten,
he says, his eyes darkening.
While we're working together, I am the only one you'll be finishing with.
Chapter 20. Rule 20. When in doubt, flash your enemies. An outraged gasp gets caught in my throat as Sin finishes pulling up my underwear. His hands graze my ass, and they feel like a brand. This is it. I've bled out. That's the only reason I'm enjoying Sin's hands on me. But then he releases me, snapping me out of the blood-loss daze. That's not your choice, I snap back. I'm so over being bossed around by men. Sin just laughs, and the sound goes straight to my core. I try to kick him with my non-injured leg, but he catches my foot easily as his other hand reaches for the cloth on my injured leg.
Easy, kitten. You're just going to hurt yourself some more. Do I need to knock you out while I sew you back together?
He asks, his thumb rubbing circles on my calf. I blanch. Please don't. Sin frowns.
You need stitches. These are too deep and...
Sew me up, but don't knock me out, I correct him, trying to ignore my panicked heartbeat. Sin almost looks hurt as he nods and releases my leg.
I would never...
No, I backtrack. That's not it at all. I don't want magic influencing my brain anymore. It scares me, I admit. It's the full truth. The thought that I went days with magic influencing my thoughts still haunts me. It's not something I ever want to experience again. Sin nods, understanding.
This is going to hurt,
he notes as he opens the small case Magnus brought in. My eyes lock onto the needle and thread, and I swallow. Sin picks up the supplies and glances up at me for permission before starting. Do it, I whisper. Holy fuck. I feel sorry for any pants I ever hemmed. The feeling of thread pulling through my skin is nauseating, and I lay back, squeezing my eyes shut. I need a distraction. This sucked less when Magnus and Damien were here, I grumble. Pissing off Sin is a solid distraction. I peek and notice the faint glow that pulses through Sin's tattoos. Mission accomplished. His gaze hardens, but he says nothing. Hey, warlord wannabe, you could at least talk to me, I huff. Sin quirks an eyebrow as he pauses from his task to look up at me. My pulse picks up at the sight, and I'm blaming it on my injuries.
Why would I want to do that?
He asks mildly before going back to sewing me up. I bite the inside of my cheek at the pain before gritting out. You kicked out my distractions. You could at least try to take my mind off what you're doing. His mouth quirks up with the hint of a smile.
What do you want to talk about?
I purse my lips, wondering what to ask him. What did Morgana want to talk to you about? She seemed a little upset. Sin ties off the first set of stitches and gets to work on the second scratch. It's very inconsiderate of Forsaken to have 5 fingers. His voice is low, but not angry, when he answers.
Morgana has looked after the Forsaken for 3,000 years, and now they're gone. Who knows where? We checked the forest. There were hundreds of thousands of them spread throughout. They're all gone. You effectively wiped out the Shadow Realm's standing army.
I think of the silver bubble that projected out from me, only to come blasting back. It must have freed them all. It serves her right for leaving me in there, I grumble. Another scratch is patched, and Sin moves on to the third.
Morgana is very direct. She doesn't hesitate to do what she thinks is right. When we heard the forest go silent, we apparated to the edge, listening for any signs of distress. You weren't abandoned, only meant to think you were. It's brutal, but effective.
I hiss when Sin stabs a little deeper. Sorry, he mutters, working on closing the wound. I go back to squeezing my eyes shut. Every prod of the needle is becoming agonizing. Did this realm not invent those freezing needles? So, Morgana has been around for a while, I note. Have you both worked together for that long? Sin moves on to the fourth scratch. Almost there. I try to forget about the blood running down my back and my arm.
I was changed into a destroyer a little over 2,500 years ago. Morgana has been my keeper ever since.
He answers. Sin is focused on his task, and I mull over whether I should ask if they have a lover's bond. From what Rosie was saying, I don't think they do. But it might be good to know. It's intel gathering. Know your enemy and such. But I have no idea how to ask without sounding like I'm interested. So, are you two together? I ask. Smooth, Vivian. Very smooth. Sin pauses again to look up at me. From the look on his face, I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm interested. I'm definitely going to be needing that timeshare in hell. I just want to understand more about the bonds. I rush out. His eyebrow does that thing where it quirks up again, and Sin just shakes his head at me, looking like he might laugh, before getting to work on cut number 5.
Morgana is my family. When the council took me, I wanted to fight, to burn them to the ground for what they'd done. She convinced me to work with her so we could bring them down for good. She reminded me of my older sister, and the role stuck.
He answers. My brows furrow. What do you mean they took you? I thought destroyers and creators were prestigious volunteer positions for rich people. Sin laughs darkly.
For the creators, yes, but they didn't want such noble breeding for their destroyers. My family lived in one of the lower villages of the other world, well away from the council. We had a modest life. My parents were farmers, and my sister and I helped out where we could. When we fell into debt, I started working for the black market. I always had a gift for convincing people to do what I wanted.
He ties off the last stitch and starts adding a bandage over it.
I was away 1 week on a job, and when I returned, council soldiers were there, burning my village to the ground. They executed everyone. It turns out rebels had been hiding out nearby, and the council wanted to send a message. Any village found hiding rebels would burn.
He finishes bandaging my leg and stands.
My employers from the black market were there, working with the council guards to ensure their own safety. Once they saw me, they traded me, convincing the guards I had powers of manipulation. And the rest is history,
he says, as he places the dirty tools in a bowl. I gingerly prod at the bandage before standing. I can put weight on it, and I'm grateful. Bracing myself against the lounge chair, I answer, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I don't feel pity for Sin. I'm sad for his loss. I hope he sees the difference. Sin nods brusquely and answers,
It was a long time ago.
I nod, getting the sense that he probably wants to change the subject. I think about how Connor and Isaac cracked jokes after I almost drowned to lighten the mood. I don't think a joke would be appropriate right about now, but I could probably distract Sin with more injuries to treat. My back is still aching from the other scratches, and I start to pull off my shirt, intent on ensuring they don't need stitches as well. Sin's response is immediate.
Kitten, what the fuck?
He growls, stepping forward to grab my hands and yanking my shirt back down. I fight against him for a second, but he has a firm grip. My ego is totally okay with the fact that Sin is appalled at the thought of me undressing. Still, mission accomplished because he doesn't look sad anymore, and the vibe in the room has completely changed. Yes, the vibe is sexual harassment. As in, Sin likely thinks I'm sexually harassing him. I stop fighting him and sigh. Don't flatter yourself. I echo his words right back at him. There's another scratch going down my back. I can feel the blood still dripping. I lock eyes with him, feeling smug at his thunderstruck expression. Unless you're ready to send back Magnus and Damien, I'm going to need to take my shirt off. Finally, I feel like I have the mic drop moment with this man. Sin doesn't let me go, but steps closer. Gently, he turns me so I'm facing away from him. He starts peeling up my shirt, and I bite down the whimper that wants to come out. The fabric is stuck to some of the smaller scratches that have dried up. The cuts open again as Sin slowly takes my shirt off. He's close enough that I can feel the heat of him against my thin booty shorts. I clench my thighs together at the sensation, hoping Sin doesn't notice. He pulls my shirt over my head, but doesn't touch me again.
Lay down on your stomach.
Sin's voice comes above my ear, sounding more gruff than usual. I notice his hands are fisted at his sides as he waits for me to obey. I take a second to look over my shoulder at him, wondering if he's gone back to being angry. He's only inches from me, and I have to crane my neck to see his face. He looks like he's in pain. My mortal cooties must be driving him crazy. You don't have to keep patching me up. I don't mind. I'm sure a hot shower will sort me out. I start, trying to give him a pass out of here. I like annoying Sin, but I feel bad if he's this uncomfortable. At my comment, Sin mutters something about the universe having a sick sense of humor before his hands come around my waist, and he lifts me onto the lounge chair. I yelp, landing on my hands and knees, and quickly lie down to cover myself. Sin lets out another blistering sigh. You don't have to be so upset about it. I'm only trying to help, I grumble, turning my head to frown at him. Sin kneels next to the lounge chair, his fingers gently prodding at the scratches.
If you want to help, stop getting beaten up.
I scoff, like it's my fault. Sin reaches for another towel and soaks it in hot water. He starts cleaning the cuts, and I hiss.
It's your fault you let yourself be vulnerable to attack,
he mutters, continuing to clean me up. The sting is fading, and I close my eyes. He finishes cleaning my back and moves to the injuries on my shoulder and arm. His fingers trail over the scars that pepper my skin, causing goosebumps to run down my body. I fight my immediate urge to cover them up. Whatever. He's seen them at this point. If he thinks the scars are hideous, that's a him problem.
So, tell me, kitten.
Sin continues cleaning my shoulder, but his other hand trails up to the back of my neck, his thumb brushing a scar just below my ear.
Who did this to you?
A shiver runs down my back, and I bite my lower lip, wondering how much I want to say. Sin was honest with me about his family, and I also want to be forthcoming. Since we're going to be working together, we may as well find a way to get along. I open my eyes to find Sin crouched in front of me, his expression schooled to be mild. But his mask isn't enough to hide the red glow coming off him. He's not calm at all. I was blamed for a death in my hometown when I was a teenager. In return, some kids tied me to a tree and... I start, trying to give enough of the story to be honest, but not wanting to go through the pain of remembering that night. But Sin shakes his head.
That's not what I asked you. I know what they did to you. I just need to know who.
I frown at him. How would you know what they did to me?
You already know we were keeping an eye on you to make sure you survived long enough to find Leon.
He answers, before squeezing the back of my neck lightly.
Now I want names, kitten.
I pull away from his grip, and Sin lets me go immediately. What do you mean, keeping an eye on me? I thought you only found me when I found Leon. How did you even know I was reborn? And you watched them attack me? My voice picks up, and I can't stop the betrayal that bleeds through. I might not be on the best of terms with Sin, but I thought he was a better man than this. Better than letting a near child suffer that kind of pain. Sin sees the hurt in my eyes, and he looks crestfallen.
I didn't find you in time to stop them. By the time I found you, it was dark, and you were still tied to the tree.
My eyes widen, realization dawning. It was you, the thing that growled in the woods. I remember it vividly, the menacing sound that led me to break my thumb in order to slip free from the ropes. Sin nods.
I was furious. We weren't supposed to interfere with you unless your life was in danger. I would have untied you, but you freed yourself.
I'm still frowning as I try to piece it all together. Who told you not to interfere? How did you find me? Sin runs a hand through his hair.
About 5 years ago, a spirit was sent to Morgana. She brought a message warning us that you'd been reborn. She showed us where to find you. The spirit had already been instructed to watch out for you, but we were asked to watch out for you as well, in case you needed extra protection.
Why? Why did I need so much protection? And who sent the spirit? I don't need to ask who the spirit was. I already know it was the ghost girl in the odd robes. Sin continues.
You needed to be protected in case the council found you. And
he pauses, trying to find the right words.
The person who sent the spirit to Morgana knew that her sisters would try to kill you. The night you were attacked, the spirit found me and signaled to me that you were in danger. I came immediately.
I swallow, getting the feeling that I really don't want to know the answer to my next question. Who sent the spirit? Why did a ghost keep trying to save my life? I ask, my voice shaking. Sin sighs.
Her name is Clotho.
I frown, trying to place where I've heard the name before, but Sin continues.
But you know her as one of the Fates.
Chapter 21. Rule 21. If someone is hunting you, uno reverse them. I've never had a roommate before, and after the last 2 minutes of my life, I would have preferred if it had stayed that way. It's barely dawn, and I'm trying to hide under my blankets as the psychopath from across the hall insists I get up.
I told you to get your ass out of bed and get dressed.
Sin growls as he towers over my bed. I respond by pulling the blankets even more tightly over my head. When Sin finished patching me up last night, he apparated us into my room so that I landed directly on my bed, still lying on my stomach. It was already completely dark, and I was grateful for not needing to move around with my injuries. Of course, Sin then had to go and whisper above my ear that he'd be just across the hall and to call him if I needed him, promising he'd hear me. While I'm sure he only meant it in a platonic partner kind of way, my imagination ran wild. The only way I eventually fell asleep was by reminding myself that the man was disgusted by me and that I needed to avoid sexually harassing my partner. The lack of sleep is not helping my current situation. Sin apparated into my room a few minutes ago, telling me we were training and ordering me to get ready. Given the fact that my leg and back are throbbing, and the man entered my room without knocking, I'm not feeling too agreeable. And I told you no. It's a complete sentence, Sin.
Either you get up and get yourself dressed, or so help me, kitten, I'll dress you myself.
Sin growls. I cackle, the sound muffled by his stolen blanket. That's rich coming from a man who looked ready to bolt at having to treat my injuries last night. I'm not concerned that he'd voluntarily touch me. I hear Sin grumbling as the chest at the end of my bed is opened, and things start landing on the floor. Rolling my eyes, I call out, I get that you are super eager to be my partner, but I've checked with my union, and I'm entitled to a day off after injuring myself on the job. Honestly, I feel like that's a pretty clever response, especially since I haven't had any coffee yet. Sin responds by ripping the blankets off me and tossing them to the corner of the room. I yelp, scrambling to cover myself. I'm still only in a pair of booty shorts. Sin rolls his eyes and stares at the top of my head. He tosses some clothes at me before gritting out,
5 minutes, kitten. You have 5 minutes before I come back.
And what happens if I crawl back under the blankets? I challenge as I grab the clothes he just threw at me. I usually have a strict filter for interacting with others. I weigh every word, constantly trying to decide what the right thing to say is. But Sin pushes me past that point. I don't care if I tell him the right thing because I've decided he is the bane of my existence, and I want to keep him that way. Sin's eyes leave the top of my head, and he takes a moment to eye me up and down. I'm shocked at his heated expression. That doesn't look like disgust. He smirks before answering.
Crawl back into that bed, and I'll unexist it and make you sleep with me tonight.
He takes a step back and adds,
I mean it. Dress yourself, or I'll do it for you.
I don't get the chance to snap at him because just as the words leave his mouth, he apparates from the room. I'm left blinking and stupefied, not just because of Sin's threats, but because of what I see, now that I'm not focused on the warlord wannabe. There, against the wall, are my bookshelves, stuffed full to the brim and bowing under the weight of my books. My dresser is here too, directly across from my bed. My throw pillows are scattered around the floor, and my quilts are folded neatly by the foot of the bed. My stuff. Sin said he'd returned to my realm to get some of my things so I'd be more comfortable, but I never imagined. Squealing, I jump out of bed, ignoring the pain in my leg, to go to my books. I pick one up and hug it. I don't care if it's weird. I have an emotional attachment to my books. Skipping over to my dresser, I pull open the drawers, thrilled that everything is still in them. When I head to the bathroom, I squeal again at the sight of my toiletries. It's amazing what a few familiar things will do for a person. The only thing I'm missing now are Sarah, Connor, and Isaac. But the further away they are from me, the safer they will be, especially now that I know the fates are messing with my life. That latest bit of information is more anxiety-inducing than I'm ready to cope with. A knock at the door distracts me from my joyful reunion with my belongings.
3 minutes, kitten.
Instead of snapping at him, I bite back my words and hustle to get ready. Sin might be a monumental pain in my ass, but he also brought me my books. For that, I'll try to be on my best behavior today. Pulling on my fighting leathers, I wince when they rub against the wounds. Luckily, the ones on my back and shoulder weren't deep enough to warrant stitches, and after sleeping on my stomach in only my underwear, they've scabbed over. I'm 90% sure the scabs are now bleeding again, but the fresh clothing hide any evidence of that. I make a mental note to check my toiletries later for some disinfectant. I'm saved from figuring out whether 5 minutes have passed because the second my weapons are sheathed, Sin apparates behind me, hooking an arm around my waist, and then apparates us outside. Shaking off his hold, I turn to glare at his self-satisfied smirk. Was that necessary? I grit out.
Your leg is injured. Would you prefer I carried you down the stairs?
He drawls. I flush. You wouldn't. The devilish gleam that crosses his face is enough to tell me that he wouldn't hesitate to do such a thing, and it makes me forget that I was planning on being nice to him. I roll my eyes. So you admit I shouldn't be walking down the stairs, but you want me training anyway? He smirks.
Enemies won't care that you're injured. You need to fight through the pain.
I huff, but then remember how debilitated I was by the pain that racked through me with Leon. Swallowing thickly, I nod. You're right. Sin's eyes narrow, as if he's trying to figure out what changed my mind, before shaking his head and looking away.
You won't be able to move around too much today. Otherwise, you'll open your stitches. So we'll be focusing on strengthening your body and honing your other instincts.
While none of those things sound appealing, I grit my teeth and do as I'm told. Sin takes me through a series of warm-ups and then has me doing all kinds of strength training until I think every one of my muscles is trembling. Less than an hour into training, I collapse onto the sand. I can't. No more. That's as strong as I'm going to get today. Sin towers over me and rolls his eyes at my dramatics.
We've barely started.
You seriously overestimate how much exercise I did in the mortal realm. I wheeze. His jaw works as he stares down at me. I think he's deciding whether to grant me a reprieve or not. I cross my fingers in hopes that he will take pity on me.
Fine, he acquiesces. We'll move on to the next portion of the training.
At my answering groan, he smiles.
I'm giving you a 10-minute head start. Avoid me for the next hour, and you can have the rest of the day off.
Sin offers me his hand, and I blink at him repeatedly, trying to process what he's proposing. Wait, you want to play hide and seek? I ask a bit incredulously as I ignore his hand and struggle to stand on my own. Sin's expression darkens as he answers.
There might come a time when I need you to run and hide. I need to know that you won't panic or get caught.
I shake my head. This is ridiculous. The castle is huge. If you're ready to give me the day off, just do it. We don't need to play a children's game. At my words, he stalks over to me, his movements becoming deliberate.
Don't assume I'm going to be relying on the same senses you have.
He only stops when he's inches away from me.
I know your scent, kitten. I know the signature of your energy. And I know the castle. Underestimating your opponent is how you get killed.
I swallow. Whatever playful tone he just held is gone. What happens if you find me? I ask warily. His eyes sweep down my body.
What happens when a predator catches their prey?
My eyes widen, and Sin gives me a wicked grin.
Run,
he whispers. I bolt. Panic floods my senses. The stitches in my legs scream as I hurry around the side of the castle, heading for the front doors. No part of me thinks Sin was alluding to becoming a cannibal. There's no mistaking the sexual undertone of his threat. And from the way heat coils in my lower belly at that thought, I need to make sure he doesn't get the chance to try. Sin is my partner. He's also a walking cesspool of toxicity, and my traitorous vagina needs to get a grip. I reach the large wooden doors, but pause before ripping them open. Something isn't adding up. Use your damn head, Vivian. Sin had every opportunity to make sexual advances on me last night when I was wearing far less clothing. Why would he all of a sudden be thinking about touching me now? The answer has me both embarrassed and relieved. He wouldn't. Sin wants me to panic. He expects me to run blindly, just like I might if I ever need to hide from an opponent. I take a deep inhale, not touching the door. Instead, I step back, scanning the castle. If Sin can follow my scent, it will be far too easy for him to track me if I'm inside. I need to stay out here, where any trace of me won't be constrained to a small room. Chewing on my bottom lip, I look around, brainstorming. If I did go indoors, I don't think Sin would expect me to hide in his room. But after the threat he made about me entering that space, I have no intention of setting foot in there ever. My eyes sweep up to the castle's third floor, locking on a single, small balcony. Sin's balcony. That could work. The smooth stones of Morgana's castle offer little in the way of climbing handholds, but I can work around that. When Damien and I did our morning runs, I had a lot of time to become acquainted with my surroundings. And while most of Rosie's plants are kept in the garden, she also has a huge vine that has since grown against one of the castle walls. My adrenaline pumps full force as I silently move along the wall, hoping I don't make any sounds that might carry to Sin. The vines snake all the way up a turret on the far left side of the castle. The vine's base is as thick as a softball, giving me hope that it will be strong enough to hold me. Ignoring the burning in my arms from Sin's workout and my injuries, I start climbing. Thankfully, the vines are solid and don't come with razor-sharp thorns. The castle is only 3 stories high, but the turret stretches far above the 3rd floor. Unfortunately for me, the vines don't twist all the way around the turret here, and I have to angle my body over to the roof, stretching to get my toes on the slippery metal. This is a stupid idea. If I slip, I'll break my neck. But I'm low on time, and I know my hiding spot is perfect. So, instead of overthinking my next move, I push myself off the turret, throwing my weight onto the slightly slanted roof. There are about 2 seconds where I wobble and my balance falters, but I manage to steady myself. Quietly exhaling, I gingerly pad along the roof, not making a sound. I head for Sin's balcony, quietly reminding myself I'm not afraid of heights. Once I'm directly above it, I lay down, making myself as small as possible. Not even a minute later, I hear Sin call out, "Ready or not, here I come." I don't dare look over the ledge to watch him enter the castle, but let myself breathe a sigh of relief when I hear him go inside. A slow grin spreads across my face, and I shift so that I'm crouched over the edge of the roof, just over his balcony. If Sin does check here, there's a good chance he'll find me. But I'm ready for him. I am not prey. I start counting the seconds in my head to get an idea of how much time I have left. 20 minutes pass without any hint of him until I finally hear Sin's door open. It's time. Another minute, and his balcony door opens, just beneath me. Sin steps out, and without giving him a chance to sense me, I drop from the roof. In the next heartbeat, I'm on his back, with my legs wrapped around his waist, and my dagger is pressed against his neck. At the feel of my blade, Sin goes completely still. "I win," I whisper in his ear before slipping off him. I stand tall, triumphant in my victory. Sin turns, his eyes scanning the roof before understanding dawns on him. "Clever girl," he notes, looking impressed. I grin back. "And I didn't enter your room." His pupils flare before he backs up, crossing his arms and looking smug. "I see that, though I'm very curious to see how you plan on leaving to enjoy your afternoon off." My grin falters as I scan his balcony. Even if I stand on the railing, there's no way I'll be able to reach the roof. I look at his room, my spine stiffening. Nope, not going that way. I walk to the balcony ledge and lean against it, shrugging. Someone will notice I'm not around. At some point, Magnus or Damien will go outside, and I'll ask them to apparate me. Sin's mouth quirks up in a corner at my answer. "Say you'll train more after we eat, and I'll apparate us out." I narrow my eyes at him. Food. We're eating food at the table in the dining room. Am I being paranoid that he's adding subtle sexual connotations to his words? Absolutely. But in my defense, the man has seen me nearly naked too many times over the last 24 hours and has made enough sexual innuendos that I'm suddenly questioning if he's as repulsed by me as I think he is. If Sin and I are going to be partners for the foreseeable future, then I need us to build a professional relationship. Otherwise, this entire endeavor will get very messy very quickly. How hard can it be? Sin pushes off the wall, and there's a playfulness to him that catches me off guard as he approaches me. "Such a dirty mind, kitten," he teases as he takes my hand. But instead of apparating us to the dining room right away, he yanks on me, pulling me into him. His mouth ghosts across my ear as he adds, "And don't think for a second that I wouldn't spread you open over that table and devour you." And then we apparate out. Chapter 22. Rule 22. Do not report your partner to human resources. The next few days go by in a blur of sweat. Sin has taken over all my training, and unlike the others who were more than happy to have me flitting between them during the day, he does not share my time. I'm kept busy from sunup to sundown and always at his side. The only time I see the others is at mealtimes, and even then, I'm so exhausted that I barely pay attention to their banter. After my first easy training day, Sin started pushing me harder in the arena. When I hold back, He's relentless in pissing me off until I give everything I have. He isn't particularly nice about it, but I know he's doing it to keep me alive. In those moments, I think of him more as a vaccine. Just another necessary prick. At least our working relationship is becoming somewhat less toxic. Sin hasn't called me a whore since the day I got my memories back. And I've committed to keeping things professional, not wanting to sexually harass him again. Of course, that doesn't mean Sin has stopped sexually harassing me. He hasn't cut back on making sexually charged comments. If anything, I think he's gotten worse. When I tried to lodge a complaint with my human resources representative, Morgana, Sin had me doing sit-ups for an hour, lecturing me about solving my own problems. When I asked him why his hormones were my problem, he threw me around extra hard in the arena. He wasn't even remotely grateful when I offered him a tampon. Sad. Despite Sin's general moodiness, I've now seen him laugh twice. The first was when I told him I'd stab him in the eye if he made me do any more planks. The second was when I was supposed to tackle him, and I took a second to warn him that this might hurt. He laughed hard after that. Insulting? Yes. But after going through years of solitude and finally making friends who made me laugh all the time, I'm not ready to lose that, especially since Sin and I are set to be partners for the foreseeable future. I've made it my mission to break through his walls and make him laugh. If he's a vaccine, then I'm determined to be an incurable plague. I'll wear him down. Mercifully, Sin has drawn the line at making me run since my leg is still healing. Damien has also stopped coming to my door to wake me up for our morning runs, and I'm not bringing it up with him. I assume it's because my leg has a giant gash across it. Unfortunately, that means I have the warlord wannabe invading my personal space every morning. He's here now, tossing a knife and catching it as he leans against the wall beside my dresser. He took one look at me after apparating into my room and has been staring at my floor ever since. I assume it might have something to do with the lace bralette I'm wearing. I threw the blankets over me the second he arrived, but I'm guessing he caught a peek because he's back to looking uncomfortable. And honestly, it serves him right for refusing to believe in boundaries. The mortal realm has this thing called weekends, I argue. I have been working nonstop since getting here, and I want a day off. Sin's jaw flexes, and he tosses the knife again. You are going to be fighting supernatural creatures much more powerful than you. You need to get stronger. And if you don't give me a break, I'm going to burn out, I argue. My body is screaming this morning, with knots appearing in places I didn't realize existed. Burning out is better than death. Stop being a whiny princess, he counters. I throw a pillow at him. He dodges it easily, smirking. See, you're still slow. Just the morning, then. Please? I'm not above begging at this point. I want a long, hot shower and coffee instead of jumping right into training. Sin's jaw works, and I think I might actually get what I want. But then he starts shaking his head, and I snap. Sin, I am going to get up and take a relaxing, hot shower, and unless you want to watch, you are going to leave my room. Now. I grip the blankets as if to pull them off, to drive home the threat. At my words, Sin's eyes flare, and a ghost of an unreadable emotion crosses his face. But then I blink, and he's gone. Was it an empty threat? Absolutely. But even with his sexually charged comments, I think Sin is all talk. The moment we are in a potentially compromising position, he backs off or looks uncomfortable. I can't be sure, but I think he uses the sexual comments to rile me up. It's annoyingly effective, so I'm proud of myself for finally throwing it back at him. I'm going to call the strategy tactical nudity. After a deliciously long shower, I dress in my own clothes rather than the fighting leathers that Sin keeps me in all day. I choose a deep green A-line skirt and a loose-fitting cream blouse. It's sleeveless, and I usually avoid wearing it. but with the scratches on my arm and shoulder, I don't want fabric getting stuck to them. I slip into some black ballet flats to complete my outfit, and I don't miss my chance to put on underwear. I dig through my collection, settling on a tan bra and lacy matching thong. No more advocating for going commando. I'm proud of my underwear addiction. Feeling light and happy, I skip down the stairs to breakfast. Sure, my world is still a dumpster fire, but I celebrate the little things. My smile crashes when I swing into the dining room. Rosie is crying, and Damien is trying to comfort her. Magnus has his head in his hands, looking beaten. Morgana is rigid at the head of the table, but I don't miss the way her hands shake. Sin is cracking his knuckles, looking like he might want to kill something. He's glowing. "What happened?" I ask, terrified of their answer. Morgana turns and indicates for me to come in and take a seat. I go to my chair, and Rosie looks up at me with red-rimmed eyes, only to start sobbing louder. "What's going on?" I ask again, feeling more anxious by the second. "We just got some intelligence about a member of our team. It's not good," Sin answers grimly. I look between him and Morgana, hoping they feel comfortable enough to tell me more. Morgana won't meet my eyes. She stares down at the table. That's a bit weird. Morgana doesn't seem to be the kind of person who shies away from eye contact. There's something they aren't telling me. Rosie hiccups beside me, her sobs slowing slightly. "Vivian, I'm so sorry," she says between sharp inhales. I frown at her, wondering what on earth she's apologizing for. "Is this about me getting hit with an arrow? I already told you it was my decision, and you have nothing to be sorry for," I say, hoping to ease whatever she's upset about. Rosie felt terrible about my getting hurt in her realm, and I've hardly seen her since. Rosie sobs harder. "No, it's not that." She breathes hard. "It's Ariana. They have her, and we didn't tell you." She finishes with another round of sobs. The name immediately brings back flashes from Cassandra's life. There's a little girl with white blonde hair and frightened blue eyes. I take her away from the groping hands of the guardians. She climbs into my bed for months on end every time she has a nightmare. Then I see her again as a scabby-kneed preteen, training with swords with me in the Temple of Atlantis. Another flash, and she is a teenager who watches out for the other children when I leave on missions. The first child Cassandra ever saved from the Guardians. The girl she raised and considered a sister until her dying breath. "My Ariana?" I yell, my voice cutting over everyone in the room. I spin between Morgana and Sin, waiting for them to tell me I'm wrong. Sin looks grim as he answers, "Yes." My vision darkens. Am I about to swoon? Absolutely not. I refuse. Instead, I plant my hands on the table and spin back to Morgana. "How?" I ask, my voice hard. This is a big secret, one that they should have told me the moment Cassandra's memories were restored. My fingernails dig into the table. Morgana finally looks up at me. "The night Atlantis fell, you sent the priestesses and children off the island through a passageway in the mountain that Sin and I didn't know about. They got out. You bought them enough time, Vivian." My shoulders sag, relief washing through me. Cassandra had done it. She'd bought them enough time to escape. Morgana continues, but her expression is pained. "When Leon sunk the coastline, I sent the Forsaken to look for survivors. I couldn't believe how far he'd gone, and I was partly to blame for releasing him. I thought he'd killed everyone, even sunk the boats, but my Forsaken found some. 2 small boats, full of women and children. We couldn't leave them, not when the Council wanted to eradicate every trace of Atlantis. So we brought them here." My hands shake, and I release the table, sinking into my chair. You saved them? We did, she whispers. We let them stay as long as they wanted. Most of them returned to moon goddess temples in other cities. We found good homes for the children. But Ariana, she pauses, looking guilty now. Ariana didn't want to go. She was so angry at learning of the council's existence and that they'd ordered the destruction of her home. She wanted to stay and fight. I shake my head. No, you did not let a teenager get mixed up in all of this, I whisper in complete dismay. We didn't want that for her either. When she refused to return to her own realm, we brought her to our city so she could make a new life here, Morgana answers. Sin continues. She didn't take well to being dismissed. She made it through the forest of the forgotten dead and demanded we not ignore her. He smiles a bit at the retelling. After that, we took her more seriously. She's the only person, besides Morgana and me, to have ever made it through that forest without being shredded. And she was mortal. We continued her training here, away from any real danger, until she was older. Ariana had a gift for moving through the shadows. She was incredibly stealthy, especially given she was immortal. She was the perfect spy, Morgana says. My gut twists inside of me, but Morgana continues. We needed more eyes in the council, and Ariana wanted to go. She knew she would need to work her way into their inner circles. She posed as a mortal from one of the poor villages in the other world. Then, she snuck into the council's castle, completely undetected. She made it all the way to Need's bedchambers before anyone ever realized she was there. When Need finally saw her, Ariana said she was there for a job, that she could be of use to them. A slight twinge of pride wedges through my anxiety and fear. Of course, Ari could get through the council's castle. She was always great at blending into the shadows. Ariana exchanged her services for immortality. The council granted it, seeing her value to them. With immortality, her powers grew, and she was able to control darkness. It wasn't something the council had ever seen, and they valued her skills immensely. She worked for them, integrating herself deeper and deeper into their inner circles, sending us back intelligence every chance she got. Until Morgana tapers off, the guilt crushing her features once more. What happened to her? I whisper. About 200 years ago, she was caught trying to send us a message. The council had her arrested and thrown into the prison underneath their castle. Morgana answers. My stomach churns, and I might be sick. She's been a prisoner for 200 years, and you haven't gotten her out? I'm yelling again. Morgana shakes her head slowly. We've tried. All our spies were unsuccessful, getting caught in the process. Then you go get her! I yell back at her. Morgana smiles weakly. I can't. Not yet. Why the hell not? I yell, pushing off from the table and standing. Need is at the head of the council, but her reign is mediated by the other members. There are rules to keep the realm leaders in line. As the head of the Shadow Realm, I have never attacked the other world. Sin has not caused any trouble in their realm either. We've both tried to stay as hidden as possible since Atlantis fell, giving them no reason to think we are a threat. Because, so long as Sin and I act peacefully, they can't send an army to the Shadow Realm. They can't attack. The Council won't allow a multi-realm war without just cause. I frown. But Need, she wanted Leon and me to find you guys. I turn to Sin, grimacing. We were supposed to kill you. Sin winks at me in response. Good luck with that, kitten. My cheeks heat, and I turn back to Morgana. Why would Need want to instigate such a fight now? Morgana narrows her eyes at me but doesn't look angry, just thoughtful. Was Need working on behalf of the council? I close my eyes, trying to remember my meeting with Need. No. She said that the council couldn't be trusted and that she was using me because I could. Morgana nods. Then she's going behind the council's back. She wanted to kill us quietly. I frown. But why? Why now? Why not just use another mortal, centuries before me, to act as a secret keeper for Leon to take you guys out? Morgana sighs. That I don't know, and I'd really like to find out. I nod, relieved to not be the only one who's in the dark. There's more, Sin continues ominously. Ariana has been in the prison below the council's castle for centuries. Until last night. Last night, they brought her out. That's great news, I exclaim. Now we can free her. Sin shakes his head. No, we still can't get to her. And this fate is worse than the prisons. My heart drops at his words. Rosie speaks, her voice soft. I left 3 days ago to spy on the council. We can't apparate into there, and I have to be very careful because they're looking for me. But there's a garden there, and I can sometimes project my energy through the mycorrhizae. I remember the garden, but Rosie's lost me. I'm sorry, the what? I ask. Sorry, the mycorrhizae, Rosie repeats. They're an underground network of fungi that connect plants together. I was able to apparate into the other world, far from the council's castle, and send my energy through the network. It took ages to find a route to the council's garden, but I found it. I've been listening for days. And then, this morning, I could hear them. The guards were laughing about having Ariana back outside. They put her into their maze and were making bets on how long it would take for her to kill herself. Recognition dawns. The maze next to the council's garden, the one Leon helped build, where soldiers go crazy, wandering for days, thinking they keep getting lost and not finding the exit. We can't enter the maze. It's a trap. There's no escaping it unless you already know the way out. They're trying to draw us out, no doubt, to get you back, Vivian, Morgana says, sounding dejected. I'm still standing from my earlier outburst, but my mind is far away, remembering walking through the tall hedges with Leon. I try not to think about what else we did in there. I can, I whisper. Sin hears me. You can what? I can get her out, I say, looking at them all. I know how to get through the maze. Chaos erupts at my words. Damien and Magnus start yelling about how I'm too injured to go. Rosie starts crying again, and Sin is lecturing me about the corrupted keeper bond. They keep getting louder, but I ignore them, my eyes locked on Morgana. She says nothing either, watching me appraisingly. We can't help you once you're on council territory, she warns. The others go quiet at her words. Morgana, you weren't here when Vivian arrived. The corrupted bond causes her so much pain that she can't even walk if she's away from Leon. She will crumble the second she's back in the same realm as him. It won't work, Sin argues. I whirl on him. I'm not the same person you picked up outside Leon's castle, Sin. I have Cassandra's memories back, and it's made me much more resilient to pain. I can handle it. Sin crosses his arms, taking me in like he's deciding whether to believe me. I narrow my eyes at him and glare at everyone at the table. Let me make myself clear. If you want any chance of working together to bring down the council, you will apparate me over to the other world. I will not abandon Ariana. Morgana sighs. If Leon knows you can navigate the maze, then this is most certainly a trap. A shudder passes through me at the thought of Leon waiting for me. Then I need to be faster than him, I answer her, keeping my voice level. Morgana stares at me a moment longer until finally nodding. You leave in an hour. How are we doing this? I step back. I'm going to need a jar of peanut butter. With that, I leave the dining room to change for the mission. A-line skirts are not mission-appropriate wear. I just about scream when I swing open my door and find Sin leaning against the far wall next to my dresser, yet again. The shock wears off instantly, though, and I storm into my room, closing the door behind me. He apparated in, he can poof himself right out. If you're here to talk me out of this, then you can save your energy and get out, I snap, heading to the chest at the end of my bed. Sin doesn't look happy, but he isn't angry either.
Why are you ready to risk yourself for a complete stranger?
He asks, sounding suspicious. I frown at him. She isn't a stranger. She's
from Cassandra's life, not yours. You didn't wake up from regaining your memories loving Leon. So I know you aren't sharing a consciousness. Now, I want to know, why are you risking yourself?
His eyes are narrowed on me, and he's looking at me like he's trying to solve a complicated problem. His question has me pausing before I answer, because I know how much Cassandra loved her. I feel it. It's different with Leon. Whatever Cassandra felt, it's twisted up with my own memories and our combined issues with him. Ariana was important to Cassandra, and she's important to everyone here. That makes her important to me, and I will not stand by and do nothing. Not when I can help. He looks thunderstruck before quietly answering,
I'm not going to try and stop you.
I pause when he doesn't move. Then why are you still here? Sin moves from the wall, stalking towards me. This would feel much less arousing if there wasn't a bed behind me. Stupid, dirty mind. My breath catches as Sin kneels before me, reaching under my skirt. His hand feels scorching as it grazes along my inner thigh. His eyes are locked on mine as his other hand lifts my skirt. He's moving slowly, giving me a chance to stop him. Okay, maybe I don't have a dirty mind. This feels overtly sexual. Sin's gaze is heated as he watches me for any sign of hesitation. He inches my skirt up further until most of my thigh is exposed. I watch, my heart thundering inside of me, and my brain short-circuiting as he lifts my leg so that my foot rests on his thigh. My bandage. He's checking my injury. My face feels like it's on fire as embarrassment sweeps through me. Sin glances up from my injury, looking perfectly self-satisfied.
Enjoying the view, kitten.
You did that on purpose, I huff back at him. Sin smirks before looking back at the bandage. He pulls out a leather square from his pocket and some leather bindings. His hands find my thigh again, and he takes his time placing the leather over my bandage.
This will help you run. I'm going to add some pressure to the bindings. It should help stop the stitches from pulling,
he says, as he starts wrapping the leather bindings around my thigh. Every time his fingers graze my inner thigh, I think I might combust. I should look away, but I can't tear my eyes from the man kneeling between my legs. This is the universe's way of making me pay for not being attracted to mortal men. Sin finishes wrapping me up and takes great care when lowering my skirt, his hands continuously brushing against me. Once finished, he stands, still looking smug. Absolutely not. Sin does not get to tease me and walk away, thinking he's won. That would be terrible for our partner dynamic. I frown at him. Do you suffer from long periods of memory loss in a day? He quirks a brow questioningly.
No. Why?
It's a symptom of multiple personality disorder, I answer. I think you should get yourself checked out. 1 minute, you're swearing that you wouldn't touch me even if your life depended on it, and the next, you're making comments about eating me out on a table. Sin laughs, and I mirror his eyebrow quirk from a moment before.
I wouldn't touch a council whore.
He corrects. I am not, I grit out, annoyed to be back to this.
I know.
He cuts me off.
I didn't before, but now I do.
What do you mean? I ask, frowning now.
You'll figure it out,
he answers, winking at me before apparating out of the room. Alone now, I let out a groan before pulling my fighting gear out of the chest. One problem at a time, Vivian, I remind myself. Sin's mood swings are a problem, yes, but considering I'm stuck with him, I'm categorizing him as a chronic annoyance, like period cramps. Meanwhile, I have a bigger issue to worry about. Namely, there's a decent chance I'm about to be captured by the council and forced into becoming Leon's personal sex slave. I shudder at the thought and pull out a few extra knives. Over my dead body. Chapter 23. Rule 23. Don't go back to your toxic ex, no matter how hot the sex was. By the time I've finished getting dressed, most of the others are already waiting in the courtyard. My fighting leathers are starting to feel like a second skin, though at least now, I don't need to wonder how everyone here seems to know so much about my time as a guardian. Cassandra told Ariana everything she could about the secret organization. She only ever kept one secret from Ariana, and that was Leon. Sin's eyes meet mine as I make my way down the stone steps, and I ignore the way my breath catches at his intense stare. He has an unnerving habit of making consistent, unbroken eye contact. It's as if we're locked in an unspoken war, where he wants to see inside my soul, and I refuse to look away, lest it comes across as submissive. I can try to blame it on not wanting to look like prey, but really, I'm sprinting as far away as possible from the meek person I tried to be for Leon. Never again. I will never make myself smaller for those around me. If I'm going to be surrounded by large, powerful people, then I need to become larger and more powerful. Metaphorically, of course. Everyone here has at least a few inches on me, and Sin is a freaking giant. But I can be smarter. Sin meets me halfway, stopping me before I reach the others. His eyes sweep over my body, pausing at every dagger I've sheathed away as if he's assuring himself that I haven't forgotten any. There's an air of agitation around him, though his tattoos aren't glowing. A small part of my throat constricts at the realization that Sin doesn't want me to do this. No one here does. But here they are, supporting my choices. No one is forcing me to obey them. I try not to focus on how good that feels.
How is your leg?
He asks quietly so the others don't overhear. Better, thanks. The wrap is helping, I answer. His gaze hardens.
If we get there, and the bond pain is so bad that you can't walk, I'm apparating us back.
His tone holds a warning to it, one that suggests I not argue with him. I stiffen but nod in agreement. I'll be fine, I lie through my teeth. Sin quirks an eyebrow at me.
I can't enter council territory without starting a war between our realms. A war we can't win.
There's no malice in his words, just a directness reminding me that once I'm within the council's wards, I'm on my own. I nod, ignoring the way my palms are sweating over the anxiety of what I'm about to do. No one is coming to save me. I'm the rescue party now. At my understanding, Sin reaches around his neck and pulls off a necklace I hadn't noticed before. The black string holds a silver pendant of swirling knotwork, similar to the tattoos on his skin, only there's a snake tangled within the threads. He holds it out to me, and I hesitate. If I've learned anything from going through magical items with Magnus, it's not to trust jewelry.
It's safe,
Sin notes after seeing my reluctance.
It's been mine for a very long time. Ariana may not believe you're who you say you are, This should help to convince her.
Smart, I answer, taking it from him. We join the others once I've slipped the necklace over my head. Sin stands at attention, his legs braced and arms crossed behind his back. He looks tense. I mimic him while we wait for Morgana to join the group. After a moment, Sin glances down at me, notices I'm copying him, and rolls his eyes before turning away. I bite back a grin. Sure, Sin probably thinks I'm an imbecile, but his shoulders relaxed a bit. I'm a fantastic partner. Morgana apparates in front of us, and her words pull me out of my self-satisfaction. We don't have much time to figure this out. Damien knows the movements of the guards. They're going to be preoccupied over the next 20 minutes. It's the shift rotation, and guards will be giving their reports to their superiors. Vivian, do you need to get to a particular part of the maze to get in? Or is that flexible? I can get in at any point. I'll just need a few minutes at the edge, I answer. Morgana nods, handing me a jar of peanut butter. I don't even want to know why you need that. Rosie, where can Vivian get the most cover from the surrounding forest while entering the maze? Rosie kneels and starts drawing a rough map into the sand. She points at an area in the far back corner of the maze, where the forest reaches the hedges. This is a good spot. The forest is right on the edge of the council's wards. You can apparate almost directly there. Morgana looks back at me. You know this is a trap, and Leon will be waiting for you. Undoubtedly, he'll be able to track you using your bond. Your best chance is getting in and out of the maze as quickly as possible. Sin must stay on the outside of the council's wards. If you're captured, it would be a declaration of war for us to free you from council territory. Her warning only cements what Sin already told me. Once I'm in the council wards, I'm on my own. I'll be fine. I can do this, I answer, hoping the confidence I'm pretending to exude is coming through. Morgana nods. Damien and Magnus squeeze my non-injured shoulder, wishing me luck, and Rosie hugs me. I turn to Sin, only to find him already watching me. He offers his hand. Ready? I nod, placing my hand in his. Ready. With that, we apparate from Morgana's realm. The moment my feet touch the ground, it feels as though I've been hit by a train. My body pitches forward, and Sin grabs me around the waist, steadying me. Only this time, it isn't the jolt of apparating into a new realm that's thrown me off balance. Leon is here, and the bond knows it. A searing heat scorches through my brain, and a ringing sounds in my ears, so loud I can hardly see straight. I hunch over, hands on my knees, trying to breathe through the pain while Sin holds me. I didn't miss this feeling, not one bit. The forest around us is silent as I take deep breaths, trying to get myself under control. The pain isn't lessening, and more frighteningly, I recognize the familiar fog that is starting to form at the edges of my mind. The same fog that robbed me of my thoughts. Abruptly, I stand, ignoring the way my head swims at the movement. Sin is watching me warily, and I remember the night I drove away from the Forsaken with Leon. Back then, I managed to fight the bond for a while by focusing on my rage. Don't be nice to me. Anger is the only thing that helps keep the fog away. I spit through the pain. Sin nods, immediately understanding. He releases me and backs up a foot, glaring at me. Hurry your ass up and get the job done. Otherwise, you'll be right back to being their whore. Do you want that? Do you want to be a pretty hole with no free will? I bristle at his words, my rage burning away at the traces of the fog that still try to creep into my thoughts. Never! Never again! Our friend is in there, and fates only know what she's suffered. Stop acting like a whiny princess and get her out, Sin orders. The authority in his words matches what I would expect from a warlord conditioned to commanding thousands. I'm getting her out, I answer through gritted teeth and turn without another word, running to the maze that looms not far ahead. The whole body pain makes my knees shake, and the burning causes a cold sweat to run down my back. Still, I'm standing, and that's a step up from what I could do the last time Leon and I were separated in this realm. While I would love to blame that on my memories from Cassandra, a chilling thought makes me reconsider. If the bond is hurting me less, it likely means Leon isn't as far away this time. The realization pulls me out of my thoughts, and I run faster toward the maze, grateful for the few days I spent working on my cardio with Damien. The tall hedges grow closer, and I scan the surrounding forest, trying to find some kind of landmark that will tell me where to exit. It's a stupid endeavor. I know everything will look the same once I'm in the maze. This entire mission depends on one thing. Reaching the wall, I open the jar of peanut butter and hold it over my head. Hopefully, the smell will be strong enough to attract what I'm looking for. I start making kissy sounds like I'm trying to call over a cat. A minute passes, and nothing happens. More cold sweat drips down my back, and I'm seriously starting to doubt my plan. But then, I hear it, a chittering above me. I look up to find a small, green creature, the same kind that Leon used to open the maze last time. It looks at me with wide eyes, and I smile at it. The little creature looks like the offspring between a garden gnome and a squirrel, and it chitters nervously at me. I try to coax it forward using my best Cinderella voice as I take a small scoop of peanut butter out of the jar and offer it to the creature. Given it looks like it might be part squirrel, I've bet this entire mission on the assumption that it will love peanut butter. And here I was, thinking I wasn't much of a gambler. "Hey, buddy, do you remember me?" I ask, still maintaining my most non-threatening voice. I have no idea if this is the same creature Leon tortured last time. If not, hopefully these little creatures can communicate, and they will know I'm a friend. The creature climbs down further, sniffing at my fingers. It takes a tentative lick at the peanut butter before gobbling up the rest of my offering. I grin. Nailed it. The little squirrel gnome creature darts back into the hedges but doesn't run away. Instead, it stares at me with a renewed interest, like I might hold the most precious thing in its universe. Its little paws are slightly darker than the rest of its green body, and I decide to name it Mittens. It's less of a mouthful than squirrel gnome creature. "My friend is stuck in the maze. Do you think you could help me get her out? The entire jar is yours if you do," I add, showing it the rest of the peanut butter. Mittens eyes me warily, hesitating at my offer, only to dart deeper into the hedges. My pulse starts to pick up at the panicking realization that I'm out of luck. But then, the branches start twisting and coiling away from each other until they reveal an opening large enough for me to get through. My heart slows, and I step inside, finding the creature clinging to the inside wall of the maze. "Thank you. We need to hurry, okay? Bad people are going to be coming," I note, hoping Mittens understands the urgency of our situation. Mittens lets out a series of nervous squeaks before taking off, racing along the hedge wall. I follow. The cut on my leg stings, but it's got nothing on the ringing in my head. Now that I'm not focused on my anger, the fog is back, pressing further into the edges of my mind and threatening to overtake my thoughts. Follow Mittens, find Ariana, get out. I repeat the steps as a mantra on loop, hoping it will help to keep me on track if the brain fog gets too dense. We're deeper into the maze now, and I mentally log every turn we take, hoping my terrible sense of direction won't get me captured. I may have oversold my ability to navigate the maze to the others. Sure, I've come inside and gotten out, but I can't remember the turns Leon and I made. All my hopes are with Mittens. It's a risk, but saving Ariana is worth it. We make it another few turns before I hear him. Leon's voice echoes from a distance.
Vivian, I know you're in here. Stop running!
There's a familiar, feral possessiveness to his words. My body reacts to hearing him, and a wave of heat hits me again. But it isn't enough to slow me down. Not when I know what waits for me if I give in. Not a chance. I push forward. Mittens chitters nervously at Leon's voice, and I whisper, "It's okay. He's still far. We can make it." We continue, and I notice a bench hidden in an alcove to my left. Chills erupt over my flesh, remembering what Leon and I did there. The bond flares at the memory, and another wave of heat crashes through me. I whimper at the overpowering need that pulses through my veins. My knees go weak, and I stumble but don't stop running. Sin hit me with lust when we trained, and I managed to fight him through it. I can fight this. Leon's voice echoes out again, only this time it's closer.
Are you playing hide and seek, Vivian? I warned you. I'll always find you.
He must only be a few rows away. The ringing in my head worsens, taking on an even higher, more disorienting pitch. The bond is not happy with me for running from Leon. The bond can kiss my ass. I don't think about how screwed I am and only run faster. I want to call out to Ariana, but I don't dare make a sound lest I make it easier for Leon to find me. More twists and turns, and I've completely lost track of where we are going. It's getting harder to ignore the twisting sensation inside of me, constricting my lungs, insisting that I go to Leon.
You can run all you want, little mouse, but you know you can't win this. I can feel you burning for me. You need me.
Leon's voice is even closer, and I sprint after Mittens. One of my stitches pops, and the pain in my leg is a blissful reprieve from the feeling of my blood turning to magma. More twists and turns through the maze until, finally, there's something up ahead, crumpled on the ground. I race towards it. It's a person curled into a tight ball, and though they're facing away, the long silver blonde hair is a dead giveaway. I screech to a halt when I reach her. "Ari!" I whisper, grabbing at her arm. "Ari, get up! We need to go! We have no time!" I urge, pulling her up. Ariana turns to me slowly, blinking like she isn't sure where she is. She looks at me with haunted eyes. No, not again. No more tricks. You're dead!" she cries, trying to wrench away from me. She's deathly pale and so thin I'm worried about pulling her too hard in case I accidentally snap her bones. Instead of trying to force her to follow me, I yank Sin's necklace from my neck, holding it out to her. "I'm here, and I'm with them. But unless you get up and start running, we're both as good as dead," I plead. Ari stares hard at the necklace, a spark of recognition passing through her gaze before her eyes snap back to me, clearer than before. "Cassandra?" "Not quite," I answer honestly.
Vivian!
Leon's voice rings out. It's way too close for comfort.
You're trapped in here, little mouse. There's no escaping our destiny.
I shudder at the sound. Mittens must feel the same trepidation because, at the sound, the little creature screeches, dashing into the hedges. My heart sinks as I realize it's running away. We're so screwed. But rather than dwelling on that little detail, I take Ariana's hand and we take off running. I have no idea how to get back to the entrance, so I aim for the opposite direction of the bond's pull. The action shoots white-hot pain through me, and the fog creeps in a little closer. I grip my teeth at the pain, focusing on getting Ariana out. "Who is that?" Ariana asks. Luckily, there's no panic in her voice, only cold calculation. I answer through labored breaths. "He's not good." Pulling one of my daggers from my thigh, I thrust it into Ariana's hand without breaking our stride. If I try to go to him, you need to kill me. There's no way I'm going back to having my thoughts controlled. I refuse. Ariana looks at me like I've just grown a second head. What? No, Cassandra, promise me. I can't go back, I urge, looking at her for a second before looking back down the maze corridor. Ariana must recognize the haunted expression in my eyes because she mutters, "Fine." My legs are cramping from all the running, and I know I don't have much strength left. Running blindly isn't going to help us, but we don't have many other options to choose from. We careen around another turn, and my heart soars when I see something familiar. The bench. The fog has its claws in my mind, but I push against it. I could cry from relief, since I think I know the directions back to where I entered. I run faster, and Ariana keeps up, though we both breathe hard. I'm not sure how much farther I can go, Ariana warns. We're close, I answer, trying to save my breath. Leon calls out again, and I bite back a whimper at how close he sounds.
Run all you want, little mouse, but the second I catch you, I will love watching you come undone for me. I'm going to fuck that pretty pussy until you remember where you belong.
My knees buckle at his words, the heat jolting through me like I've been hit by lightning. The moment my steps slow, the fog pushes further into my mind. The ringing grows impossibly louder as I use the last vestiges of my free will to push against it. As my body starts to crash towards the ground, Ariana catches my arm, stopping me. She's looking at me in horror now, and I vaguely feel my nose starting to bleed. I frown at the offending red liquid, confusion beginning to take hold of me, as I question what I'm doing here and why I'm not with Leon. There's something I'm supposed to do. Looking back at Ariana, I notice the little squirrel gnome creature on one of the hedges chittering at us. Of course, I promised something for Mittens. Reaching into a small pouch, I pull out the peanut butter, open the jar, and toss it at the bushes where the little creature just jumped. The hedges start to get closer, and I frown at my legs, wondering how I'm moving when they feel like cement blocks. There's a tugging at my arm, and I realize Ariana is pulling me. Her mouth is moving, but I can't hear her. There's only the ringing in my head. My gaze skips over to Mittens again, and my eyes widen as I watch the hedges not far from us start to pull open. The forest lies directly beyond them. The sight is enough to push back the fog for a few more moments. The opening can't be more than 10 feet away. Ariana pulls at me, and I take a shaky step forward. We're so close. But then my eyes catch on something else. This corridor is long, skirting the edge of the forest, and there, at the other end, I see him. Leon has found me. He storms towards us, and his expression turns from smug to unadulterated rage when he notices the hole in the hedge. Time stills. I turn to Ariana. Kill me! Kill me and run! Now! She slaps me instead. Move it! She yells, yanking at my arm. The sting helps clear my head, and I start moving towards the exit. Leon starts running.
Vivian, don't you fucking dare leave! You belong to me!
He yells out. My body fights to go to him. It's as if every atom in me is reaching for him. It's almost as though he's magnetized, and I'm helpless to his pull. I start running. My last conscious thought is that Leon was right. There is no fighting this. The bond is too strong. The fog swallows me whole. We're reaching the hole now, and I start to rush past it, running to Leon. I'm shoved to the side instead. Ariana tackles me through the maze exit and yells at Mittens. Close it! Close it now! The wall starts closing, and I scramble up, trying to push around Ariana, desperate to go back. only a foot left, and Leon is there, at the gap. My body starts to convulse, the bond refusing to let me escape him a second time.
"Vivian!"
He roars, but it's too late. The vines of the hedge maze knit together, locking him in. As he disappears, all sound of him is gone. It feels like the blood in my veins is boiling me alive, and all I know is Leon will fix the pain. I finally manage to push past Ariana and race to the maze wall. But before I can throw myself at the razor-sharp thorns, her arm comes around my neck, pulling me back into a chokehold. Her arms may look brittle and weak, but she's stronger than she looks. I scratch at her, trying to escape. She chokes me harder, and I start to see stars. Sin's voice echoes from the forest not far back.
"We're out of time. Move it!"
Ariana looks at Sin and then turns back to me. "Sorry about this," she whispers. Shouts start in the distance. The guards know something is happening. She lets me go, spinning me to face her. I only have a second to take a breath before she swings her arm back and punches me in the temple. Everything goes dark. Chapter 24. Rule 24. Do not let the hot-as-fuck destroyer read your smut. If there's anyone who needs to worry about memory issues, it's probably me, what with all the head injuries I've sustained. Consciousness is slow to find me again, and when I finally open my eyes, I find myself back in my bed at Morgana's castle. My head hurts, but it feels like a paper cut compared to the pain I experienced back in the maze. I shudder, remembering how close Leon got to taking me. My body gave in. I wanted to go to him. The thought makes me feel sick to my stomach. I can't hide from him forever. One day he will find me. And then what? A deep voice pulls me out of my spiraling.
"Finally done napping?"
I whirl around at the sound, the movement making the throbbing in my head worse. I groan, massaging my sore temple as I sit up and lean back against the stone wall. Sin sits across from me on the chair next to my bed. He doesn't look any worse for wear, though in my recollection, he didn't get punched in the head. My eyes catch on the book folded on his lap, a book I very much recognize as one of my spicy novels. Immediately, my cheeks flush. It's my favorite, but there is some heavy spice in there. All kinds of things I would never admit to getting turned on by. "Why are you reading that?" I ask, trying to sound irritated, to mask how mortified I am. Sin arches his eyebrow at me and holds up the offending book.
"You took a hit to the head. Someone had to watch over you. I'm just passing the time,"
he adds in a seemingly innocent voice. I consider the merits of hiding under my blankets. Sin's expression is anything but innocent. There's a heat in his eyes, and he's smirking at me like he knows my dirty secrets. Considering what he's holding, fair.
"There's a lot of dog-eared pages in this book, kitten. I wonder what you do when you read them."
His heated gaze turns hungry as it rakes over me. I'm going to die of mortification. That's going to be a great one for the coroner. Cause of death? Smutty book collection discovered by hot-as-fuck man. I shrug, trying not to let on how much Sin's teasing is hitting its mark. "That's a used book," I choke out. "I haven't read it yet."
"I'm a horrible liar."
Sin notices. A slow grin spreads across his face as he closes the book and slips it in his pocket.
"Sure it is," he answers, winking at me. "Then you won't mind if I borrow it. I'm getting very invested in those dog-eared pages."
I swallow. I really thought I could hold my own with Sin's sexually charged comments, but there's a certain lack of experience on my end, and it's starting to show. I really should have slept around in college. I would have been better prepared. "Of course, I don't mind," I squeak out. What a lame response. I need to do better. I look away from Sin, hoping it will help my brain to stop short-circuiting. Is Ariana okay? I ask, changing the subject. She seemed fine the last time I saw her. She was a little frail and pale, but she still had a mean punch on her.
She's fine. She's sleeping in her room down the hall.
Sin answers, not moving from beside the bed. That's good, I whisper, relieved. I purse my lips as I look back at Sin, wondering why he's still here now that I'm up. At my searching look, he leans forward on his chair, resting his elbows on his knees. His dark hair is loose, falling over his shoulders in waves. I wonder if it's soft.
Ariana briefed us about what happened in the maze. You did good, kitten.
His voice is lower than usual. My pulse quickens at the praise.